Chapter 81. The Resonance of the Spell. You stare at these two guys closely. I want to see what the two of them want to do. His eyes were full of anger. It can be said that Auntie's hatred for Nico Robin has not slowed down in the slightest. For her, defeating her Nicole Robin is her greatest humiliation. The greatest hatred in her life. She will never be able to play the humiliation when she knelt down in front of that 8-year-old girl in blood. Don't worry, Mom, I won't let you down. Pero looked at Mommy with a serious look. He had been monitoring Nico Robin for 6 years. There is no absolute defense in this world. Even on the ships of history that are all O'Hara scholars, there will be traitors, and these traitors have only one thing to do, and that is to report everything that belongs to Nico Robin. Nicole Robin's humiliation to my aunt will never be forgotten. One day I will take revenge. His eyes were filled with endless anger, and the cake in Aunt's hand was instantly crushed by her. Mom, looking at such an angry Aunt, Prospero's face can be said to be full of fear. You must know that it is Big Mom, an extremely terrifying monster. When Prospero had seen her bloodthirsty and terrifying countless times since he was a child, he knew how terrifying she was. It was an extremely terrifying monster, a demon without any humanity. Watching everything about Nicole Robin, I want to know everything about her. Her eyes were full of anger, and had never hated a person so much. Wah 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 wah. The waves smashed heavily on the hull of the ship. In the waters of the North Sea, a ship full of a strong scholar's atmosphere was sailing very fast here. Robin, in front of you is the island of the Don Quixote family where Corazon is located. After a hard journey, Nico Robin's ship of history finally came to the island where Corazon's Don Quixote family is located. Corazon, Nicole Robin, who was only 14 years old at this time, her eyes could be said to be full of determination, and she looked at the island not far away. Are you here? Nico Robin, the cow spell warrior. He was on the island of Corazon at this time, and he instantly raised his head to look at the sea not far from the island. Sir, I will let you know who is the first warrior under your command. Corazon, who was holding a sharp dagger on his right hand, could be said to be full of amazing fighting intent in his eyes. Holy, the first soldier under the Lord. This can be said to be the goal that Corazon pursues, but Nico Robin said that what she wanted to know was the whereabouts of the Holy Lord. Where is the Holy Lord now? Does that rabbit spell Corazon know the whereabouts of the Lord? All of this can be said to be filled with Nico Robin's heart. All he has to do is to be the first warrior to become that invincible existence. Toripole, leave this island with the family members, because the next thing that greets him is destruction. His eyes were full of fighting intent, and Corazon turned his head to look at Toripole and the others. Although they used to be Doflamingo's subordinates, under the deterrence of Corazon's powerful force, it can be said that they all surrendered to Corazon and became one of his subordinates. Yes, Lord Corazon. Although Toripole and the others were full of doubts, how could they dare to refuse Corazon's order? For them in this matter, Corazon is their master, and they need to devote themselves to the existence of allegiance. Nicole Robin, the bull charm warrior, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his eyes were full of fighting intent and domineering. This is the echo between the spell warriors. A reluctant response. Ow! Nico Robin on the ship of history. The divine cow spell behind him made a deafening cow roar. This is the war between the cow spell and the rabbit spell. Although both the cow spell and the rabbit spell belong to the power of the Holy Master, they both want to be the strongest spells. Although brothers live in harmony, who is willing to submit to others? This is not a war but a competition of power. Rabbit charm warrior, I feel your strong fighting spirit, but what if it is? Do you think you can defeat me? Feeling the powerful fighting intent not far away, and the roar of the cow spell behind her, Nico Robin, who was standing on the deck, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and her eyes were filled with strong fighting intent. She knew that this was a battle between spell warriors, in order to compete for the reputation of the strongest spell warrior. Although I disapprove of this matter, it doesn't mean that you can be presumptuous in front of me. A smile flashed in her eyes, and Nico Robin's words were full of firmness. Chapter 82. The Meeting of the Spell Warriors. Let me see your strength, Rabbit Charm Warrior. His face was full of smiles, and a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind Nico Robin. The wings quickly waved, and Nico Robin's figure charged towards the island in front of him like a ray of light. Bang bang bang. The air in the flying place even burst into a roaring sound. This is an explosion caused by impact on the air. Boom boom boom. A deafening voice appeared in the ears of everyone on the island. They raised their heads in horror and looked up at the sky. Is this an angel? 243. Nicole Robin, the bull charm warrior. After looking at the pair of pure white wings behind Nico Robin, everyone mistakenly thought she was an angel in the sky. With the peerless face of the alluring country and the city, the graceful and perfect figure coupled with the pure white wings waving behind him, everyone is sure that this is an angel. However, some people still recognize Nico Robin's identity. After all, Nico Robin is a terrorist criminal with a reward of more than 1 billion in the Navy. Since the last time Nicole Robin defeated Big Mom. Her bounty has been raised to 1 billion Baileys. These years, Nicole Robin has only led the historians on the ship of history to pursue history. The Trail has not been an enemy of the Navy and the world government, and all her bounty of 1 billion Bailey has been kept for 6 years. The Rabbit Charm, Lord Coruscant. Cow spell Nico Robin. What are they thinking about? Looking at Lord Coruscant's tone, is he going to fight Nico Robin? The Bull spell warrior. His eyes were full of horror, and he immediately felt a terrifying conjecture appeared in his mind about Torapol. This is a battle between spell warriors, but as spell warriors, why did they choose to fight? Everyone's ideas are different, and they have their own mission and philosophy. Like Nico Robin's quest for history, Coruscant guards the justice of the world, but neither of them are the kind of people who are willing to be subservient to others. The Talisman warriors represent the strongest power of the Holy Master, but among the strongest powers, there must be the strongest existence. What they want to do is the strongest spell warrior. Some people say cannibalism. I just want to ask even my best friends and friends who are secretly competing to see who is doing better. Although the Talisman warriors are all warriors under the command of the Holy Master, they all have their own. Is it not normal for them to compete with each other? It is impossible to say that the 12 spell warriors are all equal. They are all in the same position. There is always a boss and a young man. What determines the boss and the youngest? Does it depend on the time of who becomes the spell warrior first, or the ranking of the spell warrior zodiac? It does not depend on the size of their strength. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Since ancient times, the truth has been spoken under the fist. Bang Tangji, who was on the island. The members of the Kid family felt this amazing fighting spirit, and when they quickly escaped from here, a violent roar reached their ears. The island trembled instantly, as if it would sink at any time. Get out of here quickly. This island may sink at any time. This is the battle of the legendary Talisman warriors, and we can't get involved at all. The Cotters and members of the Don Quixote family on the island. At this time, they can be said to be fleeing in a hurry, and the battle between the spell warriors is not a combat power that they can interfere with. Even if their former boss Doflamingo he none have such power. You are Nico Robin, the Bull Charm warrior. Looking at the angel-like girl who fell from the sky in front of him, Coruscant looked at her with a smile. As expected, she is a Talisman warrior representing strength. Nico Robin's body seems to be nothing but a slender and peerless beauty, but who would have thought that such a small body is hidden under Nico Robin's body? A powerful force. The moment it fell from the sky, it almost destroyed the entire island. You must know that this was Nico Robin's mercy and did not want to destroy the island. You should be the Rabbit Charm warrior, Coruscant. I didn't expect that the Rabbit Charm warrior would be the first to appear after me. The Bull Charm warrior. His eyes are full of fighting intent. This is a battle between spell warriors. 6 years ago, when you were only 8 years old, you could defeat the legendary pirate ant. What terrifying level has your strength reached now? Her eyes are full of solemnity and fighting intent. Coruscant's heart is also full of seriousness for Nico Robin, the Bull spell warrior. After all, Nico Robin was enough to defeat the 4 emperors above the general when she was 8 years old. The person's ant. Since you imagined me challenging, you should also know what will happen if you challenge me. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a dazzling and beautiful light could be said to erupt on the small face of the alluring country. Chapter 83. The strongest spell warrior. There is only one reason for the battle between the spell warriors. The ranking among the spell warriors is only. The previous ranking does not count at all. The current ranking needs to start over. Coruscant's eyes were full of firmness. For him, what he cared about was the reputation of the spell warriors. Their reputation. There are also highs and lows between spell warriors. Who wants to be oppressed and bullied by others? Who wouldn't want to be above all of them? You want to challenge me and gain a higher status? Nicole Robin looked at Coruscant with a smile on her face. Coruscant's fighting intent was obviously to challenge her Nicole Robin's status. He wanted to become the strongest pirate hunter under the Holy Master. That's right, I want to be the strongest spell warrior, Coruscant said, looking at Nico Robin with determination in his eyes. All he has to do is beat 19 Nico Robin and get a higher status. The strongest spell warrior. Are you sure you have this strength? Nico Robin looked at Coruscant with a smile on her face. She was a completely unsealed bull spell warrior. Facing Coruscant, this is still in a sealed state Rabbit Charm. She can be said to have the advantage. Although your strength is indeed incomparably terrifying, but I am a Rabbit Charm warrior. What I represent is speed. No matter how powerful you are, it is futile if you cannot attack me. With a dagger in his hand, Coruscant's eyes can be said to be full of fighting intent, which belongs to the strong. The fighting spirit in your eyes is indeed good, but it can't make up for the gap between you and me. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Coruscant's face could be said to be full of disdain. He believed that the speed of the Rabbit Charm would definitely beat Nico Robin. I'll let you know that a spell in a completely unsealed state is simply not something that can be matched matched by a spell in your sealed state. His eyes were filled with astonishing fighting intent. Nico Robin knew the spell that was completely unsealed. It was an extremely powerful being. Boom boom boom. The astonishing aura erupted from Nico Robin's small body, and the powerful aura swept the whole world like wolf smoke. Kakaka. With the sudden burst of momentum, the island where Khorasan was at this time even made a shattering sound. What a mighty aura. It really deserves to be Nico Robin, a bull spell warrior. Khorasan, who felt Nico Robin's amazing aura, his eyes could be said to be full of horror. It actually caused the entire island to tremble because of the momentum. At this time, the whole island was shaking around Nico Robin's body as if there was an imposing air wave. It continued to roll out. These air waves are like the turbulent waves of the sea, rushing towards the whole island. Puff puff. Khorasan suddenly felt his heart beat faster, and a powerful sense of crisis instantly enveloped his body. No, it can't be like this. If he continues like this, he will be able to suppress me with his aura alone. Khorasan, who was oppressed by this momentum, could clearly feel his physical and mental fear at this time. The power of the rabbit charm. His body was full of amazing breath, and the power of the rabbit charm on his back was instantly mobilized. Nicole Robin, I'll show you the power of my rabbit charm, the dagger in his hand said, covered with a powerful armed color domineering. The eyes were full of firmness and seriousness. The power of the rabbit charm exploded instantly, and Khorasan's figure instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the moment of disappearance, a figure flew out instantly. He instantly appeared 5 meters in front of Nico Robin, but at this moment his powerful momentum spewed out like waves. Khorasan was like a big fish in the sea being hit by heavy waves, and flew out in an instant. 50 meters away from Nico Robin, Khorasan knelt on one knee and vomited blood. At this time, the corners of his mouth were dripping blood. I didn't expect you to be able to repel me with your aura. His eyes were full of disbelief. 247. Khorasan didn't expect him to be defeated by Nico Robin's momentum. Boom. An astonishing momentum erupted from all over his body. The momentum continued to increase, and Nico Robin's clothes suddenly waved up. At this time, she was like the goddess of war who reigned over the world, majestic and inviolable. Although you have the power of the rabbit charm and the speed that surpasses the speed of ordinary people, the strength without the real body is not very strong at all. For you at this time, you are only controlled by the power of the rabbit charm. You haven't the real power of harnessing the rabbit charm. A powerful aura swept across the world. The clothes on his body were automatic without wind, and the long hair behind him fluttered and danced. A powerful aura swept the entire island. In the end, it's my own strength that's weak. Khorasan's face was full of ridicule. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. If at this time the person who possesses the power of the rabbit charm is Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters, then the strength of Garp is enough to control the power of the rabbit charm and instantly knock Nico Robin into the air. Chapter 84. Nico Robin's momentum. Although the power of the talisman is powerful, what he strengthens is only a special ability. Nico Robin's bull spell strengthens physique and strength, but in terms of speed and spirit, Nico Robin is not very strong. Khorasan's rabbit charm strengthens his physique and speed, but he is also just an ordinary person in terms of strength and spirit. Although the talisman warriors are powerful, the real power is themselves. Nico Robin and Garp, who also have the cow charm, can be said to have a world of difference in their control and application of the charm. To put it in a nasty way, Garp, who has the bull talisman, can be said to be strong enough to fight against the whole world and beat the sky and the ground to beat the air, but Robin can't do it. At most, she is above the level of the 4 emperors or even just surpassed the level of the 4 emperors. The starting point is different, and the strength of each one is also different. The power of spells is not infinite. Everyone's foundation is different, so the power he develops for spells is also different. But even Nico Robin, who completely unseals the power of bull spells at this time, is not the same as she is now, a presence that Khorasan can rival. The power of the completely unsealed bull talisman is not comparable to the power of the unsealed rabbit talisman. The power between spells may not want to go up and down, but there may be a big difference for the person who uses the spell. The power of a spell depends on the user of the spell. Nicole Robin, as expected of a bull talisman warrior, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Khorasan's eyes were full of amazing fighting intent without any hesitation. But you are too weak. You are only controlled by the power of the rabbit charm. Once you are free from the protection of the rabbit charm, then you are a weak ant, Nicole said with a trace of disdain on her face. Robin looked at Khorasan with disdain. At this time, Khorasan is exactly the same as when she got the power of the cow charm. All the power comes from the cow charm, but with the complete unsealing of the cow charm, Nico Robin can be said to be in complete control. The power of the bull talisman has gained real control over his own power. The puppet of the rabbit charm. Nicole Robin said a word that Khorasan never thought of, that is puppet. At this time, Khorasan is the puppet of the rabbit charm, and all his power comes from the rabbit charm. Haha, it's as if you are not the puppet of the bull charm. Are you stronger than me without the power of the bull charm? Khorasan looked at Nico Robin angrily and disdainfully, saying that he was the rabbit charm puppet. Then you are not a puppet of the bull charm. There is a big gap between you and me. You are just using the power of the rabbit charm, and I have reached the power to control the cow charm. Nico Robin, who was bursting with astonishing aura all over her body, could say that her fighting spirit exploded completely. Boom! Clenched fists with both hands, and a powerful momentum swept over everything, just like a storm that swept the entire island. Swept over the entire island. Ooh! The gust of wind whistled, and a strong gust of wind swept past Khorasan's side. Damn, how is it possible to be so powerful? Khorasan, who was standing not far from Nico Robin, could be said to be full of anger in his heart as the wind roared past. This powerful momentum, is this really a power that human beings can possess and control? Boom! Nico Robin, who was standing there, stepped on the ground of the island with her right foot. Crack! The island made a sound of crack like a broken lens. Bang! Khorasan stood on the island. Her body soared up instantly, and he felt an incomparably powerful sense of crisis. Whoosh! At this moment, Nico Robin's figure instantly appeared in front of Khorasan. Whoosh whoosh! Although Khorasan is no match for Nico Robin in terms of strength, Khorasan is the strongest in terms of speed. The figure jumped quickly, and Khorasan quickly escaped from Nico Robin's side. After escaping 100 meters away from Nico Robin, Khorasan involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood again. The blow Nico Robin just didn't hit Khorasan, but what Khorasan didn't expect was that Nico Robin used his momentum to plant a wide range beside him. In the field of momentum, Khorasan was seriously injured just because he was oppressed by Nico Robin's momentum. Damn it! Khorasan's face could be said to be full of anger. He never thought that Nico Robin would actually use this to hurt him, take advantage of the fragility of his body. Of course, this is also a comparison. If Lieutenant General Garp is facing Nico Robin at this time, then with his powerful physique he is completely immune to Nico Robin's imposing pressure. Chapter 85 Khorasan's defeat. The complete bull charm warrior. Now you should know the gap between you and me. You can't bear my momentum at all. No matter how fast you are, it's still a problem for you to get close to me at this time. With a smile on her face, Nico Robin looked at Khorasan with a smile on her face. The speed of the rabbit charm is indeed unmatched by her, but Khorasan's physique at this time is too weak compared to a monster like Nico Robin Garp, and the weak cannot bear Nico Robin's momentum at all. It's no wonder Khorasan. How many people in the world can withstand Nico Robin's mighty aura? You must know that Nico Robin's aura can even cause the island to shake. Although I can't get close to you, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Khorasan still looked at Nico Robin proudly. Although his mouth was spitting blood, the incomparably powerful power is even more incredible, but the speed of the rabbit charm is simply an existence that Nico Robin cannot match. Khorasan, I really can't keep up with your speed, but don't forget that we are spell warriors, also under the command of the Holy Master. Do you really think that spell warriors are that simple? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the powerful momentum was instantly withdrawn into his body. At this time, Nico Robin's whole body burst with golden light. What the hell is going on? There was a trace of horror on his face. Khorasan looked at Nico Robin, who was bursting with infinite golden light in front of him. At this moment he could be said to be full of worry. Why do I feel a panic attack? Khorasan suddenly felt that his heart was full of fear, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Woo woo. At this moment a sudden jadey roar of a divine cow sounded in Khorasan's ear, and a golden divine cow appeared in front of Khorasan. This is a golden body cow, and the body of the divine cow is blooming with endless golden light. This is the strongest state of the spell warrior, the completely unsealed spell power. The eyes of the golden bull are full of divinity, and there is a hint of jokes in these eyes full of divinity. This shows that Nico Robin has completely mastered the power of the bull charm, and she is controlling the power of the charm, the strongest form of the spell warrior. Khorasan, who saw this state for the first time, can be said to be full of surprises in his heart. It turns out that this is the strongest state of the spell warrior. Strength. At this time, you can't understand the power of this power at all. Here I am God. A roar full of divinity shouted out from Nico Robin's mouth, which was a roar full of infinite divinity. Kaka kaka. Khorasan suddenly felt that the bones all over his body made a clicking sound, and the momentum instantly enveloped every part of his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood again. It was the first time he had suffered such a big grievance since he became a spell warrior. Touch. At this moment Khorasan suddenly felt that something in his body seemed to be broken, and a golden light instantly enveloped Khorasan's body. I saw that behind Khorasan, the phantom of the divine dragon statue of the Holy Lord appeared behind Khorasan. Nicole Robin, I finally found a candidate for a spell warrior. Are you just killing him like this? The Lord's words were full of helplessness, and the Lord knew why Nicole Robin was like this. Aggressive is only because of one thing, that is, to force it out. The 12 spells of the Holy Lord, the God of War. Nicole Robin, the Goddess of War, participates in the Lord of the Lord. As the figure of the Holy Lord appeared, Nicole Robin, who was in the state of the Golden God, quickly recovered her sexy and graceful human form. With a respectful face, he knelt down on one knee in front of the Holy Master. "You little girl." The Holy Master looked helplessly at Nicole Robin. "This little devil." "My lord, I'm sorry. I let you down." Khorasan also fell to one knee at this time. His face could be said to be full of guilt. "Khorasan, your performance really disappointed me. You lost the battle at the beginning. Although the spell can give you infinite speed, it does not mean that you are invincible by virtue of speed. Your weakness." Although the Holy Master discovered this long ago, he did not directly say that this time. He just wanted to let the defeat tell Khorasan through this battle that spells do not mean everything. The real power is the control of your own spells. "My lord, please calm your anger. I will definitely cultivate well from now on." His face was full of fear and anxiety. Khorasan didn't want to lose his identity as a spell warrior. The power of the spell has been known to Khorasan, who would be willing to give up this powerful power easily. Chapter 86. The Spell Master. "Lord, Lord." His eyes were full of respect, and Nicole Robin called out to the Lord, "Robin, you really didn't disappoint me." His eyes were full of relief, and the Lord looked at Nicole Robin with a smile on his face. Everything of Robin is bestowed by the Lord, and Robin will always be loyal to the Lord. Facing the recognition of the Lord, Robin can be said to be full of happiness. After all, the Lord is Nicole Robin's heart. "Everything. I didn't expect that you have completely mastered the power of the cow spell, and you have become the spell controller." The corner of his mouth raised slightly. The Holy Master can be said to be extremely satisfied with Nicole Robin. She has changed from a spell-capable person to a spell controller. She has successfully controlled the power of the bull spell, and can develop his own power with the power of the bull spell. This is the power of Nicole Robin. She completely controls the power of the bull charm. "Khorasan, you now know the difference between spell warriors. You are only a spell warrior capable person, but Nicole Robin has become the spell warrior controller. She controls the power of the spell, and you are only a spell warrior at this time. It's just using the power of the spell." The Lord's words rang in Khorasan's ears, and he clearly told the difference between Khorasan and Nicole Robin. One was only using the power of spells, and the other was using the power of controlling spells. "Is this the difference between me and her?" With a hint of surprise in his eyes, Khorasan never thought that the difference between himself and Nicole Robin was so huge. Kakaka. Just when Khorasan was about to continue to ask the Holy Master about some information, the Holy Master's golden dragon statue broke in an instant, and countless crackling sounds appeared on the shadow of the golden dragon statue. "Lord, Lord!" Nicole Robin and Khorasan suddenly exclaimed when they saw the golden dragon's gradual rupture, knowing that in their hearts they could care more about the Lord. "It's nothing. It's just being expelled by the power of this world." The shattering voice became more and more intense, and the divine dragon statue of the Holy Lord collapsed instantly. "Lord, Lord!" Looking at the broken golden dragon statue, both Nicole Robin and Khorasan's hearts were full of worry. "Lord, Lord!" Khorasan quickly called out to the Lord in his mind. "I said I'm fine." The Holy Master's voice sounded in Khorasan's mind, and his voice could be said to be full of majesty as always. Whoosh! At this moment, Khorasan suddenly felt that his neck was pinched, and he was lifted up heavily. "Nicole Robin, what do you want to do?" Khorasan looked angrily at Nicole Robin, who held himself up high. "How's the Lord?" Nicole Robin roared as she looked at Khorasan with anger and worry. At this moment, she could be said to be full of worry. "Let me go!" Khorasan roared and scolded Nicole Robin. He was also a rabbit charm warrior. Although he was indeed not your opponent, he was not a waste to be bullied by you. "What happened to the Lord?" His eyes were full of anger. Even if Khorasan was also a spell warrior who did not fully unlock the power of the spell was an ant in Nicole Robin's eyes. And it's still an ant that can be pinched to death at any time. "The Lord is all well. You don't want to let me down." His eyes were full of anger. Khorasan's heart can be very angry at this time. He is also a spell warrior. How can he be Nicole Robin? Such humiliation. Bump! Nicole Robin threw Khorasan like this with a casual throw. "If it wasn't for the fact that you are also a spell warrior, you told me with this attitude, I would have killed you long ago." After casually throwing Khorasan aside, Nicole Robin looked at him with disdain. There is no unblocked spell warrior. How can he match himself and threaten himself? Only when Khorasan truly unlocks the power of the rabbit charm and becomes the master of the spell warrior can Nicole Robin really look at him. Otherwise, Khorasan at this time is a person in Nicole Robin's eyes. Weak, a vulnerable weak. "Nicole Robin, wait for me. I will definitely defeat and surpass you." His eyes were full of fighting spirit and anger. Khorasan's face can be said to be very firm. Nicole Robin became Korolu's goals at this point in the struggle to defeat the goals. The master of the talisman warrior, this is what he worked hard for. His invincible speed did make him a little inflated, but after this battle with Nico Robin, he can be said to be full of fighting spirit for the future. Chapter 87, The Age of Spell Warriors. How's it going? Corazon. In an incomparably luxurious room on the island where the Don Quixote family resided that night, the voice of the Warring States Marshal rang out from a telephone bug. I lost extremely tragically. Corazon shook his head, his eyes filled with regret. You lost, and you lost so badly. How is this possible? Although Nico Robin's power is indeed extremely powerful, but the spell you have represents speed. Even if you can't beat her in a battle with her, but she shouldn't be able to match your speed. Even if you can't beat it, can't you escape? The Warring States Marshal expressed his doubts in disbelief. This matter is really too strange. Just like Admiral Kizaru, he can't beat the enemy, but it is extremely difficult for the enemy to catch up with him. The controller of the spell warrior, represented by the spell warrior Nico Robin, is not only using the power of the spell warrior at this time, she has already controlled the spell. With a helpless expression on his face, Corazon reluctantly told the story of Nico Robin becoming the controller of the spell warrior. Really control the power of the spell and make her truly your own. So, Nico Robin, are you already so terrifying before you know it? With a trace of confusion in her eyes, Nico Robin, who used to be a spell warrior, was enough to defeat the 4 emperors. Now Nico Robin has become the spell controller again, and her strength can be said to be getting more and more powerful. Fear. Spell warrior, spell warrior, spell warrior. The Warring States Marshal at the headquarters of the Navy. At this time, the corners of his mouth kept reciting the spell warrior. The spell warrior. Just stare at Nico Robin. I want to know what she wants to do. The Warring States Marshal's heart can be said to be full of solemnity. Nico Robin's strength is too terrifying. Worried. I'll keep an eye on him to know the purpose of her coming, but I think I should know the purpose of her arrival, and I'll be tracking the whereabouts of the Holy Lord. Corazon shook his head bitterly. Nico Robin was looking for him mainly because he heard that he was a spell warrior, and the most important thing was the whereabouts of the Holy Lord he wanted to find. Mom. In the territory of the 4th pirate emperor of the New World, Pero came to the ant with a look of fear. Corazon, rabbit charm warrior. The ant's brows quickly wrinkled. Her heart can be said to be full of worry and killing intent. She can be said to have personally experienced the power of the talisman warriors, but she didn't expect how long it took, and there was actually one. Rabbit spell warrior. Pero, do you think I can conquer this rabbit charm warrior? My aunt turned to look at my own eldest son, and his eyes could be said to be full of hope. I hope to have a spell warrior under my command. Mother. The spell warriors represent strength, but at this time, the strength of our anti-pirates is also extraordinary. I think the strength of our anti-pirates is enough to conquer this rabbit spell warrior. Pero cautiously said to the ant, knowing that although the ant said that she was asking at this time, asking for Pero's opinion, it was not certain, because Auntie is looking for a suitable reason for herself, a reason that she can accept, an excuse for thinking that she is a kind person. This matter is not so much a negotiation as an order to Pero ordered them to contact Corazon, and then tried to pull Corazon into their Big Mom Pirates 247. Mom, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Although his heart was full of worry, Pero still made a smile on the surface, as if he was not at all at this time. His heart was full of anger and worry. I'll leave this matter to you. I hope to see that Kid Colas, that rabbit charm warrior. His eyes were full of anticipation. Have you ever seen an ant with a powerful ox charm? At this time, he wanted to subdue a spell warrior. He had a hunch that in the future, the entire world would belong to spell warriors. He does not belong to pirates, nor to the navy, nor to those with devil fruit abilities. He will belong to the spell warrior, the era of the spell warrior. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely bring that little devil in front of your eyes. Pero looked at his aunt with a smile full of seriousness. Chapter 88. Corazon's cultivation. The big man in the New World. Time flies by. It has been a full month since the last battle of the spell warriors. Under the order of the Lord, Nicole Robin left here half a month ago and embarked on her own journey. In this month, Corazon almost ruled the underworld of the entire North Sea. With his own powerful strength and the secret assistance of the Marshal of the Warring States of the Navy, Corazon killed all the rebels in the entire North Sea with iron and blood. All the North Sea was so black that they all surrendered to Corazon's command. 3658 3659. At this time, on the coast of the island where the Don Quixote family was stationed, Corazon, who was topless, was waving his iron fist quickly. Here, in front of Corazon's eyes, is a huge humanoid iron man made of steel. Bang bang bang. It was just a pair of iron fists that did not cover any armed color domineering, but with the iron fist of flesh and blood, Corazon attacked the Iron Man-shaped puppet without hesitation. Since the last time he was was defeated by Nicole Robin, Corazon can be said to have suddenly realized that he is not the invincible person in this world. He is also a weak and a very weak. Nicole Robin can be said to have become the target that Corazon is chasing, a target that he strives for and chases. Boom boom boom. The fist slammed down quickly, and there were fist marks on the body of the steel giant made of steel. If Corazon was just a spell warrior who gained great power and was dominated by power before, then Corazon at this time was a man who struggled for strength. Lord Corazon, baby 5 in a maid outfit. She stood there respectfully with a towel in hand. A thick mist was exhaling from his mouth. Sweat was all over his body. Countless tears rolled down his face. There were even countless wet and salty sweat dripping from his eyes. But Corazon's eyes were still full of determination. As firm as ever. He can accept failure once, but he will not accept that he will fail forever. Nicole Robin has become the target of Corazon's pursuit. He must defeat Nicole Robin and tell Nicole Robin that he is not easy to mess with. Boom boom boom. With the anger and goal in his heart, the force of Corazon's iron fist bombardment can be said to be getting heavier and heavier. Crack. The Iron Man made of steel suddenly made a cracking sound. Lord Corazon, when she heard the sound of steel breaking, baby 5, a trace of surprise flashed across her little face. Boom. Corazon's mouth rose slightly, and he quickly raised his right fist backwards and then heavily bombarded it down. Kaka. The steel giant the size of Corazon's body, a huge pit appeared in his heart, and at the same time his entire body instantly broke. The broken body slammed heavily on the sand-filled coast. Lord Corazon, baby 5 trotted all the way to the front of Corazon. Her face can be said to be full of admiration. Lord Corazon, baby 5 put on the towel in his hand with a cute face. Well, raising his hands, Corazon clenched his fists tightly. At this time, his heart was also full of pride. After more than a month of hard work, his Corazon's strength can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes, mainly because when he accepted the power of the rabbit charm, the power of the rabbit charm transformed Corazon's body. Previously, Corazon relied too much on the speed of the rabbit charm and did not fully exploit his own potential. This time, Corazon's strength has improved so quickly. In the final analysis, it is the development of his physical potential. Lord Corazon. At this moment, Turipol, who was covered in mucus, trotted all the way to Corazon, and his face could be said to be full of excitement. It was as if something great was about to happen to them. What happened? Looking at Turipol, who was so happy and excited, Corazon also had a smile on his face. After all, Turipol was so happy, so it might be Tangjai. The development of the German family in the Bihai underworld became more smooth. During this period of time, the development of the Don Quixote family in Bihai can be said to be incomparably fast. With the secret support of the warring states marshal and Corazon's powerful strength, the entire underworld world of Bihai was almost completely ruled by Corazon. Lord Corazon, a big man has come from the new world and he wants to see you. Turipol looked at Corazon excitedly, his face full of excitement. For their Don Quixote family, the 4 emperors of the new world are extremely noble beings. No matter how many people break their heads, they cannot have a little friendship with the 4 emperors of the new world. Chapter 89. The shame of the Charlotte family. The big man in the new world. What big man in the new world is worthy of your happiness and excitement? Corazon's face showed a trace of disdain. In today's world, he can only see spell warriors, only spells. Soldiers are the real targets in his eyes. Charlotte Katakuri, the son of the aunt of the 4 emperors. Although Corazon can disapprove, Turipol can't. The gap between him and Corazon is too huge. It's not on the same platform at all. Is that the man who was beaten by the bull spell warrior Nico Robin with one punch and then broke off the engagement? The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his face was full of disdain, as if he was not defeated by Nico Robin. Hush hush, Lord Corazon, don't talk nonsense. Turipol looked at Corazon cautiously. For Turipol, Charlotte Katakuri represented 4 and Huang represents the top pirate who is 247 above the hundreds of millions of pirates in the whole world. And pirate, don't you recognize me? Am I really afraid to be with her? The corners of his mouth were raised with disdain, and Corazon shook his head with disdain. Since Nico Robin can defeat Big Mom, then Corazon also has such power. At this time, Corazon is already extraordinary, and his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. If he only defeated the General Kizaru with his speed, then Corazon, who has fully discovered his own potential at this time, his power has also been greatly strengthened. Charlotte Katakuri, let me see this monster called the undefeated monster of the Big Mom pirates. A smile flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to know Katakuri Corazon too. Look at his strength. Although Katakuri was indeed defeated by Nico Robin in one move, it did not change the strength of Katakuri. In the entire Big Mom pirates, Katakuri can be said to be a veritable second in command. The strength is only under the ant, who is a monster. One of the monsters of the veritable new world. Kakaka. In the gathering place of the Don Quixote family, Lugo looked curiously at the man in front of him. This is a tall man with short amaranth hair on his head, strong muscles, long legs, and stitched scars on his cheeks. She has pink tattoos on her left arm and upper left body, and a skull-shaped tattoo on her left arm. Wearing a white scarf like a flower, the overall clothing shape is full of strong black metal wind. He wears a pair of black gloves and has a thorn on his left arm. He was wearing black jeans with a white knee pad on his left knee, and a pair of black spiked boots with spurs on the back of the boots. Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of the Charlotte family, is a man with incomparably terrifying strength. Well, as if feeling Lugo's peeping, Charlotte Katakuri turned her head with a trace of killing intent on her face. JD. Charlotte Katakuri's heart can be said to be full of anger since she was defeated by Nico Robin in front of everyone's eyes. He wants to be ashamed. In his newly married auditorium, he was defeated by his bride. What a shameful thing. At least this thing became all members of the entire Charlotte family the object of discussion. Charlotte Katakuri became a disgrace to the entire family. The wedding day was defeated in the hands of the bride, and all the dignity of his wife left Charlotte Katakuri, and even the aunt blamed Charlotte Katakuri for this matter, thinking that it's all his fault. Charlotte Katakuri's recent days in the Charlotte family can be said to be like years, which is why Charlotte Katakuri will appear here when the Charlotte family knows the identity of the Khorasan rabbit spell warrior. The reason is that he wants to wash away the humiliation on his body with the blood of the spell warrior. He will never forget the humiliation given to him by the spell warrior. He will use the failure of the spell warrior to announce to everyone in the world that he, Charlotte Katakuri, is not a loser, and he will succeed. Who are you? Although Charlotte Katakuri's face was full of murderous intent, Lugo's face did not show any timidity. Instead, she looked at Charlotte Katakuri with a vicious look and asked, "Stand up. Are all the Don Quixote family such rude people?" With disdain on his face, Charlotte Katakuri looked at Lugo with disdain. In his opinion, Lugo was just a little devil who didn't know how high the sky was. That's it. The Charlotte family is just a bunch of trash. Do you know how to bully a kid? At this moment, Khorasan's voice suddenly sounded behind Charlotte Katakuri. "When did you come here?" Turning her body quickly, Charlotte Katakuri looked at Khorasan, who had come behind him at an unknown time, in shock. He didn't even know when Khorasan came behind him. If Khorasan attacked him just now, wouldn't he be dead? Chapter 90. This is just the beginning. The second son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri. Khorasan raised his mouth slightly and looked at Charlotte Katakuri with a smile. Khorasan, the master of the Don Quixote family, the rabbit charm warrior in the 12 charms of the Holy Lord. Charlotte Katakuri also unceremoniously revealed the identity of Khorasan, the master of the Don Quixote family, and the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master. That's right, I am indeed the 12 spell warrior under the Holy Master. Khorasan looked at Charlotte Katakuri with a smile. This matter is already well known, and you isn't it because of this thing that you came here? The rabbit spell warrior, the assassin Khorasan, one of the 12 spell warriors under the Holy Lord's command, is under the order of the 4 Emperor, and Mom hopes that you can go to the Egg Cake Island in the New World. With seriousness in her eyes, Charlotte Katakuri gave her aunt's order to let Khorasan go to the Cake Island in the New World. Cut. How could she dare to say such words? A mere loser of the spell warrior. Khorasan looked at Charlotte Katakuri with disdain on his face. It seems that the spell warriors are all arrogant. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with bloodthirsty killing intent on his face. Charlotte Katakuri had already thought of this result before coming here. The spell warrior is it an existence that can be easily subdued? This is simply delusional. The talisman warrior may represent the future direction of the sea. From the identity of Nico Robin and Khorasan, anyone who pays attention to these spell warriors in the world will find that the spell warriors do not belong to a faction completely, which means that in future battles, spell warriors may also represent various forces to join future wars. At this time, all the forces can be said to be eyeing the spell warriors. With Nico Robin's power, all the forces believe that the spell warriors will occupy a great position in this world in the future. Nicole Robin is an archaeologist. She doesn't want to compete for fame and fortune, so her changes to the whole world's situation can be said to be minimal. But no one can guarantee that the remaining 11 spell warriors will be like Nico Robin, who is only dedicated to archaeology and has no idea of gaining fame and fortune. At least the current Khorasan is an ambitious man. From his iron-blooded rule of the underworld in the North Sea, it can be seen that Khorasan's ambition is not small. Khalazan, this is the order of the 4 emperors, and I hope you don't refuse, otherwise you will face the 4 emperor ants' anger. Do you think that with your strength and power you can become an enemy of the ant? With seriousness on her face, Charlotte Katakuri walked towards Khorasan step by step. Just an old woman. Does he still want to order consider me. The corners of his mouth were full of disdain. Looking at Charlotte Katakuri, who was walking towards him step by step, there was also a flash in Khorasan's eyes. Killing intent. Damn bastard! A roar shouted from Charlotte Katakuri's mouth, and Charlotte Katakuri charged towards Khorasan with an angry roar. Bang! The fists were covered with a powerful aura of armament, and the iron fist slammed into Khorasan's head. Whoosh! Khorasan's figure quickly disappeared in front of Charlotte Katakuri. Blood spurted out, and a cloud of blood spurted out behind Charlotte Katakuri. Is this the strength of the second son of the Charlotte family? Khorasan, holding a dagger, looked at Charlotte Katakuri, who was dripping blood behind him, with disdain. Damn bastard, how could you be so fast? His eyes were full of disbelief, and Charlotte Katakuri's face was full of hideousness. Do you think this is my fastest speed? Facing Charlotte Katakuri, who looked at him in disbelief, Khorasan shook his head with disdain. What? This is just the beginning. The real battle has just begun, and his Khorasan's speed has only just begun to play. The wound behind him was burning with pain, and Charlotte Katakuri's eyes could be said to be full of solemnity. He could say that he felt the speed of Khorasan, which was a super fast speed that he could never imagine. You should now know the power of the spell warrior. The dagger in his hand kept dripping blood, and Khorasan's eyes were full of smiles. For ordinary humans, spell warriors can be said to have a powerful advantage. Powerful spells give spell warriors powerful law power. For Khorasan, he is the invincible king in terms of speed, a king who is enough to laugh at the whole world. Chapter 91 Charlotte Katakuri's Betrayal. Damn bastard, do you really think I'm easy to bully? His eyes were full of anger, and Charlotte Katakuri looked at Khorasan angrily. For him at this time, nothing could easily get the anger in his heart. The wrath of the spell warrior. Superman is a gluttonous fruit. Countless iron fists covered with powerful weapons and domineering appeared behind Charlotte Katakuri. This is the power of Charlotte Katakuri's gluttonous fruit. Give me death. Countless iron fists quickly bombarded Khorasan. Here, with 247 and his strong sense of domineering, Charlotte Katakuri can be said to be catching Khorasan's position quickly, and these iron fists are also like cannonballs fired one by one, usually bombarded towards Khorasan. So what if the power is strong? What if the arrogance is strong? His face was full of disdain. It can be said that Khorasan, who was bombarded by the iron fist, was completely relaxed. He quickly flashed his body one by one to avoid the bombardment of these iron fists. The speed is really too slow. Under the bombardment of countless iron fists, Khorasan was like a small boat on the sea. Although it looked extremely dangerous, it could swim in the sea safely. Damn it, damn it. Although the iron fist was covered with a powerful domineering arrogance, and the powerful arrogance of seeing and hearing also locked Khorasan's position, Khorasan's speed was simply too fast. No matter how he bombarded, Khorasan could easily avoid the bombardment of these iron fists like a walk in a garden. At this moment, Khorasan appeared in front of Charlotte Katakuri at some point, and the dagger in his hand flashed lightly in front of Charlotte Katakuri's eyes. Blood spurted out, and an incomparably huge wound appeared on Charlotte Katakuri's chest. Why didn't you kill me? Charlotte Katakuri turned to look at Khorasan in disbelief. With Khorasan's strike just now, he was enough to kill himself with one knife. But why did Khorasan show mercy just now? What the hell is going on? At this time, Charlotte Katakuri, his heart can be said to be full of doubts. Why did Khorasan show mercy and did not kill him just now? Is it because he is afraid of the four emperors? But is this possible? Khorasan would really be afraid of the four emperor ants. If Khorasan had a trace of fear of the four emperor ants in his heart, then this war would not happen. But since Khorasan dared to take action against him, it meant that the majesty of the ant was no threat to him in the slightest. What do you mean? To kill you have to slay you? Charlotte Katakuri questioned Khorasan, her face full of anger. His heart was full of unwillingness and doubts. He didn't understand what was going on and why this happened. I won't kill you now, because for me you still have value to use. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and blood was dripping from the dagger in his hand. Khorasan looked at Charlotte Katakuri with a smile. Because he is indeed worth using. The value of use. You want to use me to deal with mother. You are wishful thinking. With disdain on his face, Charlotte Katakuri looked at Khorasan with disdain and shook his head. It's not that he is enough to match Khorasan and can escape from his hands, but with the character of the ant, even if Khorasan threatens the ant with himself, but to the ant, such a failed son is a waste. He is not at all. It just doesn't have any value. Auntie would abandon Charlotte Katakuri without hesitation and let him fend for himself. You really overestimate yourself. I know better than you what Auntie is like. For her, you have no use value at all if you fail. Khorasan shook his head, his face full of ridicule. For Charlotte Katakuri, isn't it a failure to have such a mother? Your mother has no sympathy for her children, but only uses them. What kind of children can this kind of family raise? The Charlotte family can be said to be a family full of monster ideas. Starting from their mother and aunt, the whole family is full of evil and cruel killing. Then what do you want to do? His eyes were full of determination. Although blood was dripping from his heart in Charlotte Katakuri's eyes, he did not flinch in the slightest. He would not betray his mother. Although his mother was indeed an extremely vicious woman, he would not betray his mother easily. Chapter 92 Cooperation between the Spell Warrior and Big Mom. There is only one thing I want to do, and that is to ask you to bring me a word to Aunt and tell her that the pride of the Spell Warrior does not allow him to submit to anyone, but considering what Aunt she has, if I have the strength, I can consider working with her for 1 or 2 times. Kora-san looked at Charlotte Katakuri with a smile. As one of the 4 pirate emperors, Auntie's strength and power should not be underestimated. They are all top-level existences in the whole world. Kora-san needs Auntie's power to help him unify the underworld of the whole world. Although he has the help of the Navy in secret on the surface, he also needs a very powerful partner to cover the Navy's assistance to him. Do you want to cooperate with your mother? Do you think you have such strength? Or do you think that 19 you already have the strength of the 4 emperors? With a disdainful smile on her face, Charlotte Katakuri looked at Kora-san with a disdainful smile on her face. You must know that as the 4th pirate emperor, what she possesses is not only strength but also incomparably powerful forces, and has married countless children, and these children are the source of her power. Relying on the relationship between bloodlines, Auntie's power can be said to be extremely terrifying. The Charlotte family is an extremely powerful family. That's right, I need the strength of your family, and I think your family should also need my strength. It belongs to the power of the Talisman Warriors. Are your hearts full of willingness to be defeated by the Bull Talisman? Don't you have the slightest bit of surprise in your hearts for powerful spell warriors? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Kora-san's face could be said to be filled with a disdainful smile. In today's world, no one can refuse the temptation of a spell warrior. They also want to be that powerful spell warrior. But there are only 2 spell warriors in the world today. One is Nico Robin and the other is Kora-san. Nico Robin is so powerful that there are not many people in the world who dare to provoke her. But Kora-san is different from him at this time. He has just risen, and he has not yet reached the point where he is invincible to the world. He needs the help of others and the support of others. Nico Robin only pursues the text of history, while Kora-san pursues the underworld that unifies the whole world. So Nico Robin doesn't need the power of others. Kora-san, who wants to unify the underworld of the whole world, needs the power of others. The secret of cooperating with Mother in Spell Warrior. Charlotte Katakuri's eyes were full of seriousness. Everyone in this world is full of amazement for spell warriors, a powerful force that surpasses devil fruits. This is the power that everyone wants to gain. He is enough to change the pattern of the whole world. That's right, I think Auntie should be interested in this matter. Doesn't she want to be a spell warrior? A seductive voice sounded in Charlotte Katakuri's ear. The Talisman Warrior represents a powerful force that even a pirate mother would pursue, because she had personally experienced the power of this power. Will you tell us the secret of the spell warrior? His eyes were full of excitement, and Charlotte Katakuri looked at Kora-san excitedly. It depends on whether your mother is willing to choose to cooperate with me. If she is willing to ally with me and help me rule the underworld of the whole world, then I can tell you the secret of the spell warrior. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Kora-san's words could be said to be full of endless temptation. No one in the world today can resist the temptation of being a spell warrior. Not even Charlotte Katakuri, because at this moment he was already moved. The ultimate secret of the spell warrior. His eyes were full of temptation, and Charlotte Katakuri couldn't resist this temptation because he couldn't resist the power of being a strong man. Tell Auntie that this is my greatest cooperation. Bottom line. Kora-san looked at Charlotte Katakuri firmly because he saw a 250 greedy look in Charlotte Katakuri's eyes. I believe that we will cooperate very happily. The corners of his mouth turned slightly upward, and Charlotte Katakuri nodded with great certainty. This temptation is something that a mother cannot refuse, let alone an aunt. How many people in the world today can refuse this temptation? Even some smart people can already guess the influence of 12 spell warriors on the whole world. Kora-san, I once heard that you fought against Nico Robin, the bull spell warrior. Can you tell me the result of that battle? How big is the gap between you and him? If the previous Charlotte Katakuri only thought about the strength of the 12 charms warriors, then at this time, Charlotte Katakuri thought about the hatred between himself and Nico Robin. He will never forget that scene at the marriage scene. He was defeated at the hands of his bride. He became the shame of the entire Charlotte family. He became the shame of the whole pirates, and he became the shame of all the men in the world. Chapter 93 Alliance with Big Mom. The secret of the spell warrior. What did you say? That kid is willing to tell the secret of the spell warrior. At this time, the eyes of the 4 emperors in the Cake Island of the New World were full of endless surprises. Although her heart was indeed full of curiosity, curiosity about the secrets of the spell warrior. She did not expect things to happen so quickly. Khorasan was actually willing to tell the secret of the spell warrior. Yes, Mother Khorasan is willing to share with us the secret of the spell warrior, but he has one request, that is, he wants to cooperate with us and form an alliance. Let us help him rule the entire underworld world. Facing the ant whose words were full of endless surprises, Charlotte Katakuri quickly said Khorasan's request. Alliance with him to help him rule the entire underground world. Just these little things. Her eyes were full of surprises. Facing Khorasan's request, Auntie could be said to feel very surprised. She never thought that Khorasan's request was so simple. You must know that for the entire world, although it is extremely difficult to rule the underworld of the entire world, it is nothing compared to the secrets of the spell warriors. Because the talisman warriors represent great strength, and great strength represents everything in this world. As long as she has the secret of the spell warrior, Auntie can also become a spell warrior and gain the strongest power in the world. At that time, no matter who in the pirate navy dares to provoke her, he will become the king in everyone's mind. You tell Khorasan that I agree to this request. As long as he is willing to share the secrets of the spell warrior with me, then I am willing to form an alliance with him and help him become the king of the entire underground world. The words are full of firmness, seriousness. For the ant, the spell warrior can represent everything because she has experienced the power of the spell warrior. This can be said to be the power she pursues in her mind. She wants more and more power. Once she has the power of a spell warrior, how many people will be her opponents in the world today? The power of a spell warrior. The power of a spell warrior at your fingertips. The humiliation you gave me, Nico Robin, I will never forget in my life. I will definitely become a spell warrior and defeat you. Ant's eyes are full of killing intent. She will never forget the scene 6 years ago. As the world's top pirate, he actually knelt down in front of an 8-year-old girl. In the eyes of that weak, she was defeated by a little girl. For her, it was something she could never let go of her whole life. Mom has agreed to your request to form an alliance. As long as you are willing to go to the Cake Island in the New World and have a face-to-face conversation with Auntie, then Mother is willing to form an alliance with you, and Mother will help you rule the entire underground black world. But you have to tell us the secret of the spell warrior. Charlotte Katakuri put down the phone bug in his hand. He turned his head to look at Khorasan. Both his words and his face were full of seriousness. After all, whether it's Auntie or Charlotte Katakuri, they are extremely concerned about the spell warrior because they have all experienced the power of the spell warrior, and they all hope that they can have the power of the spell warrior. Of course I will keep my promise to share the secrets of the spell warrior with you. Facing Charlotte Katakuri's question, Khorasan's face can be said to be full of ease. What is the secret of the spell warrior? This is simply something that doesn't need to be covered up because the spell warriors chosen by the Holy Master are all random. No one knows who the next spell warrior will be. I hope that all of this can really go according to our wishes. Blood continued to gush down from his chest, and Charlotte Katakuri's eyes could be said to be more and more determined. Although Khorasan is extremely powerful, his ant pirates are not easy to provoke. As long as you don't choose to betray me, I think this alliance will go on well. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Khorasan's face could be said to be full of confidence. As his reputation became louder and louder, the power of all beings on the rabbit charm became stronger and stronger. One day, the power of all beings would completely unlock the power of the rabbit charm, and then Khorasan would possess the rabbit charm with full power. His speed is even enough to affect the flow of time in the entire world. Please, I hope all of this can really go on well. The cooperation between you and me will become stronger and stronger. I don't think you are a stupid person. She covered the bloody wound on her heart. Charlotte Katakuri's eyes were filled with determination. Of course, it is necessary to know the request for this alliance, or I said it. Khorasan looked at Charlotte Katakuri confidently. If he didn't get his greatest wish, he would not be sentenced to this alliance unless one day the Charlotte family interfered with his development and restricted him. His development. Then if that day comes, then Khorasan will not hesitate to swallow the Siati family in one bite to strengthen his strength. Chapter 94. Khorasan's change. What happened and what happened to Khorasan? In the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters that night, Marshal Sengoku looked at the special phone bug in his hand with a serious face. This is his characteristic phone bug with Krasen. The only person who can get through this phone bug is Khorasan, which means that the ringing of the phone bug means that Khorasan communicates with him. With Khorasan's status at this time, the Warring States Marshal didn't want to communicate with him until the last resort. After all, Khorasan represented the gangster who killed Vice Admiral Croc, a big pirate with a reward of more than hundreds of millions. At this time, Khorasan is not the king of the Seven Wuhe. Today, Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of the Ant of the 4 Emperors of the Pirates came here. I chose to form an alliance with the Ant of the 4 Emperors. In order to rule the entire underground underworld world, I need the power of the Ant of the 4 Emperors. His eyes were full of solemnity, and Khorasan told everything about today's events. 250 Are you sure there is nothing wrong with this matter? After hearing that Khorasan chose to form an alliance with the 4 Emperor Ants, the warring States Marshal frowned but didn't say much. Although he was worried, he believed that Khorasan must have made such an idea because of this choice. Although the power of the Navy can help me rule the entire underground underworld world, I need a cover. With solemnity in his eyes, Khorasan said that his purpose was to need a cover. Khorasan, take care. To join forces with the 4 Emperors is to betray a tiger. No matter what happens, you must be fully prepared. Khorasan was the adopted son of the Marshal of the Warring States period, and the friendship between them can be said to be like a biological father and son. At this time, what the Warring States Marshal asked Khorasan to do can be said to be extremely shady, dangerous, chased by an unwitting admiral, enemy with the 4 Emperors. Which of these things is not full of crises, and which of these things is not full of crises requires Khorasan to go all out? The struggle with the 4 Emperors can be said to be full of crises. After all, how many of the people who can sit on the throne of the 4 Emperors are the kind of soft-hearted people? To cooperate with them is to seek skin from a tiger. I'm not sure who ate who. Do you really think I'll be afraid of her? With a disdainful smile on his face, Khorasan looked disdainful, said his own incomparably overbearing words. Khorasan didn't put the 4 Emperors of pirates in his eyes at all. Even the prestigious 4 Emperors were just ants in Khorasan's eyes at this time. He just used the power of the 4 Emperor Ant. He needed to use the 4 Emperor Ant's reputation and power, which was something that Khorasan could not possess at this time. Are you so confident? The Warring States Marshal, who felt the confidence in Khorasan's words, had a bitter smile on his face. Unconsciously, has Khorasan grown to such a level that he can ignore the power of the 4 Emperors? I believe that with my strength, I can completely say such words. Domineering and confident words came out of Khorasan's mouth because he possessed such strength and power. He already has the power to rival the 4 Emperor Ants. Khorasan, your growth is beyond my imagination. The Warring States Marshal shook his head helplessly, his face full of relief. He didn't know how to evaluate such a thing at all. Father, I am no longer the me I used to be at this time. I already have the power to protect myself. Feeling the helplessness of the Warring States Marshal in his words, Khorasan was full of firmness. Because he has made up his mind to do what he should do, he wants to walk out a path that belongs to him. Khorasan, a path that belongs to him. Hey, he shook his head helplessly. The Warring States Marshal also knew what Khorasan was thinking. This time the report might be the last time. Once Khorasan made up his mind, he would be free from the control of the Warring States Marshal. Because he is no longer the former Khorasan, his adopted son who needs to be sheltered by him, he already has the power to protect himself, and even the Warring States Marshal at this time is not necessarily Khorasan's opponent. The powerful Warring States Marshal of the Charm Warrior has personally experienced it. The invincible power shocked the whole world. After the battle with Nico Robin, the cow charm, the Warring States Marshal only knew what power is and what is invincibility. The speed represented by Khorasan is even the Kizaru who can madly torture those with the ability of the flash fruit. From this, it can be seen that Khorasan's speed is powerful. I hope you don't make me regret the path you take. I regret letting you take this path. Looking at the hung-up phone bug in his hand, the Warring States Marshal's heart can be said to be full of helplessness and hesitation, because Khorasan was changing, and it was changing in a direction he didn't even know about. Chapter 95 Carp, do you regret your choice? Lord. As the phone bug in his hand hung up, Khorasan immediately called out the Lord in his mind. What's wrong, my rabbit charm warrior? The Holy Lord's majestic voice sounded in Khorasan's mind. I'm just wondering. I wonder if the Lord is not at all worried that I will tell your secrets. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Khorasan looked at the knight in front of him with a smile on his face. The Holy Master called out, leave my secrets. What secrets can I have? The Lord's voice was full of sarcasm, which was a dismissive sarcasm, mocking Khorasan's tentative behavior. Sure enough, Lord Holy Master. Khorasan shook his head with a wry smile on his face. All this was still impossible to hide from Lord Holy Master. Khorasan, my only request is one, and that is to make the reputation of the spell warrior reverberate in the whole world. No matter what industry you do, the pirate navy underworld, the only thing I ask of you is to let the whole world know you rabbit spell warrior. Khorasan's prestige. I never ask about other things. The voice like a god resounded in Khorasan's mind, and the Holy Master once again emphasized his request, that is, everything he did was just because of one thing, making the Holy Master 12 spell warriors famous across the entire sea. According to the Lord, I, Khorasan, will not disappoint you. There is firmness in his eyes. No matter what kind of thoughts he has in Khorasan, but there is one thing he can never change, that is, he was the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master who stabbed Khorasan. Spread the prestige of my spell warrior throughout the world, and let everyone feel the terror and power of my spell warrior, said domineering and majestic words from the mouth of the Holy Master, who was like the 9 heavens. It is like a god who controls all life and death. Majestic and full of domineering. I will definitely spread the reputation of the spell warrior throughout the world. The words were full of seriousness and firmness. Khorasan assured the Lord. What's the reason for this time? In the office of the Warring States Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Garp walked in with a smile on his face, and when he saw the scowling Warring States Marshal sitting there, Garp suddenly smiled. He laughed and looked at him and asked, Cap, do you regret letting go of Nico Robin now? With seriousness on his face, the Warring States Marshal looked at Garp and asked with a serious look, what did you say? Warring States, when did I let Nicole Robin go? I can't beat that little girl. Okay. Lieutenant General Garp heard the words of Marshal Warring States. He was stunned for a moment and then began to refuse to admit it. It is impossible for him to admit that he let Nico Robin away at first. In his mouth, it is obvious that he lost to Nico Robin and let Nico Robin escape. It is not what he let Nico Robin escape left. I don't want to say more about this matter, and I don't want to discuss it with you, but now I want to ask you only one thing. If you really let Nico Robin go, then at this time do you have any regrets in your heart at this moment? The Warring States Marshal raised his head. His eyes were full of sincerity. He wanted to know the answer. What is there to regret about this matter? Whoever is alive has few choices. As long as the choice you make is true in your opinion, then there is nothing to regret. Garp's face was full of seriousness, and he shook his head seriously. It can be said that he had no regrets about letting Nico Robin go, because Nico Robin was not guilty at all. Until death, she just passively protects her home and relatives. And Nicole Robin did not disappoint Garp. Although Nicole Robin is extremely powerful, Nicole Robin didn't do anything inappropriate in the past 6 years. What she did in the past 6 years, there is only one thing, and that is to trace the whereabouts of the historical text to find the real secrets of history. 0. You got. Marshal Warring States shook his head helplessly. He couldn't look like Lieutenant General Garp because his character and the justice behind him made him unable to do such a thing. He is the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, and behind him is the life and death of countless naval soldiers in the entire sea, and his every move can even determine the future direction of the entire Navy. Because of his Warring States period, the Marshal of the Navy headquarters was the Marshal of the Warring States period. This is his responsibility and his mission. Khorasan, this is the fateful choice between you and me. I hope you don't let me down. In my eyes, you are the man who has always carried justice in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance. The sea was turbulent and countless seagulls were flying up and down. The place was full of peace and harmony. Chapter 96. The Fruit of Superhuman Surgery. Lord Khorasan, where are we going? On the sea area of the Great Route, a pirate ship belonging to the Don Quixote family was sailing at high speed, and the waves were constantly beating against the ship and the wind whistling. At the same time, on the deck of the pirate ship, Lugo looked at Khorasan, who was standing in front of him with a puzzled expression. Go to the waters of the New World to find our partner. Facing Lugo's question, Khorasan responded with a smile to his doubts. The alliance with the 4 emperors is like seeking skin with a tiger, full of danger and worry. Partners in the New World. Lugo's face was full of doubts with the expression 250. Will there be partners of their Don Quixote family in the New World? Who is this partner? That's right, it's our next partner, a monster with incomparably terrifying strength. Although K. Lassen confided a monster, his eyes were full of disdain, and that dismissive smile it was said that it was instantly introduced into Lugo's eyes. You are full of contempt for your partner. You look down on your partner so much, so why did you choose to cooperate with her? Lugo rolled his eyes and looked at Khorasan helplessly. All I need is her strength and power. She is just the object of my use. Once I have the opportunity, then I will not hesitate to annex her wealth, status, and power. His face was full of disdainful smiles. To Khorasan, Auntie was just a piece of trash that he used, and he was just using Auntie. Although Khorasan is using Big Mom, why isn't Big Mom using Khorasan? In the end, the two of them fought only for their own strength. Whoever is stronger will have the final right to speak, otherwise all the rest of the calculations are fallacies. Do you really have the confidence to defeat Auntie? Lugo looked at Khorasan with a smile on his face, knowing that she was Aunt Pirate, a woman with incomparably terrifying strength. Lugo, you don't understand the power of a spell warrior at all. When you truly become a spell, you will know the power of a spell warrior. Khorasan shook his head with a smile on his face. His smile was full of domineering and majesty. Charm warrior, Lugo said with a trace of disdain on his face. Could the spell warrior be able to cure the disease in my body? Lugo looked at Khorasan with a disdainful expression on his face. Even if the spell warrior had great power, could he cure the disease in Ludo's body? Of course, the 12 spells represent 12 kinds of power, and there are also spells that can cure your internal diseases, but this kind of thing is also unavoidable. Khorasan shook his head regretfully. Among the 12 spells, there are indeed spells that can cure Ludo's internal diseases, but the spell warrior is an opportunity, and even if Ludo really becomes a spell warrior, can he have that? A spell is also a problem. After all, the power of the spells bestowed by the Lord is random. Ludo, I will definitely cure the disease in your body. His eyes were full of seriousness, and Khorasan looked at Ludo seriously. Is there any other way in the world today to cure the disease in my body? Ludo shook his head mockingly. There are very few ways to cure his disease in today's world. Superman is the fruit of surgery. It can cure the disease in your body. Looking at Ludo, who had completely lost his desire to survive, Khorasan looked at him with a serious face. He didn't want to let the young Ludo lose his life like this. He is still a young child, and his future can be said to be full of infinite prospects. Superman is the fruit of surgery. Are you sure that he can really cure the disease in my body? Although Ludo Ping always talked about death, facing this hope of survival, he still burst out with his own desire to survive. Yes, Superman is the fruit of surgery. You must know that this is a fruit worth 5 billion Baileys. Khorasan looked at Ludo and shook his head helplessly. There was only one way to grab this devil fruit, and that was to grab it. A devil fruit grabbed it. Devil fruit's worth 5 billion berries. Ludo looked at Khorasan in disbelief. Could there really be such expensive devil fruits in this world? Because the ultimate meaning of the fruit of surgery is because he can perform the operation of immortality. It can give a person immortality and immortality. Although Khorasan's words are full of smiles, even if Ludo is relatively young, he knows immortality. What is the meaning of immortality? That is eternal life. How many people in the world today can refuse eternal life? No matter who it is, no matter what his status is, they cannot refuse eternal life. Chapter 97. Auntie is a complete monster. Wow! The waves slapped the hull of the pirate ship heavily. After entering the New World from the Great Root, the sea area of the whole New World can be said to be extremely sinister. The New World is the paradise of real pirates, and this is the place for the strong. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. Only the strong can survive here. Lord Khorasan is in front of the mother's domain. At this time, on the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family in Khorasan, Pero, the eldest son of the ant, looked respectfully at the pirate ship in Khorasan at this time. At this time, on Pero's right cheek, a ferocious wound was dripping blood continuously. 4 emperors, a woman who reigns above the billions of pirates in the world. His eyes were full of seriousness, and Khorasan looked at Pero. You must know that he just met Pero just now. 19. Of course this encounter was also carefully planned by Auntie, but what Big Mom didn't think about was that the huge fleet of the Big Mom pirates led by Pero was so vulnerable when they greeted Khorasan. In that blink of an eye, this huge pirate fleet with 10 warships was completely destroyed by Khorasan in an instant, and Pero was also defeated by him in one blow because he resisted Khorasan. If the previous Pero was still full of arrogance, he believed that the 4 emperors and pirates were above Khorasan, but at this time Pero's heart can be said to be full of fear. The speed that surpassed everything completely destroyed 10 warships in the blink of an eye. Even before he could react, he put the dagger on his head. As the eldest son of the ant, Pero's strength is also one of the best in the New World, but even this Pero, who can be called a strong man in the New World, can be said to have no resistance at all when facing Khorasan. Pero felt the fear beyond Big Mom in Khorasan's body. At this time, his heart can be said to be full of hesitation. Is it the right choice for the Big Mom pirates to form an alliance with Khorasan? Even if Auntie has obtained the real secret of the spell warrior, can Auntie become a spell warrior? The power of the spell warrior can be said to be obvious to all. Whether it is a navy or a pirate, they are sure of the power of the spell warrior in their hearts. But is it really that easy to become a spell warrior? As expected of the 4 emperors who rule the entire sea, Khorasan's heart was also full of pride and ambition when he looked at the vast sea in front of him. The 4 emperors represent not only the powerful force but also the subordinate forces under the 4 emperors, the powers that surrender and devote allegiance to the 4 emperors. Creak. As the pirate ship kept approaching, this cake island full of countless desserts appeared in front of everyone. What the hell is going on with this island? As he approached the pier and looked at the lively cakes on the island, Ludo's heart could be said to be full of surprise and doubts. What exactly happened to these cakes? Do they all have life? This is the terrifying power of Ant 4 Emperors, the superhuman soul and soul fruit ability. Facing Ludo, whose face was full of doubts, he looked at the cakes on this island full of human souls. Khorasan, who knew all the information on Cake Island from the Warring States Marshal, had murderous intent in his eyes. Where do do these cakes with human souls come from? Their souls come from ordinary humans living in the sea area. Living here, the ant will protect their safety, but they must also dedicate one thing, which is their soul. Every once in a while, the 250-year-old mother will harvest their souls, harvesting their souls recklessly as if they were domesticated animals. Superman is a person with the ability of soul and soul fruit. Logo looked at Khorasan with a serious face, knowing that this is the most mysterious place of soul human beings. You have to remember that woman is a monster with no humanity at all. Regardless of the fact that Pero was beside him at this time, Khorasan's evaluation of ant was a monster. Lord Khorasan, your evaluation is really a bit inappropriate. Pero looked at Khorasan with a forced smile on his face. Is there any problem with what I said? Ant, isn't she a monster with terrifying strength? Khorasan smiled as he looked at the expression on his face. Far-fetched. Pero. As a member of the Big Mom Pirates and the eldest son of Big Mom, it is completely normal for Pero to have such a reaction. Chapter 98. The False 2. One of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master, the rabbit spell warrior god Hidden Thorn Khorasan. Time passed by. Under the leadership of Pero, Khorasan finally met the legendary 4 emperors. Khorasan looked at the huge 4 emperor ant in front of him, and 4 emperors also looked at Khorasan with a serious look on her face. The 4 emperors ant is above the top of the billions of pirates in the whole world. I didn't expect you and I to meet here today in such a scene. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Khorasan looked at the 4 emperors ant with a smile on his face. You must never forget the deal between you and me. You and I formed an alliance. I will help you rule the underworld of the whole world. Also, you need to tell me the real secret of the spell warrior. His face was full of an insolent smile, and his eyes were full of seriousness. Auntie looked at Khorasan with a smile on her face. For Auntie, what she wanted most was the most powerful secret of the spell warrior, because she has experienced the power of the spell warriors. Each of them is a monster with incomparably powerful strength. They represent the strongest fighting force in the world. Once your own strength is combined with the power of a spell warrior, how terrifying will Big Mom's strength become? Of course you have to know this. You have to know that Khorasan, is a person who keeps promises. With a hypocritical smile on his face, Khorasan looked at his aunt with a smile on his face. Haha, then from now on we will celebrate that we have officially entered the state of alliance. The aunt laughed, her eyes filled with pride and arrogance. The official alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Don Quixote family. Khorasan's eyes were also full of smiles, and he walked towards Big Mom step by step. Khorasan's big hand collided with Big Mom's huge arm. Whoosh! Just when the palm sent by Khora was about to touch Ant's palm, Khorasan's figure instantly disappeared in front of Ant's eyes. Sure enough, you don't have the power of Nico Robin, but your speed is something she can't have. The ant looked at her side with a smile, and Khorasan, who was standing in front of her before, I do not know when it appeared on the side of her right hand. Spell warriors represent different powers. Nico Robin represents the bull spell of strength, and I is the rabbit spell representing speed. Facing the laughing ant, the corners of Khorasan's mouth rose slightly, full of disdain. The palm just now can be said to be Ant's test of Khorasan. He is testing Khorasan's strength. If the palms just collided, then Khorasan would endure a powerful blow from the 4 emperor ants. Although Khorasan's physique has grown tremendously after these hours of training, but it is still far from his Khorasan to compete with the 4 emperor ants. The 4 emperor ants represent the terrifying existence at the top of the hundreds of millions of pirates in the entire world, and their strength can be said to be incomparably terrifying. Is it just the speed it represents? The corners of her mouth were full of smiles, and the ant looked at Khorasan with a big smile on her face. I don't think this is the question we need to answer in our alliance, or your ant thinks you can completely suppress me. Khorasan looked at the ant, who laughed with disdain. Took him. Since you chose to ally with me, how about showing me the power of my ally? Do you think I'm right? Khorasan, his eyes were full of solemnity and a smile. Everything before was just a lie from the ant. What he has to do at this time is to consider Khorasan's strength and whether he is worthy of his own choice to form an alliance. If Auntie can capture Khorasan alive, why would he choose to form an alliance? All this requires is Khorasan's strength. To form an alliance with these vicious pirates, he only considers one question, and that is your strength. If your strength is enough, you can form an alliance with Auntie. But if you want this to be a person who has mastered the great secret but is weak, then Auntie's choice is to eat black. Auntie would abandon her promise without hesitation, and he would eat Khorasan in one bite without hesitation. He completely squeezed out the secrets he knew. Is that right? I actually think so, please, and I also want to consider the power of my alliance partners. Facing these false lies, Khorasan also nodded with a smile on his face. There is only one thing Khorasan has to do now, and that is to use his own strength to tell Ant that Khorasan is also an existence that cannot be easily provoked. He is also a terrifying monster. Haha, you really deserve to be my partner. You and I are really well informed. Auntie's huge body stood up instantly, and the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus appeared behind her. The meeting that was full of hypocrisy and harmony before can be said to have become tense at this time. Chapter 99 Ant's Fear. Fourth Emperor Ant was once defeated by the spell warrior. Do you still want to experience the power of the spell warrior this time? At some point in Khorasan's right hand, a small and dagger. Looking at the ant who had completely entered the state in front of him, there was also a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Although he didn't really want to kill the ant, he would also teach her an unforgettable lesson. He wants to let the ant know that his Khorasan is not someone to be easy to provoke, and allies need the same strength. Otherwise, you will face the oppression of the other side. Thundercloud Zeus, son Prometheus. Facing such an arrogant Khorasan, the ant who was full of temptations can be said to be completely annoyed at this time. Come on, mom. After hearing Ant's call, Thundercloud Zeus and son Prometheus came to Ant one after another. At this time, one of them was full of thunder and the other was full of flames. Khorasan, let me see the power of your spell warrior. Right. 250 thunder and flames floated behind the ant, and the aura of a 4 emperor level powerhouse burst out instantly. Auntie can be said to be full of fighting spirit at this time. She was once defeated by the bull spell warrior Nico Robin, and now all she has to do is defeat the spell warrior. Let me see the power of your 4 emperor ant. Although his words were full of disdain, Khorasan's eyes were also full of solemnity. After all, Ant 4 emperors is also a powerhouse at the level of 4 emperors, a monster with incomparably terrifying strength. Boom! The tyrannical arrogance burst out in an instant with the momentum of the 4 emperors, and this tyrannical arrogance that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. He can be said to be like an angry god that scares everyone. As expected of the 4 emperors, and feeling the pressure like a god, there was a trace of solemnity in Khorasan's eyes, but also a trace of disdain, because he once felt the aura of Nico Robin. That is the real power. That is the real power to destroy the world. Thundercloud Zeus. Auntie raised her right hand, and Thundercloud Zeus quickly attached to Auntie's right hand. Boom boom boom. Countless thunders bombarded down quickly. Thundercloud Zeus, like a natural thunder fruit person, has the power to control thunder. What about the speed of thunder? You must know that my speed surpasses light. Looking at the endless thunder that was bombarding him, a trace of disdain flashed on Khorasan's face. Whoosh whoosh. Countless thunders bombarded Khorasan, but how could they catch up with Khorasan's speed? Khorasan's speed completely surpassed thunder. Boom boom boom. The powerful thunder destroyed everything, whether it's those cakes with soul in Cake Island, or those windows and doors with souls. Even the items in Cake Island Castle were completely destroyed by this thunder. Damn it, don't you know how to avoid JD? But the power of the thunder that was manipulated could never catch up with Khorasan's footsteps. Ant's heart can be said to be full of anger. Don't you really feel anything? Khorasan's figure appeared in front of the ant, and he looked at the ant in front of him with a smile. What do you mean by that? The ant who heard Khorasan's words suddenly flashed a ferocious look on her face, because he saw the dagger in Khorasan's hand. At this time countless blood was dripping down from the dagger. It hurts, it hurts. At this moment the ant also instantly felt the pain in her back. At this time a bloody big character death appeared on the back of the ant. You little devil. Auntie instantly saw the big bloody characters on her back through the glass mirror in the room. It was a dead letter written on his back with a knife. Little devil, is this the power of your spell warrior? Why is your speed so fast? Her eyes were full of shock, and what shocked the ant most was knowing that she had skin like steel. Ant's skin's defense even surpasses that of steel, so she has the nickname of a steel balloon. Khorasan not only has a speed that makes her unable to resist, but the most important thing is that Khorasan actually broke through the defense of her skin. In other words, Khorasan has the power to chop off his head. The world's martial arts can only be fast and unbreakable. When the speed reaches an extreme, there is no defense in the world that I can't break through. With Ant, you little brat. Seeing the murderous intent flashing in Khorasan's eyes, the ant suddenly felt that her heart skipped a beat. Is this the fear that belongs to the 4 emperors? Chapter 100 Threatening the 4 emperors. Is this the speed your rabbit charm warrior has? A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and the ant looked at Khorasan with a look of fear. The speed of Khorasan is really too amazing. Even as a powerhouse at the level of the 4 emperors, he can't react. That's right, the rabbit charm warrior represents speed. 4 emperor ant, I think I should have the power to form an alliance with you. Right. Gently wiped the blood-stained dagger in his hand. Khorasan looked at mommy with a smile on his face. You bastard. There was a trace of anger in his eyes, although this time it was not a life and death struggle but through the battle with Ant just now. I also know the power of Khorasan. This is a kid who must make her go all out, and even if she goes all out, she won't necessarily win the battle. You little devil, you have gained my respect, and you have the power to form an alliance with me. Although her heart was full of unwillingness, how could Auntie have the heart to abandon it in the face of the temptation of a spell warrior? For the first time he was defeated by the cow spell Nico Robin. The second time he was defeated by the rabbit charm Khorasan. One of them represents speed and the other represents power. The ultimate speed and ultimate strength let Ant see the power of the spell warrior. They are all a group of terrifying guys. Then we are allies from now on. Khorasan's face was full of confidence with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. That's right, we will be allies from now on. The killing intent in her eyes can be said to have completely dissipated, and the Ant's face was full of smiles, as if the previous anger and killing intent were just her cover-up. Sure enough, they are a group of cunning pirates. Looking at the Ant with a bright smile on her face and her eyes full of sincerity, who would have known that the Ant even had the idea of killing Khorasan just now? What do you want to know about the whereabouts of the superhuman surgery fruit? Time lingered, and half a month passed so quickly. In the past 2 weeks, Khorasan did not leave the Cake Island. Instead, he stayed here with the members of the Don Quixote family. Although it is said to be an alliance, there are too many rules and regulations required between alliances. This matter was completely handed over to Toripol by Khorasan. Although Toripol's strength was not that great, he was still a talent in handling this. But just today, Khorasan suddenly came to the Ant and asked about the whereabouts of the superhuman surgery fruit. Relying on the information of the Don Quixote family at this time, Khorasan did not find the location of the fruit of the operation. Seeing Lugo's body weakening day by day, Khorasan finally came to the Ant. My dear ally, you must know that the value of the superhuman surgery fruit is 5 billion Bailey. Do you think I will give you such important information easily? Although you and I are allies, pay attention to it's a fair deal. There is only one condition for us to form an alliance, and that is to exchange the secrets of the 12 spells of the Holy Master for the underground underworld that I will help you rule the whole world. Are you willing to exchange the secrets of the spell warriors for this information? The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and Auntie looked at Khorasan in front of her with a smile. If Khorasan really wanted, then Auntie would tell the whereabouts of the fruit of the operation without hesitation. Having the whereabouts of the fruit of surgery does not necessarily mean that you can have the fruit of surgery. The value of the surgical fruit that can perform undead surgery can be said to be inestimable. For the celestial dragon people who are high above the world government aristocracy, if they can obtain immortality, it is their greatest pursuit. They have the supreme power over this world. They have the inexhaustible amount of heavenly gold provided by the participating countries of the world government. Whether it is power, status, or wealth, they can be said to be the strongest beings. But even so, they can't change life, old age, sickness, and death. Zero. Even if he enjoys so much status, wealth, and power in front of him, so what? It was not death that finally met them. Once the celestial dragons are made aware of the whereabouts of the surgical fruit, they will do whatever it takes to seize the surgical fruit. Really? Khorasan's face raised slightly with a trace of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Are you sure you want me to exchange this information for the whereabouts of the fruit of the operation? Once this transaction is completed, it will mean the complete end of our ally relationship, which means that we will no longer be allies. With astonishing killing intent flashing in his eyes, Khorasan looked at the Ant in front of him with a smile on his face. You little brat, are you threatening me? Her eyes were full of anger, and when she heard Khorasan's naked threat full of words, the Ant could be said to be completely angry. She stood up excitedly, her face full of murderous intent. I hope you can make a good choice of the 4 emperors. Facing the Ant whose eyes were full of murderous intent, Khorasan shook his head with disdain. In this world of the weak, the only thing they rely on is strength. The Khorasan has a strength smaller than that of the Ant. Chapter 101 Candidates for the Spell Warrior. Mom, are we just watching that bastard Khorasan bullying our Ant pirates? With Khorasan's departure, Ant's eldest son Pero came to Ant with an indignant expression. He had been watching the battle conversation between Ant and Khorasan just now. When did his dignified big mom pirates fall to such a level that they were bullied and persecuted by Khorasan? They were actually threatened with life and death by Khorasan, as if they couldn't agree to Khorasan's request, then they would only face death. But they are the dignified C250 Thief 4 emperors. When have they been treated like this? And they are the only ones who have threatened others and have been threatened by others. Parrot Spiro's face was full of resentment. They represent the 4 emperors at the top of the billions of pirates in the entire world. They are one of the strongest existences in the entire world in terms of strength and power. But just today, their Ant pirates were threatened by others, and their words were full of disdain, as if their Ant pirates were the soft persimmons in his hands. A weakling who can be bullied by him. Damn bastard, I didn't expect that guy's strength to be so powerful. The Ant felt the burning pain in her back. Her heart could be said to be full of anger. As one of the top pirates in the world, she can be said to be very very angry. This is the first time she has been threatened like this, and this is the first time she has encountered such a thing. Mom, are we really just sitting idly by and letting that Khorasan do something wrong in the My Big Mom Pirates? His face was full of anger, and Pero roared angrily. Boom! A surprising aura erupted from within the ant's body. Her eyes can be said to be full of anger. This humiliation can be said to be satisfied and forgotten, just like Nico Robin gave her 6 years ago humiliation in general. I won't back down from this matter. If you want to know the whereabouts of the surgical fruit, you must exchange it with the secrets of the talisman warriors. The ant stood up angrily, knowing that she is the ant of the 4 emperors of the pirates, but she has her own dignity. We can't back down on this matter. If we let that guy gain ground again and again, then we will face his never-ending greed. Pero roared indignantly. At this time, he could be said to be full of fear and disgust for Khorasan. It's easy to ask God to send God off. At first they found Khorasan and wanted him to join the Big Mom Pirates, but Khorasan's strength completely surpassed their imagination. This is something they can't afford to provoke at all. Great God, a demon that is enough to turn his ant pirates into a crisis of destruction. Hey, but it's all worth it for the secret of the spell warrior. Thinking of the powerful power that the spell warrior possesses, the ant can say that there is only one excuse in her heart, that is, to obtain the secret of the spell warrior at all costs. She wants to be the spell warrior. She wants to control the spell warrior's immense power. The secret of the spell warrior. I will definitely control the spell warrior to become a real spell warrior. The ant who stood up, her eyes are full of self-confidence and domineering. Her face is full of firmness. For the first time he was defeated by Nico Robin, the bull spell warrior. The second time he was defeated by the rabbit charm warrior Khorasan. Whether it's the power of the cow spell or the speed of the rabbit spell, this made the ant know the power of the spell warrior. Do you think it's such a simple thing to become a spell warrior? After leaving the palace where the ant was, looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, Khorasan's eyes could be said to be full of disdain. The candidates for the 12 spell warriors of the Lord can only be decided by the Lord alone. No one in the world today can challenge the Lord. The Holy Master only belongs to a golden finger, and each spell warrior has his own ideas, beliefs. What the Holy Master does is to absorb the power of all living beings to unlock his own seal. He does not know what each spell warrior thinks. Due to change, the talisman warriors represent the talisman warriors. They have their own ideas, status, and power. If in the future one spell is the navy and the other is the pirate, it is normal for the two of them to fight a battle. That is to say, except for the monstrous and indiscriminate killing of innocent people, everyone other than this wicked person has the opportunity to become a spell warrior. Auntie, I hope you are a smart person, otherwise the world will lose another interesting soul. With disdain on his face, Khorasan shook his head with disdain, wanting to become a spell-controlling spell. It is extremely difficult to say, because the real master of the power of the spell is the Holy Lord. Chapter 102. Be my brother. Lugo, what did you say? You exchanged the whereabouts of the fruit of the operation with the transaction between you and the ant. 5 days later, on the sea surface not far from the waters attached to Anti-Cake Island, Lugo, he who was suffering from lead and mercury disease, raised his head in disbelief and looked at the man in front of him. After learning from Khorasan's mouth that he actually exchanged this transaction for the whereabouts of the fruit of the operation, his heart was touched and unbelievable. The disease in your body can't be suppressed for a long time. If you can't get the fruits of the operation, it will be a dead end for you at this time. Khorasan looked at Lugo seriously and shook his head. The exhausted journey from Bihai to the New World made Lugo's condition worse and worse. 19. According to the current situation, Lugo will die here because of the disease in his body. You idiot, did you give up the chance to rule the entire underworld just because of a little devil? With fury on his face, Lugo questioned Khorasan. Because I regard you as my own brother. With a smile on his face, Khorasan turned his head to look at Lugo. You. His eyes were full of disbelief. Lugo looked at Khorasan in disbelief. Why didn't he expect that Khorasan would actually say such a sentence? Lugo Cai is just a little devil who will die soon, but Khorasan is a big pirate with a bounty of more than hundreds of millions in the navy, and even reached an alliance with the 4 emperors at this time. And the most important thing is that Khorasan is a legendary talisman warrior, a talisman warrior with the power to destroy the world. How could he, Roida, make Khorasan pay such attention to him? Lugo's face was full of tears. He looked at Khorasan angrily and roared. Isn't it just the underworld world? Can't I become the king of this underground world without her aunt's help? Of course domineering. The overlord is domineering. Toripol raised his head in fear and looked at Khorasan, who was standing there. At this time, in Toripol's eyes, Khorasan's figure can be said to be completely different from that of Dover brother Ming. Overlap this aura. Lugo felt uncomfortable and knelt down in front of Khorasan. Khorasan. At this time, in his eyes, Khorasan's figure was so tall and mighty. Lugo, what if I don't have the help of the 4 emperors? Don't you think I can't become the king of this underground world? His eyes were full of domineering, and Khorasan looked at Lugo with a serious and domineering expression. No, you will definitely become the king of the underground world, and you will definitely succeed. His eyes were full of admiration. At this time, Khorasan was the existence of Lugo's lifelong struggle and loyalty. Grab the fruit of the operation to cure the disease in your body, then Lugo will become my right and left hand. Khorasan's mouth slightly raised, his face full of seriousness. If I can obtain the power of the fruit of surgery and successfully cure the disease in my body, then I am willing to be loyal to you, Lord Khorasan, for the rest of my life. His eyes were full of sincerity, and Lugo looked at Khorasan with incomparable sincerity. Don't worry, there is no one in the world today who can take the power of the fruit of surgery from my hands. A powerful self-confidence burst out instantly. As a spell warrior, Khorasan has such confidence. I am willing to be loyal to Lord Khorasan for life. I am willing to be loyal to Lord Khorasan for the rest of my life. As this mighty overlord burst out, the aura of the king can be said to have enveloped the entire island in an instant. It can be said that the senior officials who belonged to the Doflamingo family really swore their allegiance to Khorasan. This time, it can be said that they sincerely swore their allegiance. If it was said that when they were in Bihai before, they were only afraid of Khorasan's power, then at this time they can be said to have completely surrendered. 250 Defeat Charlotte Katakuri, the monster of the New World. Go to the New World to form an alliance with the 4 emperors and have the power to rival the 4 emperors. What a powerful force this is. This is completely beyond Doflamingo's strength. If Khorasan is in charge of this family, then who can stop the rise of their Don Quixote family in the world today? And their Don Quixote family will become one of the strongest families in the world. Haha. Domineering and insolent laughter resounded throughout the sea, and Khorasan's open arms seemed to welcome and embrace the entire sea and the world. On this sea, the name of my Khorasan will be spread, and I will let my name of Khorasan resound throughout the sea. Powerful domineering swept the whole world like wolf smoke. This is his ambition of Khorasan. He wants to be an emperor who reigns over the world. Chapter 103 Undying Kaido Ant's Conspiracy. Beep beep beep. Haha. Lingling didn't expect you to still call me. On an island full of sinister environments in the New World, a man with a huge body and a ferocious aura was on his face. He smiled and looked at the phone bug in his hand. As one of the 4 pirate emperors, Kaido and his aunt were once comrades in arms on the same boat. They both have their own pasts. Although Auntie has Kaido's phone bug, she has never had any communication with Kaido in the past few decades. I think you should know about the spell warrior too. The aunt on Cake Island looked at the phone bug in her hand with a smile on her lips. How could I not know about the cursed warriors that caused the whole sea to roar? Don't tell me that you have become a cursed warrior. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although Kaido's face was full of smiles, the killing intent in his eyes could be said to be beyond words. Although Kaido and Ant have some friendship, how can this kind of friendship be called a real friendship? The only thing between them is killing and exploiting. Because I already know the biggest secret among the spell warriors. Don't you want to know the secret? On the other side of the phone bug, Ant 4 emperors said to Kaido the beast with a smile on her face. You already know the biggest secret of the spell warrior. I don't think you are kidding me, are you? His face was full of seriousness, but Kaido's words were still full of temptation. It can be said that this matter is really too important. You must know that even Kaido, the powerful beast of the 4 emperors, recognizes the power of the spell warrior. This is of course you know the current spell warrior Khorasan. It was from him that I obtained the real secret of the spell warrior. The final secret of the spell warrior has been controlled by me at this time. Are you not interested in sharing the secret with me, Kaido? The words were full of teasing, and the ant said the sentence with a smile on her face. Would you be so kind to share the secret with me? Kaido questioned Ant directly with disdain on his face. Haha, as expected of my former friend. Indeed, there is indeed a requirement to share the secret with me, but this requirement can be said to be easy for you. In the face of Kaido's questioning, Auntie laughed without any cover-up. What request? Although he knew that Auntie's request might be a bit excessive, he also wanted to know the secrets of the spell warrior. After all, that is a talisman warrior, representing another powerful force between heaven and earth. After possessing the power of a spell warrior, his beast Kaido's power will be invincible. I need a devil fruit. Bring that devil fruit in front of me and I will tell you the secret of the spell warrior. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, and the ant said the sentence with a smile. What type of devil fruit is it? Kaido's brows quickly wrinkled, and his face was full of suspicion. What kind of devil fruit is there in today's world worthy of Ant's willingness to trade the secret of the spell warrior in exchange? What does that devil fruit mean to Big Mom's arrival? Does he have such great value? You must know that it is the power of a spell spell warrior that surpasses the power of a devil fruit. Superman is a surgical fruit. I know where his location is now. I can tell you his location, but after you hand that devil fruit into my hands. The words were full of sternness, and the ant directly stated her request. Superman is a surgical fruit. I have heard of this devil fruit with a bounty of more than 5 billion Bailey. Its value is indeed worth the secret of a spell warrior, but there is one thing I am very curious about. Since you already know the whereabouts of that devil fruit, why don't you go find it yourself? After hearing that what Auntie wanted was the fruit of surgery, Kaido the Beast nodded. This devil fruit is indeed worth the price, but there is one thing that makes Kaido extremely curious. Why does Auntie know the whereabouts of this devil fruit but she doesn't look for it? Because the secret of the talisman warrior is what I exchanged for the whereabouts of this devil fruit, which means that you will have real contact with the talisman warrior with Lee's to win this devil fruit from his hands. The words were full of laughter, and the ant laughed and said to Kaido the Beast on the other side of the phone, "Bug, are you planning to use a devil fruit to get me and the charm warrior into a battle?" The words were full of seriousness, and Kaido the Beast directly rebuked him. "Then tell me your choice. Do you choose to back down because you are afraid of the power of the spell warrior?" The ant in the castle of Cake Island, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, full of pride, because Kaido the Beast is a man who is not afraid of death. He has almost an undead body, and he can be said to be an undead existence. Chapter 104. The Fruit of Superhuman Surgery. Lingling, you are still so cunning to kill people with a knife, but aren't you just a mere talisman warrior? Do you think my Beast Kaido will really fear him? Beast Kaido laughed out loud. As a strong man of the four emperors, could he be afraid because of a name? Moreover, Kaido of the Beasts doesn't believe that the charm warrior is so powerful he can powerfully kill the powerhouses of the four emperors level. And Kaido the Beast has an immortal body. He didn't believe that the spell warrior could break his immortality. If that's the case, then I'll tell you the whereabouts of the fruit of surgery, and I'll tell you the secret of the spell warrior when I bring the fruit of surgery to me. The ant in the castle of Cake Island, her mouth can be said to be full of a proud smile. How about knowing the secret of the spell warrior? Could he really be a spell warrior? The Holy Lord is actually hidden in the body of the spell warrior. The 12 spell warriors represent 12,532 abilities. Every ability is bestowed by the Lord. This is the secret that Auntie knows the most, but if you want to become a spell warrior, you must be recognized by the Holy Master. At this moment, Auntie suddenly had a very terrifying thought in her heart, that is to kill the talisman warrior and force the Holy Master out of the talisman warrior. If the Holy Master parasitized in Khorasan's body is killed by Khorasan, what are the consequences for him? At this moment, Auntie's heart can be said to be full of infinite conjectures. "Sir, are you sure that I have no problem in revealing these secrets?" On the night before he made a deal with Aunt, Khorasan had repeatedly asked the Holy Master in his mind whether these secrets needed to be revealed, but the Holy Master has only one answer: any plan is vain in the face of absolute power. JD, as long as you have absolute strength, then you are invincible. The Lord's words can be said to be full of absolute confidence, because he has such strength. Even if he is the Lord, it is the power of 12 spells. The amount was unsealed, but he was also the Holy Master, an extremely powerful monster. Those with the ability to operate fruit can create a global or hemispherical space in which they can cut, exchange, and splicing anything at will, and even exchange two minds. The life cut by the capable person with the knife does not die or even bleed, and is still alive but produces a slight pain. Anything that is cut by a person with the ability to operate fruit can be spliced together, which is essentially different from ordinary direct cutting with a knife. When using the ability of the surgical fruit, it will consume the ability's own physical strength. The world government once wanted to buy it for 5 billion Baileys. Is this the fruit of the operation worth 5 billion Baileys? At this time, the pirate Dian Barrels, who was entrenched on the island of Mignon in the North Sea, was excited at this time. He looked at the devil fruit in the shape of a red heart in front of him. This is the fruit of superhuman surgery. Boss, is the world government really willing to offer 5 billion berry to buy this devil fruit? Just when Barrels looked excitedly at the devil fruit in his hand, one of his men on the pirate ship looked at him excitedly and asked, "Of course, you all know that the ultimate meaning of the fruit of the operation is to perform the operation of immortality." Immortality, I think it can be said to be full of infinite temptations for those high-level officials of the world government. The corners of his mouth were full of smiles, and Barrels looked at his subordinates proudly. "You know that's 5 billion Baileys. Enough for him to eat and drink in this life without worrying about wealth and wealth. I don't know when the people from the world government will arrive." He solemnly received the devil fruit into a treasure box, and Barrels' eyes were full of anxiety. After all, the longer he dragged on, the more crises he would encounter. He didn't want this broken wealth to be quickly lost in front of his eyes. Crack! Just as Barrels solemnly collected the fruit of the operation. A sound of footsteps suddenly appeared behind him. With excitement in his eyes, Barrels quickly turned his head and looked behind him. How is this possible? Barrels turned his head. His eyes were full of disbelief. Because I don't know when. The dozens of brothers who were in this room together had all fallen into a pool of blood. A young man in his 20s stood behind her with a bloody dagger and a smile on his face. Ta-ta-ta, a crisp voice sounded in his ears. Barrels lowered his head and looked at Khorasan's feet. Khorasan, who was wearing leather shoes, was gently stepping on his right foot. It turned out that Khorasan deliberately made this sound, and he did so for only one purpose, which was to attract Barrels' attention. Who are you? What are you here for? His eyes were full of fear. At this time, Barrels realized that the reason why he didn't die was because of Khorasan's mercy. Chapter 105 Beast Kaido. Give me the fruit of the surgery. His eyes were full of seriousness and seriousness. Khorasan looked at the pirate captain. The fruit of the surgery can be said to be close at hand, and his power is enough to instantly kill the pirate captain. Who are you? What do you want to do? Why do you know that the fruit of the operation is with me? His eyes were full of murderous intent, and Barrels looked at Khorasan with murderous intent. Hand over the fruits of the surgery. Facing the pirate Khorasan, whose eyes were full of murderous intent and his face was full of hideousness, his face was still as expressionless as ever, as if he was a worthless trash. Wow! Barrels quickly drew out a long sword, and he scolded Khorasan angrily with the long sword in his hand. You arrogant fellow, do you think that the long sword in your hand is enough to defeat me? Seeing such behavior, Barrels Khorasan's face was full of disdain. The reason why Khorasan didn't kill him just now was just because he wanted to know from his mouth who was the one who dealt with him this time. But this is just a question sent by Korra, which does not mean that Barrels can do something to him. In the face of absolute speed, any martial arts moves have no effect. A dagger that was dripping blood was quietly placed on Barrels' neck, and the biting cold pressed against Barrels' skin. Who the hell are you? Barrels' heart can be said to be full of horror. He never thought that Khorasan's speed was so fast. Like teleportation, his speed surpassed Barrels' imagination. Haven't you heard of my name? Khorasan, the 12 curse warrior of the Holy Master, the Thorn. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his face was filled with a bloodthirsty smile. The dagger in Khorasan's hand slid lightly across Barrels' skin. Puff puff. Blood spurted down quickly. Crack. The wooden box in Barrels' hand was instantly caught by Khorasan. Come out, I can already feel your breath. Khorasan, who caught the wooden box, suddenly turned his head to look at the roof of the house with a serious face. Just when he killed Barrels, he felt a wave of momentum. This is the aura of a strong man. Crack. The roof of the house burst instantly. A man with 2 horns on the top of his head and his body full of mighty aura appeared in front of Khorasan. The 4 pirate emperors and beasts. Kaido, don't tell me you are the trade partner of this devil fruit. He looked at the man who appeared in front of him. This is a tall and burly man with black hair in a shawl, a pair of horns, a long beard like a dragon's beard on his mouth, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. The upper body is naked. There is a cross scar on the right abdomen. A purple shirt hangs on the waist. 2 gold chains hang on the hem of the shirt, and the lower body wears dark green wide trousers with a beaded rope around the waist like a devil. Among the pirates, Kaido, the 4 emperors and 100 beasts, is a man who claims to be immortal. Are you the so-called Holy Master 12 spell warrior? The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his face was filled with the arrogant smile. Kaido the beast looked at Khorasan in front of him with a smile on his face. It seems that your purpose is not this simple devil fruit. Seeing the greed flashing in Kaido's eyes, Khorasan shook his head with disdain. Everyone has greed, but if you want to have greed, you must have the same strength. If you don't have the same strength, then your ambition will gradually swallow you up. Yes, I'm also very curious about the legendary Holy Master, and I'm also full of doubts about the incomparably powerful Talisman Warriors. Do you Talisman Warriors really have such a powerful power? Beast Kaido shook his head with disdain. Even though he recognized the strength of the spell warrior, he recognized his own strength even more. Auntie, you didn't disappoint me. Your promise is worthless with you. In that case, I don't have the slightest guilt to take your head off next time. Looking at Kaido of the beasts in front of him, Khorasan immediately shook his head with disdain. Is Kaido of the beasts stupid, or did he think he was strong enough to suppress Khorasan? Sure enough, he is a smart kid. Since you are willing to tell the secret of the spell warrior to your aunt, then I think you don't mind sharing the secret with me. Tell me, what's the secret of the spell warrior? His face was full of hideous smiles, and his whole body burst out with powerful domineering arrogance. These are the 4 emperors who rule the world over the billions of pirates. Whether it is strength or momentum, they are all worthy of this title. The honor of the spell warrior cannot be slandered. If you want to know the secret of the Lord, then defeat me. Khorasan, who held the wooden box in his hand tightly with the dagger in his right hand, erupted from his body. Momentum. It is also the overlord with with the aptitude of a king who burst out with arrogance and arrogance. Chapter 106 Lieutenant General Crane's Conjecture. Little devil, didn't expect you to have domineering arrogance too. But did you know? There are countless men with domineering arrogance in the New World, but there are only 4 of the 4 emperors. I am the man who claims to be immortal Kaido. The mighty aura swept the whole world, and at this time the whole island was shaking, and Kaido's aura instantly caused the entire island to shake. What exactly is going on? Is it an earthquake? Why is that? At this time, besides Koro-san and Kaido, there is a third force on the island of Mignon, and this third force is not 253, but someone else, is led by Vice Admiral of the Navy Crane Navy. This is also the object of these pirate transactions, and the senior officials of the world government ordered the naval forces to escort them. At this time, Lieutenant General Crane was the highest commander of this escort. This aura, is it the madman of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido? Lieutenant General Crane, who felt the momentum that caused the entire island to vibrate, her face changed instantly because she seemed to vaguely feel this momentum, which belonged to the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido. 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido? That lunatic! Don't tell me that he is also on this island at this time and is at war with people. His eyes were full of solemnity, and Admiral Crane looked at the center of the island because he could clearly feel that the astonishing momentum came from there. Everyone stop and then withdraw to the warship. After feeling the momentum of Kaido of the 4 emperors and beasts, Lieutenant General Crane suddenly roared and ordered all the naval soldiers to stop. Lieutenant General Crane, why is the time for the deal coming soon? Just when all the hundreds of naval soldiers stopped and were about to go back, a world government official in black came to Lieutenant General Crane. Obviously, this official is not a sack of wine and rice. He did not rely on himself as an official of the world government to ignore Admiral He. You must know that he, who is the chief of staff of the Navy headquarters, has a position in the world government. It is also a top-level existence. After all, the Navy is the strongest fighting force under the world government. The position of Lieutenant General Crane is also one of the top 5 existences in the Navy. The power controlled by Lieutenant General Crane is simply not an existence that this official can match. After all, no matter what era the people in control of the military are incomparably powerful. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido is here. At this time, he is fighting with people. We cannot participate in this battle at all. His eyes were full of solemnity, and he felt the shock of the central position of the island not far away. Voice. Lieutenant General Crane could also feel that Kaido, the beast, at this time was already using his full strength. That is to say, he faces what came was an opponent that made him need to go all out. The battle between the 2 4 emperor level powerhouses is not something that their navy can participate in at this time. Unless all the 3 admirals of the navy are already here, there is no chance for them to win at all. In the face of 2 4 emperor level powerhouses, what Admiral Crane needs are the 3 naval admirals. For a powerhouse of this level, no matter how many miscellaneous soldiers there are, there is no way to do it, and Lieutenant General Crane only has hundreds of navy soldiers under his command at this time. His face was full of seriousness and helplessness. For the powerhouse of the 4 emperors, even if he had tens of thousands of troops, a powerful domineering shock would be enough to completely destroy these tens of thousands of troops. These are things that Lieutenant General Crane has personally experienced. The powerful domineering destroys all weak enemies, and the domineering of the king destroys the sky and the earth. The 4 emperors and beasts Kaido is here. How could it be that he is not in the new world? His face was full of surprise, and this world government official's face was full of disbelief. You must know that this is Behi, not the new world. What? Why did the 4 emperors appear here? You must know that this is not the new world but the North Sea ruled by the navy. Although Kaido is terrifying here, what's even more terrifying is that the beast Kaido is fighting with one person at this time, which means that there are at least 2 4 emperor level powerhouses here. His eyes were full of solemnity, and General Crane looked at the official with a solemn expression. 2 powerful men at the level of the 4 emperors. The words were full of disbelief. The official looked at Lieutenant General He with a horrified look on his face. You must know that the 4 emperors represent the strongest forces in this world. Uncrowned king. That's right, Kaido of the beasts is fighting with others at this time, and it's still an extremely fierce battle. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head helplessly. From this imposing reaction, it could be seen that this was an enemy that was evenly matched with Kaido. How many people can fight Kaido the beasts? And he is in the North Sea at this time. Lieutenant General Crane, standing on this island full of mighty aura, was thinking about how many people in the world could fight Kaido the beasts, and she was in the North Sea at this time. People in Chapter 107 Kaido's immortal body. Curse warrior Koro-san, hand over your spell power to me. Beast Kaido walked towards Koro-san step by step. His huge body contained a powerful momentum, and the momentum was enough to shock the entire island from from shaking. You want to gain the power of a spell warrior, but do you think you deserve this power? A disdainful smile appeared on his face. Khorasan shook his head with disdain. The little devil with sharp teeth and sharp mouth. According to legend, the Holy Master has a total of 12 charms. If I can have the power of 12 charms, then my beast Kaido is the real immortal existence. How big is Kaido's ambition? Others 19 just want to have a spell, but Kaido wants to have 12 charms. He wants to surpass the Lord and be above the Lord. Do you want to become a new Holy Master? You actually want to covet the power of 12 charms. Hearing Kaido's wild words, Khorasan shook his head with disdain. The 12 charms of the Lord represent all the power of the Lord. If you want to become the master of the 12 charms, you will become a new Lord. He's just a villain who hides his head and shows his tail. What if he has the power of 12 charms? Would he dare to appear in front of my eyes at this time? Hearing Khorasan comparing himself with the Holy Master, Kaido's face could be said to be full of disdain. This is his disdain for the Lord. The frog at the bottom of the well will never know how wide this world is. You who are immortal and immortal are just an ant in front of the Lord. Do you think you really have the power to rival the Lord? Not even one of the 12 talisman warriors under the Holy Master's command. With a disdainful smile on his face, Khorasan looked at Kaido the beast with disdain, actually trying to challenge the Holy Master. Don't you want to live? Although Khorasan didn't know how powerful the Holy Master really was, he knew that one thing was that the Holy Master was an existence that he couldn't provoke at all. He was a man who was majestic and inviolable like a god. That's right, there is no existence in the world today that I, the beast Kaido, dare not provoke. Kaido's face was full of arrogant smiles. With the body of immortality, he can be said to dare to go anywhere. Dare to jump. Beast Kaido, you are too arrogant. His eyes were full of killing intent, and Khorasan quickly took out the dagger in his hand. Do you think you can kill me with that little dagger? For the huge beast Kaido, the dagger in Khorasan's hand is as vulnerable as a child's toy. You can try, Kaido the beast, and see if you can withstand my attack. Although the dagger in his hand is small, it is full of endless slaughter for Khorasan because it belongs to him. Assassin Khorasan's weapon, even if he is just an ordinary dagger, is different in his Khorasan's hands. Little devil, you are too arrogant. Do you think you are really my opponent? With a disdainful smile on his face, Kaido of the Beasts had a look on his face. Looking at Khorasan in disdain, he shook his head. In today's world, people who can possess such power are indeed possessed, and there are not a few strong people who can match him with Kaido of the Beasts. But Kaido of the Beasts can confirm that there is no such person as Khorasan here. Although Khorasan is a talisman warrior, he doesn't really see Kaido, a beast who has never really fought against a talisman warrior. No, I never took you in my eyes. His eyes were full of disdain. Facing the 4 Emperor level strong beast Kaido, Khorasan never really took him seriously. Sharp-toothed kid, I'll show you how powerful I am. With both hands clenched, Kaido the beast quickly charged towards Khorasan. 253. Just when the beast Kaido had just rushed halfway, several bloodstains suddenly erupted on the beast Kaido's huge body. His legs and arms were full of bloody wounds. 100 Beast Kaido, now you know my speed. Khorasan did not know when to appear behind 100 Beast Kaido. At this time, his white and clean dagger can be said to be full of that blood dripping down. Haha, what is this little devil's injury to me? Kaido the beast, you must know that I am immortal. His face was full of disdain. Kaido the beast shook his head in disdain. I saw that at the speed visible to the naked eye. The bloody wounds on Kaido's body could be said to be recovering quickly. I'm not going to die, I'm Kaido. His face was full of disdain, and the wound on Kaido's body disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Chapter 108. Kill Kaido in seconds. As expected, the 4 sovereigns are all terrifying guys, and that guy's resilience is really too strong. My dagger can only gently cut through his skin. You can't do any real harm to him. Looking at the beast Kaido, who had quickly recovered from his injuries in front of him, Khorasan's eyes were also full of seriousness and seriousness. In the end, he was just an extremely fast assassin. Facing a warrior-type master with high defense such as the beast Kaido, he felt extremely difficult at this time. Little guy, your speed is really beyond my imagination. This is the power of your spell warrior. Beast Kaido looked at Khorasan in front of him with a smile on his face. His speed was indeed beyond Beast Kaido's imagination. This could be said to be a speed that surpassed extreme speed. Even as a 4 Emperor level powerhouse, he felt horrified in the face of this speed. If the person who possesses the rabbit charm is not Khorasan, but a master of Garp's level, then Garp can be called an invincible existence. The owner of the world's strongest armament and domineering, coupled with this invincible speed. How many people in the world today can be Garp's opponents? Haha, damn kid, give me the power of your spell. With a smug smile on his face, Kaido the beast approached Khorasan step by step. If you want to gain the power of my spell, unless you kill me. His cold face filled with a disdainful smile. Looking at Kaido the beast walking towards him, him step by step. Khorasan gently lifted it up, the dagger in his hand. If killing you can gain the power of a spell warrior, then I will kill you without hesitation. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, filled with a disdainful smile. Boom! A powerful aura of armament covered his whole body. At this time, Kaido of the Beasts was like an invincible god of war. His powerful aura caused the entire island to sway. Kakaka! Just when the beast Kaido was unscrupulous and burst out with his own momentum on the beast Kaido's body, full of armed and domineering, countless sparks instantly enveloped the entire beast Kaido's body. Crack! A crisp voice sounded in the sparks. The sound of the dagger breaking can be said to be particularly harsh. This is the strength of Kaido of the Four Emperors and Beasts. Looking at the broken dagger in his hand, Khorasan's face was also full of helplessness, and Kaido, the domineering beast covered in armed, had a solid defense. Is too amazing. His defense was simply not something that Khorasan could break through at this time. Khorasan is just a speed-type agile assassin, while Kaido is like a tank in defensive gear. His defensive power is simply too amazing and too powerful. The strong defense made everyone feel suffocated. Little devil, what else can you do now? Looking at Khorasan, who threw the broken dagger in his hand aside, Kaido's face was full of arrogant confidence. Do you really think that I can't defeat you? Do you really think that I can't break through your defense with a powerful weapon all over your body? With a disdainful smile on his face, Khorasan raised his right hand. This is the first time I've tried this trick, but I believe that Kaido, the beast, you will learn how powerful he is. He gently raised his right index finger, and a powerful armament covered his fingers. This is the Navy's 6th style finger gun. I really didn't like this trick before. After all, how can a finger gun be compared with a dagger? But after having the power of a spell warrior, I realized that the finger gun is the most suitable. My ability. The finger gun is covered with a powerful weapon pretending to be domineering. Clark's eyes were full of sharpness. At this time, he was like an eagle staring at his prey. You bastard! At this moment, Kaido the beast suddenly felt a pain in his heart. A pain of tearing muscles instantly appeared in his mind. Kaido the beast quickly lowered his head and looked towards his chest. I saw a wound the size of the mouth of a bowl on the chest of the beast Kaido at this time, and the bright red heart in the mouth of the bowl is beating fast. However, a finger-sized finger-like space appeared there above the bright red heart. If you can't die even like this, to Li Zhao, then I have nothing to say. Khorasan didn't know when he appeared behind the beast Kaido. At this time, his right index finger was even stained with the broken flesh. Little devil, is this your true speed? His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Beast Kaido looked at Khorasan in shock. Although he had already experienced Khorasan's powerful speed before, the speed of this attack made by Beast Kaido feel even more terrified. He didn't know when Khorasan appeared behind him and shattered his heart with one finger. If he hadn't felt the pain in his heart, he wouldn't even know this. Chapter 109 Shenlong Kaido. As expected of a spell warrior, I want to get your spell power more and more. Kaido, the beast full of excitement, walked towards Khorasan step by step. At the same time, the wound on his chest also recovered in an instant. This is the secret of Kaido's immortality, the power of instant recovery. No matter whether it is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, it cannot pierce the body, and the powerful power of instant recovery endows it with tenacious vitality. Because of its extremely strong body, Kaido is the strongest creature that cannot be killed. Kaido has been tortured more than 1,000 times. He was sentenced to death 40 times, but even if he was hanged, his chains would be torn off. Even if he was guillotined, he could smash a guillotine, and even if he was stabbed by a long spear, it would end with the spear breaking. Can't kill him, including himself. Although Khorasan's speed was extremely fast, his attack power still couldn't hurt Kaido of the Four Emperors and 100 Beasts. Beast Kaido can say that 260 is incomparably restrained by Khorasan, and Khorasan who is fighting against him can be said to be in a passive state in an instant. Of course, this is not really passive suppression at all. On the contrary, the one that was suppressed belonged to Kaido, the beast. It's because Kaido's speed is simply not comparable to Khorasan's. Although Khorasan's damage to the beast Kaido can be recovered instantly, this recovery also consumes the beast Kaido's stamina. Although the beast Kaido will not die, he will fall into a drowsiness due to the fatigue of the battle, and he will eventually be captured by the Navy due to exhaustion of physical strength. Beast Kaido was arrested by the Navy because of his lack of physical strength after the repeated battles, but with the strength of his undead body and his own powerful strength, he can be said to have no fear at all. Because he has an immortal body, even he can't kill himself in the world today. Puff puff, countless blood burst out from Kaido's huge body. One by one, wounds the size of the mouth of a bowl kept appearing on Kaido's body. Countless blood spurted out, and the blood could be said to have dyed Kaido's body red. Beast Kaido, his huge body was filled with countless blood, and the beast Kaido at this time looked like a bloody man. Haha, brat, you are the first guy who can do me such damage. You are were indeed a talisman warrior. Although his body was filled with endless blood and there were countless ferocious wounds on his body, the face of Kaido of the beasts was still there. It is full of pride. It was as if the blood that was shed was not his at all. It was as if he had suppressed Khorasan at this time. Little devil, are you serious that the powerhouses of the four emperors are all that simple? With a wild smile on his face, Kaido's body instantly changed. An invisible aura enveloped the entire island. This momentum, Khorasan, who felt this amazing momentum, can be said to be full of solemnity in his eyes. This made him think JD to the former Nico Robin, who also has an unrivaled formidable aura. Of course, how can the aura of Kaido be compared to Nico Robin? Just like the firefly and the bright moon. But for Khorasan at this time, Kaido is an extremely powerful enemy. Yin 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 yin, a sound of dragon roar resounded throughout the island. The mighty dragon power swept the whole island. This is, looking at the golden dragon with a length of 100 meters in front of him, Khorasan's heart can be said to be filled with infinite fear, knowing that no matter which world the dragon represents, it is a powerful force. Moreover, the aura of the beast Kaido felt to Khorasan at this time was incomparably powerful. I'm the one with the power of the magical beast, the dragon fruit, said Kaido, the beast who transformed into the body of a dragon. It can be said that his strength has increased countless times in an instant, especially the defense of Shenlong even more powerful. He even endowed Kaido with his powerful defensive power. Little guy, although your speed is incomparably amazing, your attack is like a tickling for me. Kaido, the beast whose strength was enhanced by the dragon's body, quickly swooped towards Khorasan with an arrogant expression on his face. And go. Whoosh. Although Kaido's aura increased countless times, but he wanted to compete with Khorasan in speed, but he could never catch up with Khorasan. The rabbit charm that represents the law of speed represents that absolute speed. Boom. The huge body smashed heavily on the island. Crack. The cornerstone of the island made a crackling sound. This blow directly destroyed the root of the island. Little devil, you are a devil fruit person. When this island sinks, where else can you go? Kaido, the beast who is madly raging on this island, has only one thing to do now, and that is to destroy the island and let Khorasan, a devil fruit person, fall into the sea. At that time, even if he is a spell warrior, he will not be able to restrain the fear of the sea water from the devil fruit. Chapter 110, Invincible Spells. Spell Warrior Kid. This is the true power of my beast Kaido. The powerful force was concentrated in all parts of the body. At this time, the beast Kaido's power can be said to be incomparably powerful. This is the real state of him. This is the real Kaido of the four emperors and 100 beasts. Do you think I can't beat you like this? That's because I think too much. His face was filled with a disdainful smile, even in the face of the beast Kaido in the form of a dragon. Khorasan also didn't flinch at all, because he is a talisman warrior, representing the most powerful talisman warrior. You little devil with sharp teeth and sharp mouth, today I will show you how powerful I am. His eyes were full of seriousness, and the dragon-shaped beast Kaido quickly charged towards Khorasan. Boom! The whole island was shaking violently. Is this the power of the beast Kaido? At this time, on the sea surface of this island, an admiral-class warship quietly docked here. On this endless sea, on this naval warship with hundreds of people. At this time, everyone stared at everything in front of them. The 100-meter dragon soaring in the air. A powerful aura erupted from the body of this divine dragon. This is the momentum that belongs to the beast Kaido. It belongs to the momentum of the top four emperors' combat power. Kakaka. The whole island was shaking, and the island was shocked by the momentum of the four emperors. Is this the strength of the four emperors? There was fear in his eyes, and the world government official's face could be said to be full of fear. That's right, this is the power of the four emperors. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head with a distressed expression, surpassing the power of the four emperors above the generals. Let's get out of here. This place is not suitable for us to participate in. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head helplessly. His face was full of distress. Because of the appearance of Kaido, Lieutenant General Crane had no idea about the fruit of the operation. What she wants to know most now is who on this island is fighting Kaido the beasts. Who can stop the mighty beast Kaido? All of this can be said to be the eternal doubts in General Crane's heart, but at this time, there is also a guess in her heart, that is whether the man who fought against Kaido is the spell warrior Khorasan. After all, at this time in the North Sea, the only person who could match the fighting strength of the four emperors was only Khorasan. Curse warrior Khorasan, do you already have such power at this time? Looking up at the turbulent island in the distance, Lieutenant General Crane's heart can be said to be full of infinite emotion. When the warring states marshal brought Khorasan to the naval headquarters, she had seen Khorasan, but what Lieutenant General Crane did not expect was that Khorasan actually became a spell warrior, and the speed of strength improvement can be said to surpass the Crane Lieutenant General's imagination. Khorasan, I hope you won't go astray in the future. His heart was full of emotion. After looking at the island island that was getting farther and farther away from him. General Crane shook his head with emotion. After becoming a spell warrior, Khorasan's strength has been beyond the control of the Warring States Marshal, especially after Khorasan replaced Doflamingo. The Warring States Marshal has completely lost control of Khorasan. The eagle spreads its wings and the dragon enters the sea. Khorasan is no longer the former Khorasan. He can control his own destiny. At least at this time, he is enough to fight the 4 emperors of the pirates, a monster with incomparably terrifying strength. Boom boom boom. The ground shook and the mountains shook and the entire island was constantly shaking. On this island, a dragon with a body length of 100 meters is raging wildly here, and it unscrupulously vents its anger here. Kakaka. And above the huge body of the 100-meter dragon, countless sparks flickered in the dark night sky like dazzling rays of light. Zero. Ow. Oh. The dragon would let out a painful howl every time the spark flickered. At the same time, the golden dragon scales on the dragon's body will shatter instantly. But how powerful the dragon's resilience is. Even broken dragon scales can be said to be restored instantly. Ow. Oh. 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 Damn little bug. I killed you today. His eyes were full of anger, and Kaido, the beast in the state of the dragon, roared up to the sky. Even if he transformed into the dragon form, Khorasan's speed was still unmatched by the beast's Kaido, and the most important reason was that Khorasan's speed was too fast. Even Kaido in the form of a dragon can't match his speed. This is the power and incoherence of the spell warrior, which represents absolute invincibility in a certain aspect. Nico Robin's strength is invincible. Khorasan's speed is invincible. The 12 spells of the spell warrior represent 12 invincible powers. Chapter 111. The Wrath of Kaido of the Beasts. You die for me, I'm going to kill you, you damn little bug. The whole body is full of needle-like pain. Even the scales of the dragon's body may not be able to break through the defense of Khorasan's attack. It's like an elephant is being bitten by a mosquito with a long and sharp mouth. Although the mosquito can't really hurt the elephant, this kind of bite makes him miserable. Beast Kaido can be said to be completely annoyed. His huge body twisted quickly. A powerful dragon breath gathers in the huge dragon mouth. Give me death. The dragon's breath in his mouth was ready to go. 260. Beast Kaido's eyes were full of anger. Boom boom boom. The powerful dragon breath spurted out, and the dragon breath destroyed everything that stood in its way. Crack. The dragon's breath hit the island quickly and accurately, and the whole island shook with a burst of earth shaking. The moment the island was hit, the center of the island was instantly shattered. Boom boom boom. The island was instantly pushed into the sea, and countless sea water poured into the island. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a crisp sound of stepping on the air rang in everyone's ears. Moon step. Although the island was shattered, Khorasan flew freely in the air with the power of the Navy's 6th form. I didn't expect that you would actually be able to master the 6th form of the Navy. His eyes were full of anger. Kaido the beast said angrily to Khorasan. The 6th naval form is indeed a powerful physical technique, but for a strong man like us, he is only a child's thing. For a strong man in the New World, this physical technique is nothing at all. Khorasan, who was flying in front of Kaido the beast, could be said to be full of disdain on his face. To the beast Kaido at this time, Khorasan is an invincible mosquito, a mosquito that he will never be able to catch. Beast Kaido, it's impossible for you to defeat me. With a contemptuous smile on his face, Khorasan's figure disappeared again. Damn bastard kid, I won't let you go easily. Once again, I felt the pain like a needle stick all over my body. Kaido roared angrily. Countless rays of light erupted on his body, and these rays of light all came from the rays of light that erupted from the collision between Khorasan and his scales. Ow. Oh, it was as if he had been pierced by 100 steel needles countless times, and Kaido felt pain all over his body. The scales in the dragon zone were not completely hard and indestructible. Khorasan's strength was enough to penetrate Kaido's dragon defense. Damn kid, Kaido roared angrily, but with Khorasan's speed, Kaido couldn't catch up with Khorasan's speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Khorasan's body flickered quickly. He avoided the attacks of the beast's Kaiser again and again, and at the same time his attacks were constantly directed towards the beast's Kaido's huge body. Poured away. Kakaka. Countless blood-soaked flesh and blood kept falling from the sky. This is the flesh and blood of the beast Kaido. Countless flesh and blood fell from the sky, and Kaido's painful mourning resounded throughout the island. Is this the power that man has? He can actually defeat Kaido. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Not far from this island, this is a pirate ship belonging to the Don Quixote family, and Luota's face, standing on the deck of this pirate ship, can be said to be full of shock and disbelief. After going to the New World, Luoke knew the power of the monsters in the New World. He also knew the meaning of the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors represent the top powerhouses in this world, and each of them is an extremely terrifying powerhouse. They represent the top combat power in the world. They represent the strongest fighting force in the world, enough to match the strength of the 4 emperors. Has Lord Lord Khorasan's strength reached this point. Everyone in the Don Quixote family looked at everything in front of them in shock. This is something they can't imagine at all. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The words were filled with infinite anger, and Kaido kept roaring. Beast Kaido, although I can't kill you, but with my speed, I am invincible, and he will continue to torment you with endless pain. The words were full of sarcasm. At this time, Khorasan's hands can be said to be full of blood. These are all the blood belonging to Kaido of the Beasts. With the fingers of both hands as weapons, Khorasan constantly smashes Kaido's dragon armor. These are all the blood produced by the flesh and blood under those broken armors. Chapter 112 Khorasan's domineering. Everyone surrenders. Lord Khorasan, are you alright? Time passed by, and a few hours passed by in a blink of an eye. On the Don Quixote family's pirate ship docked on the surface of the sea, Lugo looked worriedly at the man covered in blood before him. Little guy, this is your devil fruit, superhuman surgical fruit. Looking at Lugo, who looked at him worriedly, Khorasan took out the devil fruit, superhuman surgical fruit, with a smile. This, Mr. Khorasan, the eyes of the devil fruit in front of him can be said to be full of tears, if it is not because this devil fruit Khorasan needs a more powerful 4 emperors to fight. In the end, the reason why Khorasan fought bloody battles was not because of him, but to save his life, his humble life like an ant. Little guy, if you want to treat my injury, then hurry up and eat these 19 devil fruits. Looking at Lugo, who was hesitant, Khorasan quickly shoved the devil fruit into Lugo's hand. Lord Khorasan, are you okay? With worry in his eyes, Baby 5 looked at Khorasan, who was covered in blood at this time, with a look of fear. Do you think this is the blood that belongs to me? This is the blood that belongs to Kaido, the beast. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Khorasan's face was full of a disdainful smile. Even if he was a strong man of the 4 emperors in front of Khorasan, who possessed the power of the rabbit charm, he was just a sandbag who was constantly beaten by him. Lord Khorasan is invincible. Long live Lord Khorasan. Toripole came to Khorasan with a look of flattery. He was like a believer who had fallen into madness, and he was crazy to please Khorasan. You guy, you don't need to pat your ass anymore. I know best what kind of person I am. Khorasan's face was full of disdain, and he shook his head in disdain. Khorasan only regarded him as a slave to this sloppy Toripole. At this time, in the entire Don Quixote family, Khorasan valued Lugo the most, and he would train Lugo to be his right and left hand. I'm sorry, Lord Khorasan. Looking at Khorasan, who had a trace of displeasure on his face, Tori Bolton stepped back cautiously, because for Khorasan at this time, he is the supreme god who controls the entire Don Quixote family, and there is no one in the entire family who can resist his orders. He is the god of this family. Lord Khorasan, what are we going to do next? There was a hint of fear in his words, and Toribur looked at Khorasan with a cautiously ingratiating expression. Of course, to complete what we haven't done before, to rule the entire underworld world. Kalezong opened his arms. He was full of pride. He wants to become the king of the entire underground dark world. He wants to become the king who reigns over the entire underworld. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Lugo's body. At this time, he was like the emperor who controlled hundreds of millions of lives and deaths in the world. Bang bang bang. Whether it was Toripole or Lugo, they all knelt down in front of Khorasan in convincing. Long live Lord Khorasan. Long live Lord Khorasan. Everyone knelt down in front of Khorasan, expressing their loyalty to the supreme emperor. No one will doubt whether Khorasan will become the king of the underground world, because he has this strength. He also has this courage and ambition, because he is the god in the hearts of all the Don Quixote family. All the family members had full confidence in Khorasan, believing that he was the undefeated god of war, the king of the entire underworld world. You are waiting for your emperor's arrival, and I will become the only king of the entire underground dark world. Khorasan can be said to be full of pride. He is challenging the king of the entire underground world. 260. Damn bastard. Is this the true power of a spell warrior? If I also possess the power of a spell warrior, then I can definitely wash away today's shame. His eyes were full of anger and boundless anger. Above the sky, not far from the sunken island, a golden dragon was roaring furiously. The golden dragon was filled with endless and ferocious wounds, and countless blood dripped down from the wounds. However, these wounds are also recovering quickly in a state that is visible to the naked eye. This is the powerful vitality that belongs to Kaido of the Beasts, and the most important thing is that Kaido of the Beasts, his invincible body, is an existence that Khorasan cannot destroy at all. Although Khorasan can injure Kaido, he can't really kill him, because he is a real monster. Chicken Charm Murloc Tiger. Chapter 113. The King's 7 Wilhei Khorasan, Marshal of the Warring States. Khorasan has successfully ruled the 4 seas and the Great Seas in the south, north and west. All the underworld worlds in the New World. He has become the uncrowned king of the entire world's underworld world. Time has passed. It has been a year since the the last time Khorasan fought Kaido with the 4 emperors and beasts. During this year Khorasan formed an alliance with the 4 emperors and the support of the navy. The Don Quixote family can be said to be the underworld world that quickly ruled the entire world. He became the king of the entire underground world. Marshal of the Warring States period. What should we do now? This is a rear admiral of the navy headquarters. Like most naval soldiers, he doesn't know Khorasan's true identity at all. In his eyes, Khorasan is a villain who needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. This is the same as most navies' evaluation of Khorasan, except for those senior navy officers who really only want Khorasan's identity. In the eyes of most navy soldiers, Khorasan is the villain who killed Vice Admiral Clark, disciple, a villain who needs to be exterminated. I freely advocate this matter, and I don't need you to worry about it. Looking at the anger in the eyes of this navy soldier, the Warring States Marshal already knew what these navy soldiers were thinking, but he knew the real situation of this matter. Lieutenant General Croc didn't die in the hands of Khorasan at all. He died in the hands of Doflamingo, but this is a secret that can't be told. In the end, it's all just his plan to let Khorasan rule the entire underworld world. Khorasan did not disappoint Doflamingo either. With the power of the spell warrior, with the assistance of the 4 emperors and the navy, he successfully ruled the entire underground black world in just 1 year. Just leave these things to me, and I will handle them well. His eyes were full of seriousness, and the Warring States Marshal looked at the rear admiral with a serious look. He will completely suppress Khorasan's affairs, and then find a way to make Khorasan the king of Kaiwilhe. King Xia Kaiwilhe Khorasan, the real king of the underground world. Time passed little by little, and soon several months passed quietly like this. Khorasan not only ruled the entire underworld world, but also under the secret support of the naval marshal of the Warring States period. He became the king of the 7 Wilhe. The king of an underworld world became the king of the 7 Wilhe. This incident can be said to have caused the entire sea to shake, and this was news that caught them all off guard. Even when the Warring States Marshal proposed this matter, the hearts of the 5 old stars were full of doubts. After all, the power of the king of the underground world is too powerful. Is it really appropriate to give such a person a position under the 7 Wilhe Sea? It's not that Khorasan's strength is not worthy of the position of the king's Kaiwilhe. This matter can be said to be the complete opposite. Khorasan's strength and power are far higher than the king's Kaiwilhe. This is something that no one can imagine. Khorasan, whose status and strength is higher than that of the king's Kaiwilhe, actually accepted this position. Just like the world government will not order the 4th emperor because there is no need for it, they also dare not order the 4th emperor because it is not as simple as raising tigers. Crack, snap, snap. You ugly damned Murloc slave, do you know where you are now? How dare you be lazy? In the palace of the Holy Land Marijoa, there is an underground cell full of darkness, dampness, sinister blood, and under the magnificent palace full of luxury. No one in the world could imagine that under the palace of this magnificent heavenly dragon, there was an underground cell full of bloody darkness and countless slaves. This place is full of bloody smell. This is a place like hell. And in this bloody prison, a guard soldier of the Holy Land Marijoa was mercilessly flogging a Murloc slave. This is a Murloc slave with red skin all over his body. Murloc Tiger, the hero who will save the Holy Land Marijoa in the future, an existence praised by countless slaves. Even the future King Shisabuhebo Yahan, the king's cook, she is full of gratitude to the human tiger because he is a true hero. Although he is a Murloc slave, he did not have any prejudice when he rescued the Holy Land Marijoa, but saved all races, freed all the slaves imprisoned in the Holy Land Marijoa. He can be said to be an existence praised by everyone, but it was such a hero that he was being beaten mercilessly at this time, and the whip dipped in chilly water was slapped fiercely on the body of the fishman Tiger. But even Tiger the Murloc, who was beaten by the whip, didn't let out a whimper. His eyes were full of unyielding will. 114th Octopus Man Tiger. Fisher Tiger, as a Murloc, has 10 times the strength of a human, and his fighting power when he attacked Marijoa was extraordinary. He once led the Sun Pirates to fight against the world government and has great leadership skills. The relationship between humans, who have been ruled by the world government for a long time, and the Murlocs and Mermen on Fishman Island is tense. Due to the lack of understanding of each other, humans discriminate against the Murlocs and Mermen, and the world government, the master of human power, has a particularly strong discriminatory attitude. The heavenly dragons, who are world nobles, have been buying various races, including Murlocs, as slaves through human traffickers. Fisher Tiger was captured as a slave shortly after his last trip and tortured after his captivity, giving him a full view of human madness. Tiger, who was tortured by slavery, finally escaped after 3 years and returned to Ryago Castle to meet with Neptune 260 Neptune and Princess Odoji, telling him that he could no longer bear the lives of slaves who were living living in hell on earth. Therefore, it was decided to make a scene in the Holy Land Marijoa and liberate all the slaves there. The domineering Princess Otohim heard the voice in Tiger's heart and let out a huge scream. 13 years before the war on the top, Fisher Tiger climbed to the top of the Red Soil continent and infiltrated the holy place where the Draconians live, and also the headquarters of the world government. Marijoa, arson everywhere, treating everyone equally. Freed thousands of slaves of all races who had been imprisoned before being enslaved by the Draconians, known in history as the Marijoa attack. Because of this Marijoa attack, many slaves who were persecuted by the Tianlong people were freed, and the queen of the seven Wuhe Empress Boya Hancock Jadi and her two sisters were all. Because of this, the liberation movement was freed. This is why the future Boya Hancock was very grateful to Tiger when he recalled this incident. Fisher Tiger thus became the leader of the slave emancipation movement and the hero of Fishman Island. At the same time, he became the enemy of the world government. He was hunted down by the government and offered a reward of 230 million berry. He was the first person in history to make trouble with Marijoa, and also the first person who dared to challenge the world government. After Tiger was wanted, many Murlocs felt that they could not stand up to Tiger, who dared to challenge the world government. So people who worshipped Tiger in the past, including Jinpi and Aaron, resolutely left Fishman Island to follow Tiger through life and death. Although Tiger liberated many Murlocs into the sea, the mark of being a slave could not disappear. In order to eliminate the Tianlong hoof seal that Tianlong people burned on everyone, symbolizing shame and enslavement, let Tiger rescue him. No difference could be seen between the slaves and other members. The team members designed a sun mark similar to the flying dragon's hoof and branded it on the freed Murloc slaves and later joined the pirate group. The new members also have the mark of the sun on their bodies. The fish people then named the new pirate group the Sun Pirates. They galloped across the Great Sea and fought fiercely with the chasing navy and the famous human pirates who tried to defeat them. Fisher Tiger pursued a policy of peace while sailing, requiring his crew not to unnecessarily harm humans, including those at war with them. Tiger himself said that the meaning of the Sun Pirates is liberation and freedom, and told his companions, "We will not kill anyone." 10 years before the war on the top, on an island, Tiger helped the local residents escort the girl Kurla, who was a slave, back to her hometown. While at sea, Tiger saw that Kurla had been servile because of fear, so he took her to the room and removed the sign of slavery for her. After a few weeks, Tiger arrived at Kurla's hometown of Forshet. After completing the escort and being informed by the local residents, the Sun Pirates were raided by the navy, who had already been ambushed here and on the island. Tiger was also attacked by Rear Admiral Stoberg's troops. Fisher Tiger was seriously injured in the battle and was rescued by Jinping to a warship seized from the navy. Since only human blood is stored on human warships, Tiger refuses blood transfusions because he hates human blood and will not yield to human beings. Before dying, he told Jinpi, Aaron, and others that he was a slave, telling everyone that he can't fall in love with human beings anymore, and pointed out that only the peace policy of Princess Otohim is the future direction of Murlocs and human beings. The fundamental solution. Tiger believes that only if the ignorant next generation is not affected by hatred and discriminatory thoughts can we truly achieve the symbiosis of human and Murlocs. Finally, Fisher Tiger died due to excessive blood loss. A generation of Murloc leaders came to an end. In order to protect the fame of Fisher Tiger in order to cover up the fact that he was a slave, his followers Aaron claimed that his blood loss and death were caused by humans refusing to give him blood transfusions. So the cause of Tiger's death was. It has also become one of the reasons why Murlocs are hostile to humans. Chapter 115. The Determined Tiger. Damn and despicable Murloc slave, you dare to collide with Lord Tianlong. Don't you want to live? If you don't want to live, don't implicate us. The leather whip dipped in chilly water and salt water slammed heavily on Tiger's body, and some roars erupted from the guards' mouths. Their hearts were full of fear and worry. Damn bastard. Facing these guard soldiers who kept beating him, Tiger the Murloc's eyes were full of disdain. He seemed to be laughing at these human beings who had no power at all. Clap pop pop. The whip was swung down again and again, and the fishman Tiger's body could be said to be full of ferocious wounds, and these ferocious wounds were dripping blood continuously. Grid has completely become a blood man with blood all over his body. You can kill me if you have the ability. This kind of painless beating is like scratching a tickling for me. The Murloc Tiger taunted the guard soldiers again and again, as if he didn't care about the heavier and heavier whips in the hands of the guard soldiers, as if these stick. The whip of the chilly water is like the tickling that tickles him. Murloc with sharp teeth and sharp mouth, don't be too arrogant. Do you think we really dare not kill you? His eyes were full of anger, and the whip in the hands of the guard soldiers could be said to be getting heavier. Countless blood kept dripping down from those wounds. The blood in the fishman Tiger's body seemed to be endless, but looking at his weak face, it could be seen that he was not feeling well at this time. At this time, he can also be said to be extremely weak. He is just holding on there with his tenacious will. Kill me, then you will kill me, you bastards. His face was full of disdain. Even though he was being tortured by the whip at this time, he still did not flinch. Although his face he was full of weakness, but his eyes were full of unyielding. If you want us to kill you, do you think there will be such a good thing? We will slowly torment you, and the torture will make you want to die. Facing the hysterical and angry Tiger, these guard soldiers laughed and looked at Tiger mockingly. For the slaves of the Holy Land Marijoa, sometimes death is a relief, but sometimes death is also a luxury for them. Crack, snap, snap. The sound of whipping sounded again and again in this quiet cell, but Tiger the Murloc didn't let out a single cry. His heart was full of unyielding will. There he let the beatings of these guard soldiers, because his heart was full of unyielding will. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not give in the slightest. What a tough guy. How can there be someone like you in this world? Half an hour later, the guard soldier put down the whip in his hand helplessly. At this time, he could say that his hands were extremely painful. Looking at Tiger, the blood mermaid, who was full of wounds and completely dyed red with blood, the guard soldier's eyes could be said to have a trace of admiration, but also a trace of unwillingness. He admired the Murloc Tiger's will, and at the same time he was unwilling to be unable to make the Murloc Tiger surrender. I'll spare you today. If there is another time, you can wait and see. His arms and hands were full of soreness and pain, and the guard soldier fiercely warned the fishman Tiger. Tiger snorted with disdain, as if he was full of disdain for this kind of warning. You bastard! The guard soldier's face was full of helplessness. He finally shook his head and left here. Haha, if you want to make me submit to Tiger, I think you think too much. His face was full of disdain. Watching the leaving guard soldier, Tiger shook his head with disdain. Sure enough, it is indeed Tiger the fish. Congratulations on your little guy being chosen by my holy master to be my spell warrior. Just as the Murloc Tiger looked at the leaving guard soldier with disdain, a voice full of majesty like a god resounded in his mind. Who are you? Why did you appear in my mind? Hearing the voice that suddenly came out of his mind, Tiger the fishman's face also had a trace of horror on his face. Could it be some kind of devil fruit? Are you thinking that I am a devil fruit ability? You look down on my holy master too much, don't you? The holy master's voice resounded in the fishman Tiger's mind again. There was a trace of disdain in the majestic words. It seems to be disdain for the ability of the devil fruit. Holy master, you said you are the holy master. Tiger the Murloc roared suddenly, knowing that because of Nico Robin's matter, the holy master's prestige can be said to have resounded throughout the world. In today's world, who doesn't know the power of spell warriors? Who doesn't know the mysterious smallness of the Lord? Chapter 116. The golden light that oppresses the entire holy land Marijoa. Yes, I am the holy master with 12 spell warriors. The majestic words resounded in Tiger's mind again. Then are you interested in becoming one of my holy master's 12 spell warriors? A voice sounded that surprised Tiger. This is the voice of the Lord. Sir, what do you mean by saying that I can become a legendary talisman warrior? Tiger shouted out with a face full of surprises. That's right. Then are you willing to become my spell warrior and accept my power? The majestic and serious voice sounded again. This sound of 263 can be said to give him an endless surprise. Yes, I, Tiger, are willing to become a spell warrior. The power of a spell warrior can be said to be obvious to all. In today's world, who is unwilling to become that powerful spell warrior? The power of the talisman warriors is so strong that even the 4 emperors are incomparably greedy. Tiger never thought that he would have such an opportunity to become a legendary spell warrior in the eyes of the holy master. If that's the case, then you can become my spell warrior. The majestic voice sounded again, and countless golden rays of light instantly enveloped Tiger's body. This is the feeling. Among the only 10 spells that the Lord had at this time, it represented the chicken charm. The spell of the mantra was instantly broken. Countless golden rays of light poured into Tiger's body quickly. Tiger's body was rapidly being remodeled, and the scars that were whipped by the whip were also healing in an instant. The divine power of the Holy Lord is transforming Tiger's body, allowing him to adapt to the divine power of the chicken charm. What exactly is going on? What happened? The golden light can be said to illuminate the entire holy land Marijoa. A spirit-like aura enveloped everyone's hearts. Whether it is the 5 old stars who are high above, or those Tianlong people who are called the nobles of the world, at this time they all fell to the ground in an instant under the pressure of this divine power. It can be said that there are very few people who can withstand this pressure. At least they are the powerhouses above the general level. Only a strong general above the level of a general can withstand the coercion of this divine power. What exactly happened here? Master 5 old stars is already furious. You must know that this is the holy land Marijoa. Who dares to act recklessly here? Just when everyone was crushed to the ground by this divine force, 3 figures appeared in front of the door of Tiger's cell. In other words, the 3 of them are at least general level powerhouses. And at this time, there are not a few figures who can run in the Holy Land Marijoa, and these are all general level powerhouses. From here, we can also see the terror of the world government. The world government that has controlled the entire world for more than 800 years can be said to be extremely terrifying and powerful. The world government that has controlled the entire world for more than 800 years, the wealth and power he has accumulated in these 800 years can be said to be terrifying. This golden light is emitted from here. We must go in and see. After all, this is the Holy Land Marijoa. This matter has completely discredited the world government, no matter who he is. We have to give an explanation to the 5 old stars. The words of the 3 generals are full of seriousness and seriousness. The coercion of this divine power completely wiped the face of the Tianlong people. When did the high-level Tianlong people enjoy this kind of treatment? It was always others who bowed down to them. When did they bow down to others? But just today, all the heavenly dragon people who were high above the ground actually fell to their knees on the ground. What a shame this is. This is to take the face of the entire world government to the feet and stomped on it and ravaged it. What the whole world government feels is only shame, and it is a shame that is extremely shameful. Go, rush in. In order to prevent any strong enemies here, the 3 general level strong men glanced at each other and finally decided to rush in together. You must know that this is a general level powerhouse. Whether it is a naval pirate or other forces, a general level powerhouse is a top level combat power. Even the dignified 4 emperors of pirates, they can't match the alliance of 3 general level powerhouses. That is to say, even if it is the 4 pirate emperors, the strength of 3 general level powerhouses is enough to suppress him. Boom! The door of the simple iron prison was instantly blasted open by the 3 generals and strong men. The 3 generals and strong men charged aggressively towards the cell. Boom! Golden light swept everything. The 3 general level powerhouses who came in the attack could be said to be instantly knocked flying under the sweep of this golden light, and even the general level powerhouses could not resist the golden light. Chapter 117. The Complete Chicken Charm Warrior. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? What is this golden airwave? Everyone's hearts were full of disbelief. The hearts of the 3 general level powerhouses who were knocked into the air were filled with infinite fear. What the hell was going on? You must know that the 3 of them are all top level masters at the level of generals, and each of them is an extremely terrifying existence. Each of them can be called world monster level combat power, but even this level of power is vulnerable when facing this golden wave, and they are also instantly defeated. Holy Master 12 Charms Chicken Charm Warrior Fishman Tiger. A majestic voice resounded throughout the Holy Land Marijoa. A divine chicken with a height of 19 and 5 or 6 meters full of golden light appeared in front of everyone. The divine chicken's body was full of dazzling golden light. The incomparably dark cell looks full of infinite majesty and light. Who are you and why are you here? The 3 strong generals looked at the golden chicken in front of them with seriousness and alertness. The golden light wave just burst out from the body of this golden chicken. You only have 3 hours, and in these 3 hours you can burst out the full power of the chicken charm. Just as the golden chicken stood there majestic, the Lord's majestic voice, it sounded in Tiger's mind. Considering where Tiger is at this time and the battle he needs to face next, the Holy Master directly motivated his own source power, using the power of the bull spell and the rabbit spell to temporarily and completely open the chicken spell. All seals allow Tiger to truly use the full power of the chicken charm. Understood, Lord Holy Master. 3 hours is enough for me to escape from here. His eyes were full of determination. At this time, Tiger, who was in the state of golden chicken, felt the powerful force in his body. He could be said to be full of confidence. What? Tiger can be regarded as a strong man. Even if he can't match the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he can also match the weaker Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters. The Vice Admiral's combat power may be good outside, but in this holy place, Marijoa, which represents the symbol of the world government, the Vice Admiral's combat power can be said to be vulnerable here. There are already 3 general level powerhouses in front of him. As the power of the talisman was completely opened and infused into Tiger's body, the divine pressure that was oppressing the entire Holy Land Marijoa disappeared instantly, and countless experts from Holy Land Mari were rushing towards here. These soldiers guarding the Holy Land Marijoa can be said to be the elite of the elite, and each of them exists as 1 out of 10. They are all among the elites of the world government. They represent the most elite troops of the world government. Boom boom boom. Countless roars sounded continuously. This is the sound of those elite soldiers running. They quickly ran towards here. They were holding various weapons and their eyes were full of determination. They are not only the most elite troops of the world government, but they are also the most loyal to the world government. It can be said that every one of them has been brainwashed from childhood to be loyal to the world government. They can give up their lives for the world government and the Tianlong people. Bold madman, who are you? What do you want to do when you trespassed here? Let's capture it immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. With the strength of the 3 generals and the guards of Marijo near the Holy Land, with this strength even the 4 emperors of the pirates can be suppressed. I am the Holy Master 12 Spell Warrior Chicken Spell Warrior Fishman Tiger. At this time Tiger was in the state of the golden chicken, and his words could be said to be full of divinity, as majestic and inviolable as the gods above the 263 heavens. The Holy Master's 12 Spell Warriors. You are actually the legendary Talisman Warrior, Chicken Charm Warrior. What abilities do you have? The hearts of the 3 general level powerhouses can be said to be full of horror. The power of the Spell Warrior can be said to shock the whole world. Defeat Nico Robin, the Bull Spell Warrior of the 4 Emperor Ants. Khorasan, the Rabbit Charm Warrior who defeated Kaido of the 4 Emperors and Beasts. No one will question the power of the Spell Warrior, even if you are a legendary Talisman Warrior. But this is the Holy Land Marijoa, the headquarters of the world government. You are not allowed to be arrogant here. The eyes of the 3 generals and strong men are full of seriousness. The power of the Spell Warriors is recognized by the whole world. They have never questioned, so they are so serious. Chapter 118 Tiger's Mind Power. Chicken Spell Warrior Murloc Tiger, I now order you to capture it without any hesitation, and be captured by us obediently, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The 3 general level powerhouses surrounded the Fishman Tiger, their eyes full of seriousness and determination. They are also full of seriousness towards the legendary Talisman Warriors. After all, the Talisman Warriors represent power. You're thinking too much about letting me capture you. With a look of disdain on his face, Tiger, who had already entered the state of a chicken, raised his chicken feet and took a gentle step. Boom! An invisible aura instantly enveloped the 3 generals and the nearly 10,000 guard soldiers. This was the oppression of the strong. The aura of a strong man instantly crushed the hearts of these guard soldiers. Good on, even if it is the elite among the so-called elites, the strongest existence in the world government. But in the face of this powerful momentum, some of these guard soldiers still swallowed hard in fear. Although their will is firm, this is the natural response of their bodies, because their bodies felt fear. Chicken Charm, it can make the bearer levitate in the air and control objects to float and move. The power possessed by the Chicken Charm is the power of thought, which can be said to be an extremely powerful power. No matter who he is, hurry up and capture him alive. Lord Wu Laoxing is already angry about this. The words were full of anger and anger. One of the 3 generals and strong men had seriousness and anger on his face because he had just received an order from Lord 5 Old Stars. At this time, the 5 Old Stars can be said to be extremely angry. Since the establishment of the world government more than 800 years ago, no one has dared to be so presumptuous in the Holy Land Marijoa and let all the high-level Tianlong people kneel on the ground. What is this? Shame. Whether it is the 5 Old Stars or the group of celestial dragons, their hearts can be said to be full of anger. At this time, the celestial dragons in this Holy Land Marijoa can be said to be completely angry. You must know that they are descendants of the gods' offspring. What they enjoy is always the kneeling of others. When have they ever kneeled and worshipped others? But just today, they actually knelt down and bowed to a person they didn't know existed, and it was also the knelt of all the collective Tianlong people. What a shame this is, what a humiliation. They were unbearable for this group of celestial dragons. They will do whatever it takes to torture the culprit to death, because this is completely irreparable for the hurt they suffered in their hearts. This is something they can't bear at all, regardless of whether this person is a god, a ghost, a demon, or a demon. Let's capture him alive first. Let's leave this matter to Lord Wu Laoxing. The words were full of seriousness and firmness, and the 3 general level powerhouses quickly charged towards Tiger the Murloc. Catch this damn chicken alive. We have to let him know that the Holy Land Marijoa is not something to be provoked. Give me death. The 3 general level powerhouses came to the Fishman Tiger, and they quickly waved their fists and bombarded the Fishman Tiger. You bastards, do you think you can really beat me? The faces of the 3 general level strong Fishman Tiger who were attacked were filled with disdainful smiles. Kakaka, a powerful impact instantly hit the front of the 3 generals and strong men. It was an unparalleled shock. Why do I feel that my body has become extremely stiff? What exactly did you do? When they were less than 1 meter away from Tiger the Murloc, the 3 general level powerhouses suddenly felt that their bodies were in a state of stiffness. They are like buffaloes that have fallen into the quagmire. The more their bodies struggle, the greater the resistance they receive. Get out of here, the 3 of you. With an angry shout, the powerful psychic power generated a thrust that pushed all the 3 generals and strong men back. Invisible power. He controls an invisible force. Wang Hao. This invisible force can block our attack. This is an invisible force, and we don't know if this invisible force can can produce harmful attacks. Pay attention to strengthening your vigilance. The three generals and strong men had already roughly estimated the power possessed by the fishman tiger through the fight just now. This is an invisible force. It can stop the bombardment of the three generals and strong men. It can even push three strong generals out of the winter. Although I don't know what kind of attack this invisible force produces, it is enough to show his strength that he can block the combined blow of the three generals and strong men. Chapter 119. The Power of Chicken Talismans. Be careful, this guy is a real strong man. Aren't you talking nonsense? Which of the spell warriors is weak? Which of them is not the strong one? An invisible force that is enough to stop our attack. We have to be extremely careful with this invisible force, and we don't know how powerful his attack is. Sacred Mary Joa guard soldiers ready. The musketeer is ready. The cannon is ready. The soldiers guarding the 10,000 Holy Land Mary Joa who were in charge of the encirclement and suppression, they prepared muskets and cannons. Although these weapons can be said to have no effect on the top powerhouses, the bombardment produced by the cannons fired in full force is enough to injure those powerhouses. Do you think you can defeat me with these weapons? Looking at the weapons in the hands of the guard soldiers, Tiger's face can be said to be full of disdain. After possessing the power of the 263 chicken charm, Tiger's strength can be said to have increased countless times. If it was said that he could only rival the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters before, then after completely unlocking the power of the chicken charm, his power even surpassed that of the four emperors. At this time, Tiger was fully capable of killing directly from the Holy Land Mary Joa. The power beyond the four emperors is enough to surpass most of the combat power in this world. Everyone killed him. The three general level powerhouses first launched their own attacks, and at the same time countless powerhouses also attacked away. In addition to the three strong generals, there are countless strong navies at the level of lieutenant generals, and there are countless strong men at the rank of colonel. Because this is the center of the entire world of the Holy Land Mary Joa, and it represents the entire world. Although I have only just mastered this power, the incredible power of this power is beyond your imagination. Looking at the soldiers guarding the Holy Land Mary Joa and the three general level powerhouses who rushed in quickly, Tiger's eyes were full of disdain. Although I don't know how powerful the power of the mind is, the power under my control is enough to repel all of you. Tiger raised his head and looked at the guard soldiers who were coming in. His eyes were full of disdain. It was a kind of contemptuous disdain, full of contemptuous disdain. Boom! The earth shook. The red earth continent where the entire Holy Land Mary Joa was located, as if an actual earthquake had occurred. Kakaka! The hard red earth continent as steel even had cracks. What the hell is going on here? What happened? Haven't you brought that madman to justice? What do the soldiers guarding the Holy Land Mary Joa eat? Why can't even these little things be handled well? What exactly do they want to do? Earth-shaking, mountain-shaking Holy Land. JD Malichawa's splendid houses can be said to have collapsed countless times. It can be said that the Tianlong people suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, those slaves who live in iron cages are the safest because of the protection of these iron cages made of steel. These steel cages that used to restrain their freedom have actually become their talismans this time. What happened? Is there a big earthquake? Fortunately, we have the protection of the steel cage, otherwise we would all have to die. As the bricks and stones on the roof continued to fall down, they smashed onto the steel cage. After watching the steel above the steel cage safely shelter them, the hearts of these slaves can be said to be full of joy. Fortunately, these iron cages that once bound their freedom have become their protectors this time. What happened in Holy Land Mary Joa? Why is there the sound of artillery fire? Did someone attack the Holy Land Mary Joa? So can we be saved? Can we really be rescued? Is anyone really willing to rescue us? Help us escape from this hell-like place. The hearts of all the slaves can be said to be full of worries, but they are also full of expectations, hoping that a hero can rescue them from here. What on earth are you trying to do? Do you want to destroy the Holy Land Mary Joa? If that's the case, then wait for the wrath of the whole world. The three generals and strong men madly charged towards the Murloc Tiger. If the Holy Land Mary Joa was really destroyed by the Murloc Tiger, then the three of them would not be able to escape punishment even if they were general-level strongmen. He was even beheaded on the spot because of Lord Wu Laoxing's anger. For the world government, they also have a lot of general-level powerhouses. The 800-year heritage of the world government is no joke. Chapter 120. Leaving Tiger. Don't you know what I want to do? What I want to do? Don't you think it's all your fault after all? Under this magnificent palace, who would have thought that there are actually hundreds of thousands of slaves living here, and the high-level Tianlong people enslaved these slaves in the name of the descendants of the Creator. The words were full of contempt. In Tiger's heart, this is the gathering place of the worms in the whole world. There are only blood-sucking worms that keep sucking the blood of the people of the world. Apart from the innocent people here, tiger. The rest are those greedy blood-sucking worms, some extremely greedy blood-sucking worms. Damn bastard, if you have the ability, you can show your true face. Let us see what your face looks like. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Don't you have any courage? The three general level powerhouses quickly surrounded Tiger, their faces filled with vicious aura. The momentum of the general level powerhouse instantly shrouded Tiger's body. They were working together to coerce Tiger and use their aura to coerce Tiger. Do you think you can oppress me with this kind of aura? Tiger, who felt this aura, his face could be said to be full of contempt. He was looking at these so-called contemptuous the world government general level master. Damn bastard, if you didn't use the power of the holy master's spell, how could you have such a powerful strength as a spell warrior? Their faces were full of resentment. The three general level powerhouses looked at Tiger with indignant expressions. From their point of view, Tiger was just a lucky person who obtained the power of a spell. That's right, just like a devil fruit person. I am a spell warrior, and what I have is the power of a spell warrior. There was ridicule in his eyes, and the power of powerful telekinesis surrounded Tiger's side. Damn it, it's this strange force again. The three general level masters were full of alert expressions. Although telekinesis was an invisible force, these generals level masters were not two-color domineering masters. But whether it is armed domineering or seeing domineering, they are extremely powerful beings in the entire world. They are all top-level masters of arrogance and domineering. Although they cannot see this invisible force with the naked eye, they can still sense this powerful invisible force with the sense of arrogance. Damn, is this the power of a spell warrior? The hearts of the three generals and strong men could be said to be full of shock. They never thought that Tiger's power was so powerful. The power shocked the three general level masters. Are the spell warriors in this world really so powerful? Powerful surprises everyone. The spell warrior represents the ultimate power of the 12 spells of the Holy Master, and the 12 powerful powers represent the ultimate power. Each of these powers can be said to be incomparably powerful, and the power makes people feel fear and panic. Damn it, you're just a chicken that looks bigger. What can be arrogant? His face was full of anger, and a general level powerhouse quickly charged towards Tiger. Clap! The general's fist slammed heavily towards Tiger, and the iron fist could be said to be full of powerful armament. Kaka! The strong man's iron fist slammed down heavily, but at this moment an invisible barrier appeared in this name. In front of the general and the strong, the barrier blocked all bombardment. Damn bastard, what are you trying to do? The general and the strong bombarded the huge invisible protective barrier in front of him with difficulty, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shatter the screen. The chicken talisman represented psychic power, an incomparably powerful force, power controlled and manipulated by the will. Is there really no way to break through the defense gathered by this guy's invisible power? Although the air in front of him was empty, the strong general was enough to feel an air barrier that could not be seen with the naked eye. This barrier blocked all bombardments that wanted to attack Tiger the Murloc. How can we break through this level of defense? Are we just watching him prepare to leave here step by step? Looking at Tiger the Murloc, who was stepping away from this underground cage step by step. At this time, whether it was the three strong generals or the 10,000 guard soldiers, their hearts could be said to be filled with infinite anger. Three general level powerhouses united with 10,000 guard soldiers. This is an amazing force, but it is this power that can't even stop a person's pace. What a shame it is to know that even a strong man at the level of the four emperors can't achieve such a small level. Chapter 121. Stupid Tianlong people. I want to get out of here. I don't think anyone can stop it. Tiger came to the central square of the Holy Land Marijoa from the cage full of blood and darkness. At this time, he looked special, domineering and magnificent. The three general level masters kept bombarding Tiger's body protecting psychic hood, but no matter how they bombarded, they still couldn't break Tiger's body protecting psychic hood. Step by step, I walked out and came to the central square of the Holy Land Marijoa. At this time, Tiger still looks like the golden chicken that is several meters long. On his body, 267 has a protective gas mask covering his whole body. This gas mask tenaciously shelters him. Tiger's body, whether it was the bombardment of the three generals or the attack of the nearly 10,000 guard soldiers, this psychic shield was as strong as ever to protect Tiger's safety. Damn bastard. These goddamn trash. They should all apologize with death. Wu Laoxing looked angrily at the guard soldiers and the three general level powerhouses who were blocked by the psychic shield. What the hell is going on with that golden chicken? Why does it have such a powerful power? I heard that he seems to be one of the 12 spell warriors, the legendary chicken spell warrior. The 5 old stars standing in the central tower of the Holy Land Marijoa. Their faces were full of solemnity at this time, and they were solemnly looking at the scenes below. 3 dignified generals and nearly 10,000 soldiers guarding the Holy Land Marijoa. But with such a powerful Holy Land power, Tiger was helpless at this time. As expected of the legendary talisman warriors, each of them is a monster with incomparably terrifying strength. The eyes of the 5 old stars are full of seriousness and solemnity. They are also obvious to the power of the spell warriors. At this time, they have truly seen the power of the spell warriors, one after another. The monsters are extremely terrifying, and they are still real. The strength of the terrifying monster. The spell warrior. Why did the spell warrior appear here, and what is the true identity of that spell warrior? Looking at Tiger, who was still unscathed under the bombardment of the 3 general level masters, the hearts of the 5 old stars can be said to be full of shock. Is this the power of the spell warrior? The invincible power of the bull spell warrior Nico Robin. Rabbit spell warrior Corazon has his invincible speed. So what is the power he uses for this chicken charm now? Is it the most invincible powerful psychic shield? What exactly is the power of the chicken talisman? Lord Wu Laoxing's heart can be said to be full of doubts. Damn it, what are you trying to do? The 3 generals surrounded Tiger tightly in a triangle in the center of the plaza of the Holy Land Marijoa. At this time, it is Tiger in the state of the chicken, and he can be said to be extremely conspicuous. He is the only light in this dark night who exudes golden light all over his body, and everyone is attracted by this dazzling golden light. I want that golden chicken to be my mount. Some Tianlong people who don't even know what to do still want to take Tiger and use it as his mount. I also want. He looks so handsome. I must get this chicken. You bastards, don't hurt this chicken for me. If any of you hurt him, I will kill you. Just when the 3 general level powerhouses and countless guard soldiers were blocking Tiger's footsteps, the roar of the Tianlong people sounded from a distance, and they looked greedily at the divine chicken radiating golden light all over the body at this time, and they also scolded the soldiers guarding the Holy Land Marijoa with a fierce look, angrily reprimanded them, telling them not to hurt the golden chicken. These stupid guys. The heart of the 5 old stars. It can be said that he was full of anger. He never thought that this group of Tianlong people was so stupid. When is it now? Is it still time to think about these things? Wu Laoxing can be said to be extremely annoyed and helpless. Even if their hearts are full of anger for the group of Tianlong people who just ascended, they will not give all of Wu Laoxing's face. They who have enjoyed the highest treatment since childhood have never considered anyone's feelings. They have always only considered their own happiness. The 3 great generals who heard the roar of the celestial dragons, their hearts were also full of helplessness and anger. Is this what they are willing to do? Is this golden chicken an ordinary domestic chicken? The battle here can be said to be incomparably thrilling. Tiger's telekinetic power also has a strong fighting ability, and his attack power is also incomparably powerful. Chapter 122. Tianlong's vision. It's really a bunch of stupid Tianlong people. Tiger, who was in the state of a chicken at this time, heard those stupid Tianlong people roar, and his heart was full of disdain. Since you want to die so much, don't blame me for being rude. Tiger turned his head and looked at the Tianlong man who shouted the loudest. This was a Tianlong man who looked only in his 20s but was extremely bloated. With a height of almost 1.7 meters, his weight is almost 400 to 500 pounds. Since you want to die so much, then I don't want to blame me for being rude. Looking at the Tianlong man who was yelling there, looking at the arrogant look on his face, Tiger's eyes could said to be full of disdain. I saw him quickly turn his head to look at the 19 Tianlong person, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Crack! A crisp voice suddenly sounded in this quiet battlefield. With the cry of the Tianlong people, the entire battlefield can be said to have stopped in an instant. But on this quiet battlefield, this crisp sound can be said to be particularly eye-catching, because the direction of the sound is the direction of the group of Tianlong people. What's the matter with you? What happened? Hey, why is this happening? What happened? The Tianlong people screamed in panic, and countless guard soldiers rushed towards those Tianlong people. He died. His neck was twisted and broken. Just as everyone in Tianlong looked at the Tianlong Gren with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth in panic, the doctor who rushed there could be said to have confirmed the death of this Tianlong Gren. Dead? How did he die? Who killed him? What's going on here? Everyone looked at the dead dragon man with disbelief. What exactly is going on? It's you. You used your ability to kill him, right? Escort Lord Tianlong from here. This guy has the power to kill people from the air. The general level powerhouses around Tiger, they can say that they sensed the reaction of this energy in an instant, which means that Tiger used his own energy not long ago. And just not long ago, the Tianlong person died there, which means that this Tianlong person was killed by him. Tiger, since you already know my abilities, let's not hide it. The high-level Tianlong people feel the fear. The words were full of ruthlessness and murderous intent, but also full of ridicule. Immediately escort Lord Tianlong from here. After hearing Tiger's words, the hearts of these 3 generals and strong men were filled with endless panic. Tiger actually possesses the power to kill invisible at a distance. Crack! A celestial dragon man's neck was twisted again, and countless blood dripped down the corner of the celestial dragon man's mouth. Damn, stop me. Are you trying to drag us to death? Do you know what you are doing now? Are you planning to fight against the entire world? Even if you are a spell warrior, do you have the power to rival the entire world? To kill the Tianlong people is to be an enemy of the world government and to be an enemy of the whole world. The three general level powerhouses rushed towards them. At this time, they had no idea how to stop Tiger. All they had to do was to sense Tiger's attack as much as possible and protect the more powerful ones. Many dragons today can be said to be the end of all Tianlong people. On the day of panic in their minds, they are the heavenly dragons aloof. Today, not only did they all kneel on the ground, but now they are like the caught pigs and sheep being killed by Tiger. What kind of humiliation is this? They are high-ranking Tianlong people. When have they enjoyed such treatment? They have always ruled the lives and deaths of others, but now there are people who can rule their life and death. This is something that this group of Tianlong people can't imagine at all. Hell, you bastards, don't you know how to protect us? I'm going to kill you. You bastards, hurry up and protect me. You bastards, I will definitely kill you. Even if these three general level powerhouses tried their best to rescue these heavenly dragon people, but these instead of a trace of gratitude, the Tianlong people's faces were full of anger. They scolded the guard soldiers who were desperately trying to rescue them. Even if these guard soldiers tried their best to rescue these Tianlong people, they still couldn't get a good word. In the eyes of the Tianlong people, these guard soldiers and the so-called three strong generals are only slaves in their eyes to protect their minions. How could the lives of these minions be watched by these Tianlong people? Chapter 123, The Day of the Fall of God. Crack-lick. Even if it is sheltered by three general level powerhouses, even if it is sheltered by countless soldiers guarding the Holy Land Marijoa, but under Tiger's powerful telekinesis, these heavenly dragons, who are powerless, cannot escape death as long as they are within the range of Tiger's telekinesis. Dozens of celestial dragons all died in the sound of this click. Among all the terrified eyes of the celestial dragons, a celestial dragon was twisted and his neck was broken. Dragon people who rule the world. Dragon people who enslaved the whole world. Dragon people of the world's worms. Today is the day God fell. The slaves protected by the iron cage. Today is the day those of you who call yourself gods from high above fall. I swear an oath in the name of my holy master 12 spell warrior chicken spell warrior, and I will definitely liberate all the slaves in this holy land Marijoa. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, Tiger, the golden chicken, floated up like this. The whole body glowed with golden light, and this golden chicken floated directly from the ground and came to the sky 100 meters above the ground. When the divine chicken came to the sky above 100 meters, a voice full of infinite majesty rang in everyone's ears. The day the gods fell. Today is the day the gods fall. Looking at the golden chicken flying above the 100-meter altitude, I heard the majestic voice of the gods. All the slaves raised their heads and looked towards the sky, looking at the divine chicken above the sky with golden rays of light all over its body, and listening to the words uttered in its mouth that represent the words of the gods. The hearts of these slaves who have long lost their hope of survival can be said to be no longer a bloom of hope for survival. The day the gods fell is today the day God falls. God chicken. In a slave cage in the Holy Land Marijoa, the basement was shaken by a crack because of the earthquake that caused the entire Holy Land Marijoa. Through this small crack he raised his head and looked at the divine chicken above the sky with golden light all over his body. In an iron cage in this underground cage, a little girl's eyes suddenly burst out with love for life. Desire. It turns out that there are really gods in this world. God chicken, I hope you can help our three sisters one day escape from the sea of misery, escape from this place, and escape from this hell-like place. Boyahan Cook's eyes were full of hope. She hoped that this is the chicken that coerced the entire Holy Land Marijoa and could take them to escape from this place that filled them with infinite terror. This is a place that fills them with infinite terror. This is a hell-like place where there are only painful memories and a difficult life. This is an experience that Boyahan Cook will never forget, and here are the days that Boyahan Cook will never forget. This is hell. This is the abyss of hell, and all that exists here is the endless pain and torment. God chicken, I, Boyahan Cook, pray here and pray that you can rescue our sisters. Boyahan Cook knelt there, her eyes full of hope and hesitation. She is worried about whether all this is true. Will someone really come to rescue them? Can they really get out of here? At this time, Boyahan Cook's heart can be said to be full of sorrow, worrying about all these things. Well, as if sensing something, Tiger turned his head and looked at Boyahan Cook and the others. This little girl seems to have seen the hope in Boyahan Cook's eyes. Tiger also felt a shock in his heart. How similar is this look to himself at the beginning, just like the same unyielding and will to survive. Please, you must save me out of here. His eyes were full of desire for life and unyielding to the present life. Boyahan Cook seemed to tell Tiger about her desire to survive through eye contact. She seemed to be confiding in Tiger and her inner desire to survive. "Don't worry, I will rescue you next time." Seeing the unyielding will in Boya Hankook's eyes, Tiger's heart was also full of shock. Why does this little girl have such a fearless heart? Will the will and the desire to survive? What has she experienced? Why is her will so strong and hungry? Facing Boya Hankook, whose eyes were full of unyielding and desire to survive, Tiger's heart seemed to be hit by something. These eyes can be said to resonate in his heart. It is also the unyielding will and the desire to survive. Chapter 124 Reaction of the Parties. Suddenly appeared in the Holy Land Mary Joa the Golden Chicken. The fall of the world's noble Tianlong people. The death of dozens of Tianlong people. In the 800 years since the establishment of the world government, the only holy place that has been breached is Mary Joa. On the day God fell, the most powerful villain in history, the strongest villain in the world government's 800-year history, the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master, Chicken Spell Warriors. For the first time in history, a reward of 2 billion Bailey is offered. The strongest villain in history, the Holy Master's 12 Charm Warrior, Chicken Charm Warrior. Time flies, and 5 days have passed like this. But in these 5 days, this news spread all over the world and shocked the whole world. Representing the headquarters of the world government, the Holy Land of Marijo, the residence of the world's aristocratic dragons, was breached. Dozens of Tianlong people died tragically here. This can be said to be a tragedy that the world government has never had before. The death of dozens of Tianlong people can be said to make all Tianlong people angry. 267 They are high-ranking Tianlong people and they enjoy supreme power. But on that day, they were just like the pigs and sheep to be slaughtered, letting the golden chicken be slaughtered. What kind of humiliation was this? How arrogant and domineering that criminal was. This incident can be said to have caused the wrath of all Tianlong people. Anyone who humiliates the gods will definitely be punished by the gods. They will not let go of the golden chicken easily. All they have to do is find the golden chicken. They will cruelly treat the golden chicken in front of everyone in the world, tortured to death. They want everyone in the world to know that their Tianlong people are supreme beings and they are not to be provoked. Anyone who dares to touch the majesty of God is the enemy of God. JD. They are all people who need to be executed, and the majesty of God cannot be violated. There is no such thing as the so-called day of the gods' fall. Some are just the lies of a villain. The power of the Lord's 12 spells. Chicken Charm Warrior. Is this the new spell warrior? As these news spread, the hearts of those who are very concerned about the spell warriors are also full of surprises. This is the new spell warrior, and they are also curious about what power this spell warrior has. The Bull Talisman Warrior represents power. The Rabbit Charm Warrior represents speed. What does the Chicken Spell Warrior represent? What is the power he possesses? What special power does he possess? Everyone's hearts are full of surprises, and they are constantly suspicious in their hearts, wondering what the power of this chicken charm is. The damn new spell warrior has appeared again, and 4 emperors looked at the news in front of her, and her heart could be said to be full of anger. Why didn't the Holy Master choose her to become a spell warrior? Why can't she be a spell warrior? Auntie has experienced the power of the bull spell warrior Nico Robin and the rabbit spell Khorasan successively. Each of them is extremely powerful. In Big Mom's heart, the power of the spell warrior even surpasses the devil fruit. In order to pursue the power of the spell warrior, she could say that she gave up everything. Damn it, this is already the 3rd spell warrior. Are there really 12 spell warriors? If all 12 of them show up, is there still a place for my beast Kaido on the sea? On an island with an extremely sinister environment in the new world, the beast Kaido's face at this time can be said to be full of iron. As the 4th emperor, his strength belongs to the top existence in the whole world. However, with the continuous emergence of such top-level combat power of the spell warriors, it can be said that it is constantly increasing. The fighting strength of the 4 emperors is no longer the strongest, and the strongest are the talisman warriors. If all the 12 spell warriors really appeared in this world, then who else in the world can match the spell warriors? This world will become a world dominated by spell warriors. Damn bastard, I won't let you get away easily. It's not so easy for a spell warrior to dominate the world. His eyes were full of anger. Kaido, the beast in a cave above this island, had endless killing intent on his face. He is the dignified Kaido of the 4 emperors and beasts, and he is not willing to admit defeat easily. Even if the spell warrior is powerful, do you think he will easily admit defeat? His beast Kaido would rather die in battle than easily admit defeat. He is a man who would rather die in battle. Curse warriors, no matter who you are, as long as you are spell warriors, I won't let you go easily. His eyes were full of rage, and Kaido, the beast, would definitely kill those spell warriors. Chapter 125 Tiger returns to Fishman Island. Have I finally come back here? My hometown. At this time, when everyone in the world was talking about the talisman warriors under the sea water 10,000 meters below the red earth continent. A huge island was under the deep sea. This is where countless murlocs and mermen live on Fishman Island. Tiger grew up here since he was a child, and he is one of the members here. I'm back, returned from the hell-like sanctuary Mary Joa to his hometown. Tiger, his heart can be said to be full of excitement because this is his hometown where he grew up. Just as Tiger walked from the deep sea to the main gate of the Fishman Island, the fishmen soldiers guarding the main gate of the Fishman Island looked at Tiger, who was swimming from the deep sea with their weapons on guard. It's me, Tiger. Tiger's voice sounded in everyone's ears, and his face at this time can be said to be full of seriousness. Tiger is the boss of the backstreet of Fishman Island, which can be said to be a notorious place where there are all those powerful but murderous fishmen, and Tiger is the boss of these murlocs, a more powerful monster. Boss Tiger, why are you back now? It's been a long time. All the murlocs looked at Tiger in front of them with cheers. In the eyes of these murlocs, Tiger was a hero worthy of everyone's worship. After all, the backstreet of Fishman Island, led by Fishman Tiger, was extremely stable. He rectified it and made it extremely peaceful, but even peace could not cover up the conflict between the fishmen and humans. Human greed is the culprit in all of this. In the noble world of human beings, mermaids can be said to be in short supply. In order to obtain huge wealth, these human beings can be said to do whatever it takes. Countless murlocs were used as slaves, plundered from the Murloc Island and entered the human world, and were severely ravaged by the nobles of humans. This can be said to be one of the microcosms of the whole world. Tianlong people are high above everyone in the world. Their inhuman predators have the world's riches for their enjoyment. Is the Fishman Island okay while I'm away? Looking at the Murloc compatriots in front of him, Tiger's heart was also full of excitement, and still very excited. After all, this is his countryman's home, not the human who would enslave him. Don't worry, Boss Tiger, Fishman Island will have no problem with our shelter. Those murlocs looked at Tiger excitedly, and their faces were full of confidence in the face of Tiger's questioning. After all, there is their murloc guard here. If you have such confidence, then I can rest assured. Tiger nodded with a smile on his face. He is very satisfied with these murloc brothers. At least he has trust. Tiger believes in his murloc brothers, who they are, and believes that they will not live up to the expectations of the entire murloc. Boss Tiger, where have you been recently? I haven't heard from you. Yes, Boss Tiger, we really miss you. Boss Tiger, tell us how about the above. Boss Tiger. Boss Tiger. As the crowd gathered more and more, the fact that Tiger returned to the Fishman Island can be said to have spread throughout the Fishman Island. In the ears of the mermaid, there are countless fishmen who worship Tiger. The mermaid can be said to be a bee. The chrysalis came and charged towards Tiger. They worship the Fishman Tiger, and in their eyes, the Fishman Tiger is the invincible god, the hero that everyone worships. The idols of these murlocs: King Neptune, Princess Otohim. Just when all the murlocs gathered around and looked at Tiger excitedly, Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, surrounded him with a group of guard soldiers. King Neptune and Princess Otohim stood there looking at Tiger with serious faces. Your Majesty the King, Your Majesty the Princess. Pushing aside the murlocs surrounding him, Tiger respectfully came to the front of King Neptune and his concubine Aki. Tiger, it's really been a long time. The huge King Neptune looked at Tiger with a smile on his face. For King Neptune, for Tiger, who is a powerful and famous person in the whole kingdom, one of the best men in existence, King Neptune has a trace of admiration. After the entire Fishman Island kingdom, Tiger's prestige can be said to be incomparably strong, but even so, King Neptune does not have the slightest fear and vigilance, because in his heart he knows what kind of person Tiger is. Tiger will not be greedy for the so-called royal power, nor will he be the enemy of the entire Fishman Island because of the struggle for power. He is a real hero. Your Majesty the King, Your Majesty the Princess. Facing King Neptune's concerned greeting, Tiger's eyes were still full of respect, and he didn't have the slightest change in his heart because of his strength. Chapter 126 Mermaid White Star. Tiger, what happened during these hours? Why haven't I heard anything from you at all? With a smile on his face, King Neptune looked at Tiger with a smile and asked him experience during this time. Your Majesty, this is a long story. I think it's good to wait for me to talk to you in detail later. Tiger shook his head, his face full of solemnity. Yeah. Princess Otoji frowned. She seemed to feel something. The angry anger in Tiger's heart and the unwillingness to die. At this time, Tiger's heart seemed to be filled with infinite anger, a flaming volcano that was about to erupt from 270. It's like a volcano about to erupt. The red rock full of flames in the volcano. It seems that all it takes is an opportune moment for the volcano to erupt, and the fury of the volcano's fury will destroy everything. What happened? Why did Tiger become like this? Her heart is full of doubts. Princess Otohi is thinking about the future of all this quickly. What will Tiger do? What impact does this have on the future of Fishman Island? All of this is the doubt in Princess Otohim's heart. heart. If that's the case, then you can go back to the palace with me. Let's discuss some things in detail. With a smile on his face, Neptune looked at Tiger with a smile on his face. What, you said you became a spell warrior? Neptune, the king of the kingdom of the Fishman Island, looked at the Fishman Tiger who was standing in the hall of the kingdom with a shocked expression. That's right, I'm the chicken charm warrior. Facing King Neptune's questioning full of surprise, Princess Odo him looked surprised. Tiger nodded calmly, as if the chicken talisman warrior was not a big deal. High above the Holy Land Marijoa, the day the gods fell, the man known as the world's #1 criminal. Princess Odoji looked at Tiger the Fishman with a shocked expression on her face. It can be said that this incident was beyond Princess Odoji's imagination. If this matter is made known to the world government and the Navy, then the face of the Fishman Island is the full crusade of the Navy headquarters and the world government, and the Fishman Island will face the responsibility of the whole world government. Tiger, what do you mean by coming back today? After knowing that Tiger was the legendary chicken charm warrior, King Neptune's heart was full of solemnity. After all, the chicken charm warrior is known as the worst in the world. Criminals, a terrifying existence with a reward of 2 billion Baileys. Sever the relationship between me and Fishman Island. I don't want to implicate the entire Fishman Island because I still have one big thing to do. His face became solemn again, and Tiger looked at the king and princess in front of him seriously. Tiger's next goal is to attack the Holy Land Marijoa again to free all the slaves. He wants to free all those suffering compatriots, and he wants to take them out of the sea of misery. But at that time, with his identity as a Murloc, once he really attacks the Holy Land Marijoa, then the world government will definitely not let the Murloc Island go. So why not let him cut off relations with the Murloc? Sever the relationship with Fishman Island. Tiger, what do you want to do? King Neptune's eyes were full of worry, and when he heard Tiger's words, his heart could be said to be extremely worried. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? Look, because I'm going to do an earth-shattering event. The impact of this event is enough to bring the entire Fishman Island into ruin. If you don't want Fishman Island to be destroyed with me, then there is only one thing you have to do at this time, and that is to cut off my relationship with Fishman Island completely. Tiger, don't you want to attack the Holy Land Marijoa again? Odoji stood up with an exclamation on her face. Her face was full of worry. She was worried about the future of Tiger. Well, this time, I will not only attack the Holy Land Marijoa, but another thing I have to do is to free all the slaves, those who were brutally tortured by those humans. Tiger's eyes were full of terrifying arrogance, and the powerful arrogance caused the entire space to vibrate. What a powerful aura this is! Is this the power of a spell warrior? The momentum that was enough to cause the entire Fishman Island to shake can be said to have completely shocked King Neptune. What a powerful strength! This force is enough to subvert the future of the entire Fishman Island. Father, Mother Queen. Just when the hearts of King Neptune and Princess Odohi were full of shock, the crisp voice of a crying little girl rang in everyone's ears. Why did you come here? Shirahoshi. Looking at this cute Murloc like a porcelain doll, the hearts of King Neptune and Princess Odohi can be said to be filled with infinite tenderness and love. This is their fourth child, and the only daughter, the Princess of Fishman Island, the jewel in the palm of all citizens of Fishman Island. Chapter 127. Tiger stopped White Star. Poseidon, the three ancient gods, the Sea King, looking at the little mermaid who suddenly appeared in front of him, the Holy Master's eyes could be said to have a gleam of brilliance. You must know that this represents one of the three strongest forces in the One Piece world, and it is also the only force that can match the spell warrior. If Shirahoshi adds the power of a spell warrior, then her strength will reach that level. Isn't the power of ancient gods and spells invincible in today's world? I'm sorry, princess. Looking at Shirahoshi, who was crying quietly, Tiger's face was also full of helplessness and embarrassment. Seeing looks very cute like a porcelain doll, but it was because of her own aura that the little girl cried out. 19. This incident can be said to make Tiger extremely embarrassed, and he is also full of love and pity for the mermaid Princess Tiger in front of him. She can be said to be the jewel in the palm of all the people of Fishman Island, a girl blessed by the sea. Boss Tiger, the little face was full of pity, and the mermaid princess looked at Tiger pitifully. I'm sorry, princess, this is indeed my rudeness. With a helpless look on his face, Tiger he looked at Seeing helplessly. As a strong man and full of majesty, he was also helpless to Seeing a cute and beautiful little girl. After all, he is not a real vicious person. He also has a love for his compatriots. He loves his compatriots and he will protect his compatriots. It's okay, Boss Tiger. The little face was full of pity, and Seeing at this time can be said to be extremely pitiful and pitiful. Is it okay to look like this? Tiger's face was full of helplessness, and he could only say that he shook his head helplessly in this situation. He just broke out his momentum just to let King Neptune know his strength, but what he didn't expect was that this matter would turn out to to be like this. Her Royal Highness the Mermaid Princess. Okay. By seeing, Ag looked at her precious daughter lovingly. Her face could be said to be full of love and pity. This is her precious daughter. Well, facing the comfort of his mother, By Seeing's worries can be said to have calmed down most of the time. Send the princess back. After comforting By Seeing, Princess Otoji immediately ordered those palace guards to send By Seeing back to each other. Wait a minute. With surprise on his face, Tiger suddenly stopped and stood in front of Shirahoshi to stop her. Boss Tiger. Looking at the fishman Tiger in front of him, By Seeing's little face can be said to be full of doubts and incomprehensions. She didn't think Tiger the Murloc would hurt her, which could be said to be Shirahoshi's trust in Tiger. King Neptune and Princess Aki looked at Tiger with a serious look on their faces. Although Tiger's strength is strong, they are very fond of their precious daughter. Even if they are with Tiger, no matter how they are enemies, they will also protect their precious daughters. Your Majesty, the two of you, don't get angry yet. Seeing King Neptune who suddenly appeared in front of him, his face was full of seriousness. Tiger shook his head with a wry smile. What's going on? Neptune asked Tiger. He wanted to know what was the main reason for Tiger to do this. Why did Tiger suddenly stop in front of Princess Shirahoshi? King Neptune, you should know that there are 12 spell warriors. In addition to the current bull spell warrior Nico Robin, rabbit spell warrior Corazon, and chicken spell warrior I Tiger, there are 9 other candidates for spell warriors. Not sure yet. Tiger raised his head, his eyes full of firmness and seriousness. The other 9 talisman warriors. But what does this have to do with By Seeing? Neptune's face was filled with 270 and puzzled. The talisman warrior is indeed powerful, but what does this have to do with By Seeing, who is not a talisman warrior? Tiger, what do you mean? Princess Itoji was obviously a smart person. She looked at Tiger in shock. At this time, she already had a slight conjecture in her heart, but this conjecture made it impossible for her to imagine or believe it. Charm warrior, what a noble identity this is. This is something that Princess Otohime could never imagine. You must know that they are the legendary talisman warriors, each of which represents a formidable strength. Nico Robin, who defeated the Navy slaughtering order head-on, had the power to defeat the 4 emperors at the age of 8. The kings Kaiwahei Corazon defeated the man who reigned over the underworld Kaido the Beast. In addition, on the day of God's fall, Tiger, who killed countless dragons in the Holy Land Marijoa. All of this is enough to show the power of the spell warrior. Chapter 128. The future spell warrior of the White Star Princess. She has the potential to become a spell warrior. The words were not astonishing, and Tiger said something that everyone could not imagine. Even if Princess Otoji already had this conjecture in his heart, when Tiger really said this, his heart was full of infinite surprises, because the meaning represented by the talisman warrior is simply not something that the two of them can bear. The talisman warrior will be an existence that everyone will seek after, and the power it represents is simply too powerful. You said that Shiraishi has the potential to become a spell warrior. Nipton looked at Tiger in astonishment. The power of the spell warriors is obvious to all, and the most important thing is that there are only 12 candidates for the spell warriors. How slim. Princess White Star does have the potential to become a spell warrior. His eyes were full of seriousness, and Tiger looked at the king and princess seriously. This, Neptune and Otoji looked at each other. They didn't expect this surprise would really come to them. At the same time, their hearts are also full of worries. After all, although the talisman warriors are powerful, they are also accompanied by endless dangers. In the future, the spell warrior will become the mainstream of this world, so Shirahoshi, who becomes the spell warrior, will become the existence that people compete for. In this way, the Neptune couple's hearts are also full of infinite worries. But what kind of torture and hardship will By Seeing suffer in the future? Are you sure that Shirahoshi will really become a spell warrior in the future? With seriousness on his face, Neptune looked at Tiger seriously. The chances of Princess Shiraishi becoming a spell warrior in the future are more than 7 to make. Although he knew the worries of Neptune and his wife, Tiger didn't lie. He directly said what the Lord asked him to say, because the Lord wanted to create a super spell warrior composed of the 3 ancient gods and spell warriors. His strength will surpass all spell warriors. Princess Bakesing is the candidate of the Holy Master. He is a spell warrior composed of the 3 ancient gods, Sea King Poseidon, and the power of spells. His power can be said to be incomparably powerful. This will be a force that will surpass everyone's imagination. This, King Neptune and Princess Otohime looked at each other, and they also saw the worry in each other's eyes. They don't care whether By Seeing will become an invincible powerhouse in the future. What they care about is whether By Seeing can live happily and well in the future. Tiger, I hope that this matter today will not be spread out. As for whether By Seeing can become a spell warrior in the future, it depends on her personal opportunity. At least at this moment, I don't want her to be implicated because of this matter. The love of parents can be said to be selfless, also full of care. King Neptune, who is worried about Baising's future, has only one thing to do now, and that is to protect Baising well and protect his daughter, whom he loves and cares for. King Neptune, you can rest assured that I will not say anything about this matter today. After all, if Baising really becomes a spell warrior in the future, it means that our Fishman Island will be even stronger. His eyes were full of firmness and seriousness. Tiger assured King Neptune. Hey, Neptune shook his head helplessly. There is no one who can guarantee the future of this matter. If Baising really becomes a spell warrior, then her life will not be so stable and peaceful. She will be a warrior who fights for her beliefs, not a princess sheltered by an entire kingdom. One is a warrior who pursues faith and fights. One is a princess who is sheltered by the entire Murloc nation. No one can tell which of them is good and who is bad. It depends on Shirahashi's own choices in the future. Baising forgot what happened today. You must not talk about what happened today casually. Her face was full of seriousness and seriousness. The princess of Fishman Island, Oiji, looked at her with a loving look on her face. Daughter Baising, and sternly instructed to Zhao's that she should not tell what happened today. Mom, does Baising know what to say? Although her heart was full of endless doubts, Baising obeyed her mother's words. Her little face was full of grievances, but her eyes were firm and said to Princess Otoji, "Good, you go back and have a good rest first. Just treat today's affairs as a dream." Her face was full of her mother's gentle smile. Otoji looked at Shirahoshi with a gentle face. She hoped Shirahoshi could forget what happened today. But today's events have long been deeply imprinted in Baising's mind. How could she easily forget it? Chapter 129. Jinping's hesitation. Princess White Star has the potential to become a spell warrior. Tiger's face was also full of helplessness. As a spell warrior, of course he also knows what a spell warrior has to experience. It was not smooth sailing but full of difficulties and obstacles. This is an extremely difficult road, but it is also a path full of brilliance. Take your own life as a bet and create an era of your own. We won't mention this for a while, but let's make one thing clear. Tiger, are you really sure you want to do that? King Neptune looked at Tiger with a serious look on his face. After all, this matter was too important, and he had to confirm it again. Your Majesty, this is my choice. I hope you can respect my choice. Tiger also looked at King Neptune with a serious look on his face. After all, challenging the authority of the Tianlong people was no small matter. Hey, Neptune shook his head helplessly and sighed, looking at such a firm Tiger. Princess Otoji's face was also full of helplessness. Originally, she had no right to order Tiger, not to mention Tiger, who has become a spell warrior at this time. Such a powerful Tiger, even more not a being she can command. And what Tiger did was not wrong. He just wanted to rescue his compatriots who were enslaved by the dragons. But what this matter needs to face is to challenge the majesty of all Tianlong people. There are dozens of Tianlong people who died on the Day of the Gods, and this incident has made the world government extremely angry. Their pursuit of the golden chicken can be said to be endless. Your Majesty, I think what we will discuss next is how to disengage me from Fishman Island. You don't need to persuade me for the rest. Tiger looked at the king seriously and shook his head. This is something that doesn't need to persuade him at all. It can be said to be the obsession in his heart. He will surely save his fellow man from that hellish place. Hey, King Neptune also looked helpless when he looked at such a determined Tiger. Shook his head. Tiger, there is only one thing I can say now, so take care of yourself. His eyes were full of infinite emotion. The memories of his childhood were constantly recalled in Neptune's mind. Although he was a prince, he and Tiger had been friends since childhood. The memories of childhood were always full of sweetness and joy. However, as they grow older, some sorrows are not short-lived. This is something they must experience at these ages. Friendship, love, affection, friends, lovers, family. These things will make them grow, and sometimes this growth will bring joy to people, and sometimes it will make people full of pain and sorrow. But this is something they have to experience. There must be troubles in growing up. This can be said to be everyone's life experience. There are experiences that everyone needs to go through to grow, such as pain and joy, and other people's 7 emotions and 6 desires. I have no regrets about this matter. This will be my mission to become a spell warrior, my mission in life. Tiger looked at King Neptune seriously and nodded. This can be said to be his lifelong mission and lifelong pursuit. His mission is to save those compatriots who are suffering. Brother, are you sure this is true? At this time, in the back street of Fisherman's Island, in a room in the back street, Hody looked at Tiger in front of him with surprise. Brother, do you finally have this idea? This idea is really good. The royal family at this time is too cowardly, and he can't protect our Fishman Island at all. The dragon's face was also full of endless surprises. After all, for them, they had long been uncomfortable with the royal family who came to Fishman Island at this time. In their opinion, the royal family of Fishman Island at this time was too cowardly. The cowardly can't shelter this peaceful Fishman Island. Boss Tiger, is it really good for us to do this? There was a hint of hesitation on Jinbei's face. Although he admired Tiger incomparably, he still held an objection to rebelling against the royal family. Why are you planning to betray us? The dragon looked at Jinping with a fierce face. In his opinion, this was Xiping's betrayal of the backstreets of Fishman Island and Tiger's betrayal. I never thought of betraying Boss Tiger, but is it really okay for us to rebel against the royal family like this? The blue fat man in front of him, his eyes can be said to be full of endless entanglements. One is the boss he swears to follow. The other is where she lived since she was a child. He didn't want to drag this place into a war. Jinpei, I hope what you said is true, otherwise don't blame me for breaking your neck with my own hands. The evil dragon came to Jinping with a ferocious face, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Chapter 130. Jinping Night Detective. Jinping, if you dare to betray us and the boss, then don't blame us for not talking about brotherhood. His eyes were filled with a ferocious aura, and Hody came to Jinping with a ferocious face. His face was full of ferocious murderous intent. If Jinping really dared to betray them, then only death would be the face of Jinping. They would kill Jinbei without hesitation. Am I Xiping that kind of person? Looking at Hody, who was so aggressive, Jinping's face was full of anger. How could he betray one of his bosses and betray the fishman in the backstreet of Fishman Island? Okay, we have to believe him. He is our brother anyway. How can we doubt our brother? Looking at these murlocs who kept walking towards Jinping, Tiger quickly stood up and stopped in front of them. He looked domineeringly at these murlocs and persuaded them. Since the boss has already spoken, what else do we have to say? Jinbei, I hope you really won't betray us, otherwise you'll know how powerful we are. Although they have Tiger's protection, these murlocs have not easily let go of the Jinping they threatened. Don't leak this matter out, otherwise it will be a devastating blow to meet Jinpei. Dong dong dong. Time flies by, and soon it is late at night. At this time, under a house on the back street of Fishman Island, there was a blue fat man with blue skin all over his body. At this time, he was standing here with a tangled face. Creak. The door of the house was opened, and Tiger looked at Jinping standing in front of him with a look of relief. Jinpei, I knew you would come. Come in. Tell me if you have something to say. Tiger opened the door, looked at Jinpei standing in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. What the hell is going on? Boss Tiger, you seem to have guessed that I will come. Following Tiger walked into the room with Jinpei. He looked at Tiger in front of him with a puzzled expression. This behavior of Tiger seemed to tell Jinpei that I am here waiting for your arrival. Jinpei, I had already guessed that you would come, and sure enough, you didn't disappoint me, so you really came. Facing the puzzled Jinpei, Tiger looked at him with a smile. Boss Tiger, do we really want to betray Fishman Island and the royal family? Are you really that kind of ambitious man? Jinbei questioned Tiger in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that the big brother you admire will be such a person. Will he really betray his country because of his ambition? Since you are willing to come here, Jinbei, I think you should be loyal to this country. Then I will tell you my true identity, but you must remember that this identity cannot be revealed. His eyes were full of dignified expressions. Jinbei was a trustworthy person. He was capable of guarding this island and guarding the secret no matter his quality or strength. Real identity. Jinping had a puzzled look on his face. Does Tiger have any hidden identity? That's right, his true identity. Jinpei, do you know the golden chicken that was on the day of the god's fall not long ago? Actually, he is me. I am the Holy Master 12 Spell Warrior Chicken Spell Warrior Tiger. With a solemn look in his eyes, Tiger quickly revealed his identity. The golden chicken on the day of the god's fall. The legendary spell warrior. Jinping looked at Tiger in disbelief. He never thought that Tiger would say such a thing. You must know that the golden chicken on the day of the fall of the gods even had a reward of more than 2 billion shells. Profit. It can be said that he offered a reward of 2 billion Bailey for the first time in history. Even if it cost 3 times the price, the Tianlong people would still have the head of the golden chicken. But he never thought that the golden chicken was his elder brother Tiger, a legendary talisman warrior. Boss, even if you really become a spell warrior, you can't change your original intention and want to overthrow the rule of Fishman Island. Jinbei questioned Tiger again. He couldn't believe that Tiger would become ambitious because of his expansion of strength. Because I need to break away from the Fishman Island because I still have a big thing to do, and the impact of this matter is not as good as the day of the previous god's death. I can't drag down the whole Fishman Island because of my own affairs. Tiger shook his head and explained everything he had discussed with King Neptune in the palace before. What, big brother, are you telling me to do this? Jinbei looked at Tiger in horror. He never thought that Tiger meant this. The rebellion this time is actually just acting, but in order to confuse everyone, the scene must be played seriously, and Tiger must fail, but he needs a reason for his failure. Tell the king about this matter, so that let the king have a small guard. Chapter 131. Jinping's betrayal. Are you willing to bear the resentment of all the murlocs Murlocs in the backstreets of Fishman Island. Do you have the courage, the responsibility, and the responsibility? The words are full of seriousness and seriousness. Tiger looked at Jinping with a serious face. This can be said to be an extremely important responsibility. Even Tiger himself is not sure whether he can bear it or not. Can the blue fat man in front of him bear the price? Facing the resentment of all the Murlocs, he became the so-called lackey of the royal family. Boss Tiger, I understand what you mean and what you think. Since this is the case, I am willing to accept this task. 27-7 After all, what is this task of mine compared to you? With such a firm look in his eyes, Jinbei looked at Tiger firmly. Although this task seems to be extremely difficult, Shiping knew that Tiger's task would be even more difficult and even more difficult. After all, in the end, he was only a human being, but what Tiger rescued were tens of thousands of slaves. How can one person's life be compared with tens of thousands of lives? This is something that is simply incomparable. The values of the two are vastly different. The big thing is bad. Time passed by in a flash, and 5 days passed like this. Just when Tiger and the others in the backstreet of Fishman Island were carrying out the so-called secret overthrow of the royal family. At this moment, the dragon ran over from a distance with a panic-stricken look on his face. He pushed open the door of this room and roared loudly at Tiger in the room. What happened? Why are you so panicked? Although he was already certain in his heart, Tiger still pretended to know nothing and said to the dragon, "Yeah, what happened to deserve your panic?" Hody also looked at the dragon curiously. The damn traitor Jinbei betrayed us. At this time, he was leading the army of guard soldiers of the Fishman Kingdom to besiege us on the backstreet of Fishman Island. His eyes were full of anger, and the dragon said, "What happened when the guard soldiers of the Murloc Kingdom besieged him? What did you say?" Hody quickly rushed forward and came to the dragon. He questioned the dragon with anger. "The guard soldiers of Fishman Island have surrounded the backstreet. At this time, we can't escape." The evil dragon's face was full of frustration. He never thought that things would come to this point. Just when they were gathering strength to overthrow the royal family, a traitor appeared between them and betrayed them. Damn Jinbei, I won't let him go. I've seen it before. That little blue fat man is not the one who went all the way with us. Now what are you doing? Our strength was not raised at all, and we were not at all a match for those guarding the soldiers. At this time, there are only a few dozen Murlocs here. How can they fight the nearly 10,000 guard soldiers? And they didn't even know that Tiger was a spell warrior. In their opinion, although Tiger is incomparably powerful, he is powerless in the face of so many guard soldiers. Tiger, the daring criminal, you have been surrounded by a lot. I advise you to take it easy. At the same time, nearly 10,000 guard soldiers outside this room have surrounded the place. The one who led the 10,000 guard soldiers was no one else. He was the blue fat man from Shiping. At this moment, he watched as the 10,000 guard soldiers surrounded the room. He was standing at the gate with tangled eyes in his eyes. He didn't know whether his choice was right or wrong, but he believed the words of his boss, Tiger. Boom. As soon as Jinbei's voice fell, the door of this room was kicked open, and Hody's face was full of anger. Sure enough, you traitor, why did you betray us? Don't you see what this cowardly royal family has done all these years? We fish are the most noble race in the world. Hody's face was full of angry anger, and he roared at Jinbei in disbelief. Boom. At the same time, under the leadership of Tiger, dozens of Murlocs also walked out of the room one by one. Jinping, you a traitor, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. 10,000 palace guards and soldiers surrounded this place. No one would believe that they could kill themselves from here. Their hearts can be said to be full of death desires, and the only thought in their hearts was that they would only die in battle, and not the cowardly being held captive by the cowardly royal family as soldiers. They will kill the battlefield like a warrior, instead of being captured by them like a cowardly coward. Tiger, I advise you to take it easy, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Even in the face of the anger of his former brothers, Jinbei still looked at them coldly when he thought of Tiger's entrustment. Chapter 132 Tiger's Goal. Tiger, the Fisherman Island adventurer, colluded with the rebellion and was kicked out of the Fisherman Island. All the Murlocs who followed Tiger's rebellion were expelled from the Murloc Island, and they were not allowed to step into the Murloc Island for the rest of their lives. A few days later, an inconspicuous news appeared in the News of the World newspaper. Although this incident caused a huge disturbance in Fishman Island, it was just an inconspicuous little wave to the whole world. Only the forces that pay attention to Fishman Island will see this, but for them, it's just a small thing. After all, he was just a prestigious adventurer in front of everyone, an adventurer in the backstreets of the ruler Fishman Island. They simply can't imagine that in the future, the fame of these 19 people will spread throughout the sea and become a highly anticipated existence. His prestige even surpassed that of the 4 emperors of pirates, because he will be called a hero who has been called by countless oppressed slaves, a hero who will be admired by everyone in the future. Boss Tiger, where are we going now? Did we we just get kicked out by them like this? At this time, it was on an uninhabited island above the sea above Fishman Island. At this time, the evil dragon following Tiger's face can be said to be full of resentment. In his opinion, if there is no Shaipan as a traitor, then their rebellion will be successful, the cowardly ruler of the royal family will be terminated by them, and the Fishman Island will usher in a new era for them, an era that belongs to them. Attack the Holy Land Marijoa and rescue those trapped compatriots. Eyes filled with determination, Tiger looked up at the red earth continent in the distance. There he spent his days like hell. There he recalled all those terrifying memories. It is a place like hell on earth. Hell is empty. The devil is in the world. In Tiger's heart, the group of people living in the Holy Land Marijoa is a group of demons without the slightest humanity. They are full of cruelty and bloodthirsty without the slightest humanity. He lives there and rules the world in the name of God. And he, Tiger, is destined to be a god slayer, a man who pulls the high gods down from the altar. He wanted everyone in the world to know that those Tianlong people were not real gods but a group of demons in the name of gods. Attack on the Holy Land Marijoa. The dragon looked at Tiger in disbelief. Boss, is it true that you didn't joke about it? Although the dragon does have this fantasy, it is just a fantasy. You must know that it is the place where countless nobles live in the Holy Land Marijoa. It can be said to be the safest place in the whole world. The defense there can be said to be extremely strict, and it can be said that it is a master. That's right, and I'm going up alone. You just stay here and wait for me. His eyes were full of seriousness. Tiger raised his head and looked at the Holy Land of Marijoa in the distance above the red earth continent. The wailing of the slaves can even be heard here. This is the wailing sound of those slaves, but for those high above the heavenly dragon people, this is the sound of their sleep at night. Boss, what are you doing? Crazy? Boss, are you sure you're not wrong? You really want to attack the Holy Land Marijoa alone? Dozens of murlocs were working, and they all looked at Tiger in disbelief. Is this true? Why did Tiger take such a risky act? Why did he do this? I want to rescue the compatriots who are enslaved there, and I want to rescue them from that hell. His eyes were full of seriousness, and Tiger looked at his companion seriously. Countless slaves are imprisoned here, and among the slaves are many murlocs and mermen. They were all plundered from Fishman Island by 277 humans and then entered the auction house of humans to be auctioned off. There, they could be said to have suffered endless torment, both physical and mental torment, which caused them incomparable pain. Big brother, everyone looked at Tiger with admiration, and they were full of pride for Tiger's behavior. After all, what Tiger did was only for one thing, that is, to rescue their compatriots, not to be unable to protect even their own people like the cowardly royal family. Okay, tonight I will climb up this red soil continent to rescue all the slaves above. Raising his hand and pointing to the red earth continent that towered into the clouds in front of him, Tiger's heart was full of pride. All the murlocs here don't know that Tiger is a talisman warrior for the time being, and Tiger doesn't plan to talk about it for the time being. After all, the impact on the day of the fall of the gods was too great, huge enough to affect the entire world. Chapter 133 Boyahan Cook's Prayer. Sister, are you sure that the golden chicken will really come to save us? The bright moon was in the sky, and the Holy Land Marijoa had fallen into a dazzling darkness. The bright lights describe the mansions of the world nobles in Marijoa, the Holy Land of Mary. At this time, they are singing and dancing full of joy. The darkness is in the underground cages below the Holy Land Marijoa, where countless slaves were imprisoned and suffered. This is a place for Tianlong people and these nobles to enjoy themselves, but for those slaves, this is a hell on earth where they are afraid of dying. I believe he will save us. In the underground cage of Marijoa, a holy place full of blood and killing, a beautiful little girl was passing through the narrow bars of the cage at this time. Look at the view of the bright moon outside. At this time, her heart can be said to be full of hope, hoping that someone can take them away and escape from here. Just when countless Tianlong people and world nobles fell into the joy of singing and dancing, at the edge of the red earth continent, a figure quietly appeared here. In the name of my holy master 12 spell warrior chicken spell warrior, I will definitely rescue you all. His eyes were full of seriousness and determination. Looking at the magnificent Holy Land Marijoa not far away, Tiger could imagine what kind of scene would be below this prosperous Holy Land Marijoa. The wailing and pain of countless people are being ruthlessly tortured here. This is just a hell on earth for those slaves, a hell on earth for them. All there is here is the endless torment and pain. Ta-da-da. Just when Tiger's eyes were full of determination, thinking about how to infiltrate this holy place, Marijoa, to free all the slaves, a crisp footstep sounded from a distance. This is the sound of these Holy Land Marijoa guard soldiers patrolling over. Ta-da-da. Just when Tiger hurriedly hid under a big tree, the patrolling soldier happened to be patrolling the big tree under Tiger's feet. 5 people. These are 5 guard patrol soldiers wearing full body armor and holding long spears. They walk through here in a row. Waste Lou Hedgehog Cat, the latest novel resource sharing on the whole network, 1500 plus updates every month. Search the following group number to enter the transit group. 50 fellow hedgehog cats are updated daily and bid farewell to the book shortage. Fanfiction Novel Transit Group 12068566053. This work comes from the internet and published books. If it violates the legitimate rights and interests of the author, you can contact the author privately. The copyright of the content belongs to the author. The work is only for readers to preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and not for commercial purposes. Yes, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope that you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize. Retention is a virtue. Just as the 5 patrolling soldiers passed in front of Tiger one by one, and when the last soldier passed in front of Tiger, Tiger suddenly raised his right hand to aim at it. The patrol soldier, when buzzing, an invisible force burst out instantly, and the force enveloped the patrol soldier's body. What's going on? Why can't I control my body? Why can my body rise into the air? Why can't I move and make any sound? The patrol soldier's heart can be said to be full of panic. What is going on and why is this happening? Poochie. Just when the patrol soldier's heart was full of terror, a poochie sounded above the quiet tree, and Tiger's broad murloc palm directly crushed the patrol soldier's body. Neck. Kakaka. When the patrol soldier's neck was pinched by Tiger's hand, Tiger quickly took off the patrol soldier's armor and put it on himself. It turned out that when these patrol soldiers appeared in front of Tiger, he saw the figure at the back of these patrol soldiers at a glance. The patrol soldier whose body was not much different from himself. Seeing this, Tiger's heart immediately thought of a wonderful plan, that is to attack the last patrol soldier, put on his armor and infiltrate the guard patrol soldiers to see if there is a way to enter the Holy Land Mary Joa. Tatata. Unbeknownst to all the patrolling soldiers, an incomparably powerful and ferocious dragon mixed in among them. Using the power of the chicken talisman incantation, Tiger covered his voice and quietly came with money behind the previous patrol soldiers team, and unknowingly Li Dadao joined the patrol soldiers team. It's in the ranks. What he has to do now is to infiltrate the Holy Land Mary Joa to rescue the slaves who were enslaved by the Draconians. Tatata. The sound of footsteps continued to sound on the streets of this quiet and peaceful Holy Land Mary Joa. Countless guard soldiers are constantly patrolling here. They can be said to be this Holy Land Mary Joa first line of defense. Although they were the weakest in the entire Holy Land Mary Joa garrison, their number was the largest, with tens of thousands of people. Chapter 134. The Rebellion of the Slaves. I finally entered the Holy Land Mary Joa. With the constant patrolling of the patrolling soldiers, they finally returned to the Holy Land Mary Joa. Looking at the majestic Holy Land Mary Joa in front of him, Tiger's heart can be said to be filled with infinite emotion. Here he obtained the power of the Lord's spell. With the powerful power of the Holy Master's spell, he directly killed him from here. On the day of the fall of God, dozens of celestial dragons died. For the first time in history, there is a terrifying existence with a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. It all started from here and happened from here. But something more serious will happen tonight. He will declare war on the whole world in the name of the Holy Master 12 Spell Warrior Chicken Spell Warrior, and he will declare that slaves in the whole world should not exist in this world. The so-called celestial dragons are just a bunch of demons, acting as a demon in the name of God. They are just a group of demons in the name of gods. Everything today will announce the whole world. Tatai 280 is going to do something unprecedented. Okay, let's go back and rest. That's it for today's patrol mission. At 3/4 of midnight, the 5-person patrolling soldiers finally returned to their camp. When Tiger followed them to the camp, the patrolling soldier at the head immediately said to the other 4, "Fic, it's already so late. Why don't you take off your armor and rest?" The other 3 were relieved when they heard the squad leader's order. They quickly took off their armors and went to wash up and rest. Only Tiger stood there without any expression or movement. "I also have to thank you for helping me in," said Tiger at this moment, and he raised his head and pushed JD, the iron mask, off his face, revealing his murloc appearance. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but his words were full of ruthlessness. "You," the patrol captain pointed at Tiger with a look of horror. Crack, click, click, click. 4 crisp voices sounded, and the necks of the 4 patrolling soldiers suddenly twisted irregularly. Countless blood continued to flow from the corners of their mouths. Although I am very grateful to you for helping me in, but as the minions of this group of demons, you shouldn't exist in this world. After beheading the 4 soldiers mercilessly, Tiger quickly took off his armor. The celestial dragon people, today you will try the anger that belongs to the slaves. This is a group of slaves enslaved by you, but today you will experience the anger of the enslaved slaves you have enslaved. Everything you have vented on them will be on you one by one today. Show it on your body. Looking at the 4 patrolling soldiers lying in a pool of blood, Tiger's eyes can be said to be full of murderous intent, and the years of experience as a slave can be said to be something he will never forget. This can be said to be the only one in his heart. The anger of anger. The years of torture as a slave made him unable to let go. This was the pain hidden in his heart. Let me have a fight today, and let the high heavenly dragon people know the wrath of the slave's anger today. A powerful aura erupted instantly. At this time, Tiger was like an angry African lion, a lion ready to pounce on his prey at any time. Boom boom boom. An invisible momentum burst out instantly. The mighty aura is devastating. This is the angry roar of a king. This is the domineering arrogance of a strong man. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Just tonight, a figure appeared again and again outside the different slave cages. The guard soldiers guarding the cages were killed one after another, and the iron prisons for the slaves were opened one after another. Kill those celestial dragons. We want freedom. We want freedom. Escape from here. Escape from this hellish place. At a certain moment, the seemingly peaceful and serene Holy Land Marijoa was suddenly affected by a loud noise, and countless slaves raised their weapons and killed them from the cage. Some of them chose to escape from here, but some chose to enter the mansion of the celestial dragons to seek revenge on those celestial dragons. Although this group of slaves is not without masters, it is only a matter of time for the masters who guard the Holy Land Marijoa to solve them. Boom boom boom. Flames churned over the entire Holy Land Marijoa. Escape. I want to escape from here. Crack. The door of the Holy Land Marijoa was opened, and countless slaves rushed out from the opened door. Looking at the empty sky and land in front of them, all they had in their hearts was the yearning for freedom. Chapter 135. Hancock's Gaze. Escape. We will definitely escape from here. Escape from this hellish place on earth. This is Boya Hancock, who escaped from the prison cage in a hurry, ran along the crowd and suddenly saw a figure standing there. This is a Murloc with red skin all over his body. This is also the only man who stood here and did not choose to run. Those eyes. Boya Hancock's heart suddenly felt a pounding after looking at the eyes of Tiger standing there. Could that golden chicken be you? Boya Hancock's figure quickly ran past Tiger's side, but she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Tiger's back. Damn bastard. Boom boom boom. The roar of battle resounded throughout the Holy Land Marijoa. The chaos of the slaves can be said to have completely disrupted the tranquility of the Holy Land Marijoa. Countless slaves attacked the mansion of the dragon people who had bullied them. Among them, there are also experts. The first choice for them to be free was to take revenge on these Tianlong people, but the power to guard the Tianlong people's mansion is so powerful, whether it is the soldiers guarding the Holy Land Marijoa, the CP organizations that protect the Tianlong people, or even the masters of the navy, they are enough to suppress the rebellion of these slaves. And don't forget, the naval headquarters is not far from here, and the reinforcements from the naval headquarters are coming here quickly. The flames churned over the magnificent sanctuary of Marijoa. The voices of mourning and war continued to sound here. The huge number of slaves also brought a lot of trouble to these guard soldiers. Damn bastard, who gave you the courage to attack the Holy Land? You damned and humble slaves, I won't let you go easily. I will torture you to death. The cursed voices of countless celestial dragons resounded in the sky above this holy place full of blood and flames. Marijoa. Due to the desperate protection of guard soldiers and CP organization masters, although this is a battlefield, these Tianlong people are still not in the slightest danger. The celestial dragons, who have the blessing of life, can be said to be extremely arrogant in the face of the slaves who came from these shocks. But in the face of these arrogant Tianlong people, these slaves can be said to be even more angry. If it weren't for you, they would be like this. What a painful day when their homes were destroyed and their wives, children, and slaves were tormented. In the hearts of these slaves, they can be said to hate these Tianlong people. Kill them. Kill these demons. My daughter is only 8 years old. My beautiful wife. My family is old and young. These slaves who attacked the Tianlong mansion, at the first moment of freedom, they chose not to escape but revenge. The reason why they struggled here and did not choose to commit suicide, one of the very important purposes is that they wanted to take revenge. Vengeance like these demon-like beasts. Revenge destroys the hatred in their hearts. The wife and children hate the country and the family. This is the hatred they will never forget in their hearts. Even if the person who chose the road ahead is death, even if it is a road to death, they have no regrets. Kill kill. These slaves roared in anger. Their hearts were full of unwillingness and the killing intent of anger and anger towards the Tianlong people. If you want to kill us, you are just a bunch of humble slaves. Do you have the qualifications and strength? Ha 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 ha. A bunch of lowly and damned slaves. You are just a bunch of ants. The arrogant voice kept coming out. These Tianlong people can be said to be extremely arrogant. 0. Because they have arrogant courage and self-confidence. Although they are weak or even weak, they are protected by the world government, the CP organization, and the Navy. Although there are masters among these slaves, how can these masters be compared with the masters of the world government Navy? The gap between the two is simply too huge. Countless slaves were besieged by these masters, and they slaughtered these slaves madly, even if some of these slaves just wanted to avenge their wives and children. But for these masters who sheltered the Tianlong people, any slave was damn people. They can be said to be merciless when they attack, without the slightest bit of mercy, and they are all extremely ruthless and vicious moves that are deadly and without a trace of retention. Damn, you lowly slaves. Haha, just let me die like this, you damn slaves. Seeing these slaves being slaughtered insanely, these heavenly dragon people burst into laughter. Not only did they not have a trace of repentance in their hearts, but they were still full of perverted smiles. Chapter 136 Heroes in the Hearts of Slaves. Kaka. Just when the faces of these Tianlong people were full of perverted smiles, laughing at these over-the-top slaves, a voice that was very familiar to them but also very frightening rang in their ears. This is the click sound made by countless Tianlong people who died on the day of the god's fall. That demon is back. Quickly protect me from here, you bastards. Get out of the way. I want to get out of here. You bastards, don't hurry to find that person. Seeing the neck of a Tianlong man ER83 twisted irregularly, countless blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this purpose, the Tianlong people immediately recalled what happened on the day the gods fell. The Tianlong people who were high above were slaughtered recklessly by the golden chicken, just like the lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The devil is back. Escort the Tianlong people out of here. After seeing the death of a celestial dragon, these guard soldiers, CP organization masters and Navy experts, how could they care about these slaves at this time? The only thing they have to do now is to escort these celestial dragons away. After all, the dozens of Tianlong people who died before have already disgraced the world government. If there are still Tianlong people dying today, the blow to the world government can be said to be incomparably huge. It's that golden chicken who saved us and killed the Tianlong people. The 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master. Chicken spells. Cheering voices shouted from the mouths of the slaves. Under everyone's expectation, Tiger appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's you. It's really you. It's you who rescued us. You are our hero. With the appearance of Tiger, the cheers of the crowd once again reached their peak. Everyone cheered and looked at the hero in front of them. The hero who rescued them from the prison of pain. The hero who gave them freedom and a chance for revenge. What the hell do you want to do? Aren't you afraid that the world government will destroy your entire Fishman Island? Looking at Tiger, who came out of the crowd, a rear admiral level officer looked at Tiger and scolded him angrily. Major Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, you dare to be presumptuous in front of me? You must know that I am the Holy Master 12 Charms Warrior. Chicken Charm Warrior. Tiger. Looking at the rear admiral pointing fingers in front of him, Tiger quickly raised his right hand and an invisible force instantly locked onto the rear admiral's whole body. Crack. The rear admiral's neck suddenly twisted irregularly and countless blood spurted out of his mouth. It's you. It really is you. You are the golden chicken from the beginning. The so-called heaven has a way. You don't go to hell. You don't have a door. You come to vote. Today is your death. I want your head with a reward of 2 billion Bailey. Countless masters rushed towards Tiger quickly. After all, Tiger's head was worth 2 billion Baileys, and these 2 billion Baileys were enough for them to eat and drink without worrying about life for a few lifetimes. As long as whoever gets Tiger's head, then it is equivalent to getting a fortune worth 2 billion Baileys. How tempting is this? After all, that's 2 billion Baileys. Yo, why is it so lively? Just when everyone was on alert and ready to attack Tiger, a mocking voice sounded behind Tiger. This is the voice belonging to Admiral Kizaru of the Navy Headquarters. This happened in the Holy Land, Mary Joa. How could the Navy Headquarters not help with such a big thing? As a natural type glittering fruit person, Kizaru can be said to have the fastest speed. You are the chicken talisman warrior who has been making a lot of noise recently. Although Kizaru's words were full of teasing, his eyes were full of solemnity. You must know that he was once defeated by the rabbit charm. The bull spell represents power. The rabbit charm represents speed. The known power of the chicken talisman is the invisible power of space. The invisible force that is enough to break a person's neck at a distance of 100 meters. The psychic hood that is enough to withstand the 3 general level powerhouses. At this time, Tiger's mind power is not so strong. The reason why he was able to transform into a golden chicken chicken to exert the power of a spell warrior before is still relying on the assistance of the Holy Lord, then he tiger will not be able to fully exert the power of the chicken charm, the legendary chicken charm warrior. Can you tell me what your abilities are? Golden rays of light were blooming all over his body. At this time Kizaru could be said to be ready to fight at any time. The power of the spell warrior can be said to be obvious to all, and Kizaru has also personally experienced the power of the spell warrior. Chapter 137 Psychic Shield Trapped Yellow Monkey. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy Headquarters, one of the most powerful naval forces. Do you think you can stop me with your strength? I think you should have also experienced the power of spell warriors. Looking at Kizaru, who was standing in front of him with golden light all over his body, Tiger's face could be said to be full of contempt. Yes, I have indeed experienced the power of the spell warrior. So now can you tell me what the power of your chicken charm is? Although his face was full of a wretched smile, Kizaru's heart can be said to be full of extreme vigilance. No one knows the power of spell warriors better than the Navy. The cow spell warrior once defeated Aoki Kyuzan and the Warring States General. The rabbit charm warrior even defeated himself. Facing the current chicken charm warrior Kizaru, he did not take it lightly. After all, the power of 19 used by the talisman warrior is really too powerful, and the power makes everyone feel afraid. Want to know what power I have? Then come and experience it yourself. Tiger raised his hands, and an invisible force instantly enveloped Tiger's body. Is this the invisible power they describe? Although this power was invisible to the naked eye, he still felt this invisible power by virtue of Kizaru's powerful knowledge and domineering arrogance. This is an invisible force, but the power is incomparably powerful. Is this the power possessed by the chicken charm? After feeling the invisible power surrounding Tiger, General Kizaru's face was also filled with a solemn expression. He could clearly feel the power of this infinite power. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy Headquarters, today I will show you the power of my chicken charm. A powerful aura erupted from his whole body. At this time, Tiger could be said to have all his combat power exploded. In the current state, he is not at all what he was in the previous state. Without the assistance of the Holy Master, Tiger, who is the most powerful in spells, cannot be activated. At this time, he can only have the combat power of the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. But with the power of the chicken talisman psychic power, he is not afraid of Kizaru at all. After all, psychic power is an incomparably powerful force. The power of the 12 spells of the Holy Master. Looking at Tiger, who raised his hands, ready to strike at any time, General Kizaru's heart can be said to be full of extreme vigilance. After all, this is a spell warrior, each of which is an extremely terrifying existence. And according to the records of the day of the fall of the gods, the original golden chicken completely ignored the attacks of the 3 general level masters, although according to what the Navy knew, it was able to exert the strongest power of a spell warrior by transforming into a spell warrior. But Kizaru doesn't know if Tiger in front of him can enter the real body of the spell warrior at any time. Once Tiger can enter the true form of a spell warrior, then even the general level expert Kizaru is not necessarily his opponent. After all, the true form of the spell warrior represents an incomparably powerful force, and he represents the true power of the spell warrior. Have you been kicked by the light? At this moment Kizaru appeared in front of Tiger instantly, and his right leg was raised high, and a golden light shone above his right leg. I haven't really been kicked by the light. Even though Kizaru's right leg had reached his head, Tiger still didn't show the slightest worry, but his face was still full of smiles. Boom! The violent laser quickly kicked at Tiger, but just when Kizaru's right leg was about to kick Tiger's head, an invisible psychic shield instantly wrapped Tiger's whole body, completely blocking Kizaru's kick. Sure enough, it is known as the power of absolute defense as in the records. The right leg raised Kizaru's face again, with a solemn expression on his face. I didn't expect that with my own strength I couldn't break through Tiger's psychic shield. This is your attack, then it's mine. Looking at Kizaru, who was standing in front of him, quickly retreating 283, in Tiger's eyes mainly full of fighting intent. Is this the fighting intent to fight against the strong? Boom! At this moment 2 domineering palms covered with powerful weapons suddenly appeared on the left and right of Kizaru. This is a palm composed of mind power, but the palm is covered with a domineering armament. Although the strength is good, the speed is too slow. Kizaru's body quickly turned into a ball of golden light and quickly avoided the combined attack of the 2 palms. Is that so? Looking at the golden monkey that turned into a golden light to avoid his attack, Tiger's mouth smiled slightly, full of disdain. Bang! Turned into a golden light and fled in the distance, and the golden light suddenly stopped as if he had hit something. Bump! The golden light waved quickly in the sky, but what greeted the golden light was the invisible power surrounding his body. Chapter 138 The sword breaks the mind power cover. My psychic shield is not as simple as protecting myself. Looking at the kiwi flying around like a headless fly in the sky, Tiger's mouth can be said to be full of a disdainful smile. The psychic shield can not only protect Tiger's own safety, but it can also lock a person inside like a cage. At this time, Kizaru was already imprisoned in this psychic hood, and the most important thing is that the range of this psychic mask is constantly being compressed with Tiger's control, and the defense it has is getting stronger and stronger as the psychic mask gets smaller and smaller. Damn bastard, this is what you forced me to do. The golden ape waving everywhere in this psychic mask, flashing golden light. He can be said to be completely angry at this time. He quickly regained his true form in this psychic mask. The sword of the clouds of Sky Kong Kisaragi, who had recovered his human form, saw that he raised his hands and the golden rays of light were continuously converging on Kisaragi's hands. Just in the blink of an eye, a divine sword shimmering with golden light appeared on Kizaru's right hand. The armed color is domineering. The yellow monkey holding the golden Tiankong cloud sword in his right hand. The powerful armed color domineering covers the sharp sword. Damn it, I'll let you see my power. The armed color domineering covered the sword of clouds of the sky, and Kizaru was holding the sword of clouds of the clouds in both hands. At this time, his eyes could be said to be full of seriousness. Break it to me. Kizaru's body instantly turned into a ray of light, and the point of the long sword pierced straight towards the psychic shield. Crack! The tip of the Tiankong cloud sword in his hand accurately stabbed the defense of the psychic shield. A crisp sound resounded throughout the island. In this invisible air, a circular psychic mask like a broken mirror appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, the psychic shield was filled with densely broken cracks. Crack! The sound of glass breaking instantly sounded, and the psychic shield composed of psychic power shattered instantly. Touch! At the same time, the sword of Sky Kong Cloud in Kizaru's hand also snapped with a bang. Countless sword chi swept towards the surroundings. You must know that Kizaru is also a great swordsman-level swordsman. Coupled with his domineering and the cooperation of the shining fruit, Kizaru is also one of the best in the whole world. Yo. As expected, each of the talisman warriors is extremely terrifying. Let the sword of Tiankong Cloud in his hand turn into golden rays of light and dissipate. Kizaru looked at Tiger in front of him with a serious face. Then shouldn't I say that your navy is also a monster? Shaking his head with disdain, Tiger's eyes can be said to be full of solemnity. Sure enough, the half-unsealed spell at this time cannot be compared with the completely unsealed spell. The completely unsealed chicken talisman psychic hood was something that even 3 generals and strong men could not smash together, but his psychic hood at this moment was actually smashed by Kizaru alone. From here, you can also see the power of the complete body charm. The power of the complete body charm is enough to resist the full bombardment of the 3 generals and strong men. It seems that you can't fully exert the power of the spell warrior without entering the golden chicken state. Is there any limit to entering that state? Kizaru's face was full of a wretched smile. He seemed to be asking something, but it could be said to be an inquiry or affirmation. At this time, he can already be absolutely certain that Tiger in the golden chicken state is the Tiger in the strongest state. As for why Tiger didn't enter the golden chicken state, Wang Yuan guessed that there must be some restrictions here. Otherwise, if that kind of power can erupt recklessly, then the world today is truly a world that belongs to spell warriors. What if you really guessed it right? Do you think I can't beat you with my current state? Tiger looked at Kizaru with a smile on his face. Although he couldn't use all the power of the talisman warrior, he was already strong enough to defeat Kizaru. This is the power of the spell warrior. Yo. It really makes the old man feel very scared. Although Kizaru's face is full of a wretched Lanos smile, it is undeniable that Kizaru is a real general level powerhouse. His strength is unquestionable. Let me see your strength today, chicken charm warrior. The momentum belonging to the strong burst out instantly, and Kizaru-can, it is rare to say seriously once forever. Ever since he was defeated by the rabbit charm warrior Khorasan, Kizaru has a feeling of humiliation in his heart. You must know that he is one of the 3 generals of the dignified naval headquarters and represents the most powerful existence in the navy. This is an honor, but also a responsibility. He represents that Kizaru must have the power to guard the sea. Chapter 139. I am the Fishman Tiger. Is this the power of a talisman warrior? His face was full of seriousness. Although Kizaru's face looked wretched, it didn't change the fact that he was a general and a strong general. After feeling Tiger's powerful aura, Kizaru can also be said to have exploded completely. The aura of a general and a strong man burst out instantly, and the powerful auras swept everything. Let me show you how powerful you are, chicken charm warrior. His eyes were full of seriousness, and Kizaru could be said to be a rare outbreak. He was rarely so serious. Then let me see the combat power of your dignified admiral of the navy headquarters. His eyes were full of seriousness. Facing Kizaru, who was a general level powerhouse, Tiger had to be serious. Light speed kick. Kizaru's body turned into a ball of golden light. He quickly came to Tiger. His raised right leg quickly 20/290 towards Tiger. Psychic shield. A huge shield appeared in front of Tiger. If the psychic shield is a 360-degree defense without dead ends, then the psychic shield is a regional defense. Although its defense range is 360 degrees without a psychic hood, its defense power exceeds that of the psychic hood, and it trades less defense area for greater defense power. Both of them can be said to have their own merits. Boom! A huge flame soared into the air. Kizaru's right foot stopped at less than half a meter in front of Tiger. Your defense has increased again. Is this your true strength? His face was full of seriousness and seriousness. He felt that the defense power of the shield was several times higher than that of the psychic shield, and Kizaru's face also changed slightly. If it can be said that he could barely shatter the psychic shield before, then the psychic shield whose defense is above the psychic shield is not so easy to solve. His defensive power even surpassed Kyobo's greatest attack power. Kizaru couldn't break through the defense of Tiger's psychic shield. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, have you chosen to give up at this moment? Who is known as the most powerful naval force? With a sarcastic look on his face, Tiger looked at Kizaru mockingly and shook his head. Today, his goal has been achieved by freeing tens of thousands of slaves. The reason why he is staying here now is just to hold back the Navy and the guards of the Holy Land Marijoa. For Tiger, what he has to do now is to maximize the benefits. Yo. His face was full of wretchedness. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters had that wretched look on his own face, not to mention his wretched smile at this time, which made people feel extremely wretched. Murloc, can you tell me my name? Kizaru quickly came to Tiger, and he looked at Tiger with a smile on his face with his hands in his pockets. Tiger the fishman, JD, faced Kyobo's question, but Tiger didn't hide the slightest, and there was no need to hide it. After all, he could reveal his true face at this time. With the power of the world government, they can easily find out Tiger's true identity. This is something that doesn't need to be concealed, because Tiger doesn't need to choose to hide anymore. Because he doesn't need to choose to hide anymore. He is one of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master, a man who has been given an absolute mission by the Holy Master, because he has his own mission, the mission of being a spell warrior. Merman Tiger, you are the Murloc Tiger who was expelled from Fishman Island some time ago. Could it be that the Fishman Island already has such a powerful force? Even a powerhouse of your level can do it. Expelled. General Kizaru's wretched face was full of wretched smiles, and he looked at Tiger with wretched smiles. You guessed it right. Being expelled from Fishman Island is something I voluntarily do. After all, with my strength, I can overturn the entire Fishman Island, but it's also the place where I was born and raised, and I won't do anything to hurt them. Since the rebellion has failed, why are you still struggling? Wouldn't it be better if everything followed the trend of Fishman Island? Tiger's eyes were full of maturity. At this time, he seemed to be a philosopher who had experienced countless hardships, as if he had seen everything in the world. You guy, it doesn't matter if you have anything to do with Fishman Island at this time, but I won't let you go easily today. Tiger Kyoboshi, who was the culprit, would not let him go easily. Then it depends on whether you have the strength. Tiger raised his hands, and countless thoughts burst out instantly. At this time, he had also burst out with all his combat power. After all, he was fighting against a general-level powerhouse. Chapter 140. The three generals gather. Lightspeed kick. The sword of Tienkong Cloud. Laser. As a Navy Kizaru, the general of the headquarters, although he was unable to smash Tiger's psychic shield with his own power at this time, but with the speed of his own shining fruit, he can be said to be entangled with Tai-Ge. It seems that the power of your chicken charm is only the same. Although his heart was full of amazement, Kizaru's wretched face had a wretched and mocking look on his face. It seemed that he looked down on the power of Tiger's chicken charm. Damn! Admiral of the Navy headquarters, facing Kizaru's mocking Tiger, he shook his head with a chuckle. If that's the case, then I'll let you see the true power of my chicken charm. His eyes were full of powerful domineering, and a powerful aura erupted from Tiger's body. This is a momentum sweeping the world, and the powerful momentum even caused the world to change color. Mind power. Water. Tiger let out a roar. The whole sea instantly became choppy, and the countless sea water seemed to violate the laws of heaven and earth, but the sea water flowed upstream. The Holy Land Marijoa bombarded this. Raising his head to look at these dozens of huge water columns with a diameter of tens of meters, Kizaru's heart was also full of infinite emotion. Did I make a mistake? Didn't I just say something? You have to do this. Although Kizaru is a glitter fruit holder, this does not change the fact that he is a devil fruit holder. As long as he is a devil fruit holder, he is not afraid of sea water. Sea water can be said to be the nemesis of all devil fruit abilities. You are actually able to have the power to mobilize sea water. Kizaru looked at Tiger helplessly. Did he make a mistake about this? Did I just say something casually? Does it need to be so serious? Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, as a devil fruit person, do you dare to stand with me in the sea? The corner corners of Tiger's mouth rose slightly, and there was a slight sarcasm on his face. In the sea, other fish people are invincible existences. Fish people are the darlings of the sea. What do you want to do? As if thinking of something terrifying, Kizaru's wretched little face was suddenly full of horror. It's nothing. Today I just want to try what it's like to flood the Holy Land, Mary Joa. Looking at the horrified Kizaru, Tiger shook his head with a smile on his face. Flooded the Holy Land, Mary Joa, and set the entire Holy Land, Mary Joa, on fire. Tiger has tried to think about this issue since he had telekinetic power. How many races in this world besides the Murlocs are not afraid of water? On the contrary, it is only in the water that the Murloc can exert its true power. You goddamn Murloc, you are so courageous, or it should be said that you really deserve to be a spell warrior. Looking at the sea water that was continuously drawn from the sea, and seeing that the entire Holy Land, Mary Joa, had become a swamp country at this time, seeing the helpless look in Kizaru's heart, I am the invincible existence here. Countless sea water was drawn from the sea, and countless water dragons surrounded Tiger. At this time, although Tiger is not a water fruit person, his ability is better than that of a water fruit. At this time, countless water currents surrounded Tiger, and the huge water dragon roared fiercely. So this is your real power? Or is it just one of the manifestations of your power? Looking at Tiger surrounded by water dragons, Kizaru had a bitter smile on his face. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, you and I, who possess the power of devil fruit, see what you will do with me now. Today, I will show you the power of my Murloc family. Boom boom boom. Countless water dragons roared and charged towards Kiabu. Zero laser. Facing these black dragons roaring with their teeth and claws, Kizaru's figure flashed quickly. He raised his right hand and countless lasers burst out. Bang bang bang. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, the power of Kizaru's laser can also be said to be incomparably powerful. A single blow can completely smash a water dragon. But don't forget that the Holy Land, Mary Joa, at this time has become a country of swamps. Countless seawater is continuously drawn from the sea, and the seawater surrounding Tiger can be said to be more and more. At this time, Tiger was like a water god in control of the seawater in the world. Ice Age, when the seawater was continuously drawn from the sea, when there was more and more water flow beside Tiger, countless cold air suddenly erupted over the holy place of Mary Joa, and the water that was continuously drawn from the sea was instantly frozen. The water surrounding Tiger was also instantly frozen, and not far from Tiger, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters was emitting a severe cold air all over his body. Chapter 141. The Alert of the Three Generals. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, who has the ability to freeze fruit. Tiger turned his head and looked at Aokiji with a smile on his face. Today, only Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters has such an ability. Holy Master 12 Spell Warrior. Chicken Spell Warrior, is it one of your strengths to control the sea water? Standing on top of this cold ice crystal, the green pheasant looked at Tiger with a cold smile. If you control the sea water, the power of the tiger is the power of Tiger, so the blue pheasant can be said to be his complete nemesis. Aokiji can freeze the entire sea, and his power is the nemesis of water. That's right, this is indeed one of my strengths. The corner of his mouth raised slightly with 293, and Tiger looked at the green pheasant with a smile on his face. Canine-toothed red lotus. At this moment, Akainu, one of the three generals of the Navy headquarters, came to Tiger's back at some point, and Akainu's right hand turned into the billowing magma and bombarded Tiger without hesitation. Bang! A huge invisible shield appeared in front of Tiger, and the countless magma was instantly divided into two like the river water blocked by huge rocks. Damn Murloc! Akainu let out an angry roar. His face was full of anger and murderous intent almost boiled out from his eyes. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, with a slight smile on his face. Tiger shook his head with a smile on his face as if mocking Akainu's self-control. Murloc, do you know what you are facing now? The three of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kiabu surrounded Tiger in a triangle. The three generals of the Navy headquarters. Your Navy really looks down on me. Looking at the three admirals in front of him, a disdainful smile appeared on Tiger's face, as if the three dignified admirals actually joined forces to deal with him alone. Do they still need a little face? You must know that even the four emperors of the pirates cannot face the siege of the two admirals of the Navy headquarters alone. No way. Who made you the legendary Talisman Warrior? We don't know how many times our Navy has fought against the Talisman Warrior. We know the power of the Talisman Warrior. Kizaru's wretched face was full of wretched smiles. He looked wretched at Tiger and shook his head. Now it's up to you what to do. You must know that this is the existence of the three major naval admirals representing the strongest combat power of the Navy. This is a force that is enough to rival the four emperors, except for the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Whitebeard is recognized as the world's strongest player. He alone is enough to match two generals and drag them down, and then the team leaders of the Whitebeard pirates pirates are enough to join forces. Defeat a general-level powerhouse. It looks like your navy has suffered a lot from the spell warriors. With a slight smile on his face, Tiger looked at the so-called 3 admirals of the navy with a smile on his face. Whether it's the cow spell warrior Nico Robin or the chicken spell warrior Khorasan, our navy has fought against him before, so we know the power of your spell warriors. How can we not go all out in the face of such a strong opponent? Akainu looked at Tiger with a serious look on his face. The spell warriors could be said to have played against each other a lot, and their powerful Akainu was also experienced. Otherwise, Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters would not have sent the 3 of them together this time. Come over. You must know that they are the generals of the Navy headquarters, representing the existence of the strongest combat power in the Navy. They are equivalent to a kind of deterrence in the naval headquarters, which is like a powerful force to deter. I didn't expect that I, Tiger, would be so lucky to be able to let the 3 admirals of the Navy join forces to fight together. Tiger looked at the 3 people of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akainu with a mocking expression, as if mocking the 3 people in front of him. No matter what you say, this will not change the fact that you are a spell warrior. We have personally experienced the power of the spell warrior. Do you really think we will underestimate you? Or you really underestimate the power of the spell warrior? Power to possess. Aokiji's face was full of seriousness and seriousness. He had personally experienced the power of spell warriors, a force that made him feel hopeless. That is an unparalleled powerful force, enough to suppress him instantly. Aokiji will never forget the scene a few years ago. During the crusade against O'Hara in the West Sea, Nico Robin, who was only 8 years old, taught him what invincible power is. In front of Nico Robin, his own attack was as vulnerable as a weapon in the hands of a child. The dignified naval slaughter order actually became a toy in Nico Robin's hands. This is a shame for the Navy, but it is even more a shame for Aokiji. A naked humiliation, a humiliation that he will never forget for the rest of his life. We won't be careless about the talisman warriors. You can rest assured that we will definitely be on guard. The eyes of the 3 admirals of the Navy are full of seriousness, and the spell warrior is a strong man who deserves to be taken seriously. Chapter 142 The Escaped Tiger. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. I'll show you the true power of the spell warrior. Looking at the 3 admirals of the Navy who dominated him, Tiger's fighting spirit could be said to have exploded completely. This is the aura that belongs to the strong, the powerful aura that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Does it look like a real move? The real power of the chicken charm warrior. Be fully prepared and be careful not to get in his way. Looking at Tiger's powerful momentum, it can be said that all the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters entered a state of alert. The spell warrior is an existence that they must be on full guard against, because they have experienced the power of the spell warrior, and the unparalleled power makes them unforgettable. Whoosh! Just when all the 3 admirals of the Navy fell into a state of complete alertness, Tiger's figure disappeared instantly. You 3 just play here. I won't accompany you anymore. Tiger's figure sounded from a high altitude in the distance of 19. With the power of telekinesis, Tiger quickly flew away from here. This damn bastard, does he still have the dignity of a spell warrior? What exactly does this guy want to do? Looking at the figure in the sky leaving quickly, the hearts of the 3 naval admirals can be said to be full of speechlessness. What is the purpose of the momentum you just burst out of your whole body? What is the purpose of that look of death that you just looked like at home? The hearts of the 3 naval admirals can be said to be full of puzzlement. Are you still a spell warrior? Is this guy so timid? Damn, this damn bastard. What about the courage of his spell warrior? Because he has achieved his purpose, it is useless to fight with us at all. The 3 admirals of the Navy looked at each other. Their faces could be said to be full of helplessness. It is obvious that Tiger's purpose is to cover these slaves. Since all of these slaves have already escaped, it is meaningless for him to stay here to fight. And the most important thing is that the combat power composed of the 3 naval generals is really strong. Too powerful. At this time, Tiger's strength is not the opponent of the 3 of them teaming up. Okay, clean the battlefield to see if anyone needs rescue. Akainu's eyes were full of angry killing intent, which can be said to be a kind of humiliation, a naked humiliation. The dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters is actually being played with like this. What a shame this is. Well, King Z nodded helplessly. No one would have thought that Tiger would actually escape, but even so, the terrifying power of that guy should not be underestimated. He is a real monster. Even if Tiger escaped from the battle, Kyobu's evaluation of him did not decrease in the slightest. This can be said to be a wise move. Ha ha ha. On an island not far from the Holy Land Marijoa, Tiger, who had returned from the Holy Land Marijoa, was laughing here, and his face could be said to be full of pride. Smile. The dignified 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters were just played by him alone. How proud this is. What's wrong, boss? Why are you so happy? The fish people who stayed on this island, watching Tiger laughing so much also had doubts in their hearts. Although it was true that the countless slaves were rescued, it's worth being happy, but it's worth it. Laughing so hard that I can't even stabilize my body. It's nothing. By the way, our compatriots have all been gathered up, right? Tiger quickly suppressed his laughter. He turned his head to look at the dragon and the others with a smile on their faces. Don't worry, boss. I don't know about other races, but my murlocs have all been rescued. His face was full of confidence, and the dragon looked at him confidently. However, it can be seen from the words of the evil dragon that the evil dragon is only concerned with the murlocs. 297. He doesn't care about the lives of other races at all. You must know that Tiger rescued all the slaves and races of all the slaves in the entire Holy Land Marijoa. He treated them all equally and rescued them all. Really, Tiger didn't care about the meaning of the words. After all, the Sun Pirates he created next needed only the murlocs. Although Tiger does not discriminate against racism, he is also a murloc. In his heart he is still a bit biased towards murlocs. No matter how great and selfless a person is, he cannot forget his own race. Being able to rescue all the tribes also shows Tiger's character. He is a great and selfless savior who completely rescued these slaves from the hell-like place of Marijoa. But he also has a trace of selfishness in his heart. After all, he is also a murloc family. Can he not care about his own race? Chapter 143. The Sun Pirates. Blah 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 blah. Time flies by in a blink of an eye. 3 days have passed just like that. At this time, a pirate ship was sailing in the waters of the new world of this great shipping route. At this time, the pirate ship made a chee-chee sound like barbecue. A red-hot iron block was really pressed on the back of a murloc. The mark of the dragon's hoof on the murloc's back was covered, and a new mark appeared on his back, which was the symbol of the sun belonging to the Sun Pirates. In order to prevent these slaves from being discriminated against, Tiger re-engraved a mark on their backs, which represents the mark of their Sun Pirates, a new imprint that makes them human again. Tiger not only saved their lives but also their dignity. He will allow every slave to live freely under the sun. This can be said to be his mission, the mission of saving all slaves. The worst villain in the world, the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master, Chicken Spell Warriors. The villain who attacked the Holy Land Marijoa twice. A provocateur who challenges the majesty of the world government. Just after the marks on the backs of these slaves were covered one by one, the dragon took a newspaper with a smile on his face. The paper rushed over, and his face at this time can be said to be full of smiles. At the same time, he read out some of the main contents of the newspaper aloud. Tiger's great achievements are just like his great achievements. At this time, he has completely become Tiger's fanboy, an extremely obsessed fanboy. Everything about Tiger is absolutely correct in the eyes of the dragon. Tiger boss, you are really amazing. As expected, he is Boss Tiger. Come on, Boss Tiger. Tiger boss, you are the best. You are the best spell warrior. His eyes were full of seriousness and seriousness. The eyes of these murlocs can be said to be full of excitement and excitement, but they are completely going to become Tiger's fanboy, an idol that makes them completely obsessed. Okay, these things will be discussed later. What we have to do now is to save the slaves in the whole sea and kill those slave ships. His eyes were full of seriousness and seriousness. Tiger did not easily lose himself because of these boasting. He knew that the world was actually very deep, and even a spell warrior would not dare to say that he was invincible in the world. The sniping of the slave ships made the whole world feel the fear of our Sun Pirates. His eyes were full of excitement, and the dragon suddenly cheered. What he cheered was that kind of killing. For him, being able to kill humans is his greatest happiness. His heart can be said to be full of hatred for mankind. This is the will of our Sun Pirates, to save all the slaves in the world. Under everyone's expectation and care, Tiger came to the highest point of the pirate ship. His face can be said to be full of domineering. He looked domineeringly at the newly established Sun Pirates. This is his achievement and his hard work. He wants to rescue all the slaves in the world and make the slave trade completely eliminated from this world. For Tiger, who used to be a slave, he never wanted this to happen again. The days of slaves can be said to be extremely miserable. For Tiger, who has personally experienced this kind of thing, he doesn't want this kind of thing to happen again. He wants to end the slave trade completely. He wants to end this bloody and dark transaction. This is a dark history that even history will not record, because the world government will not allow this history to appear on top of that history. This is a record that will never appear in the history books, just like the existences in the 6th floor of the deep sea prison that have been erased by history. These world governments that shouldn't exist will not let him exist, because the world government also has concerns in its heart and is concerned about the impact of these dark histories on the world government, just like the reason why the world government strictly prohibits the translation of the historical text, because it records the dark history of the world world government. Let's go. I will let the flag of the Sun Pirates fly across the sea. Nyozhao. My heart is full of lofty ambitions and expectations for the future. Tiger directly issued a declaration that belonged to him, his incomparably domineering declaration. He wants to end the slave trade and end this dark trade. Go to end the slave trade. We want to let humans know about our powerful slaves. We fish are the greatest race in the world. The cheers continued to sound, and everyone cheered for joy. They will follow Tiger to the death and follow him to the ends of the earth. Tiger will be the faith in their hearts, just like the beacon of the fishing boat lost in the storm, shining in the direction they keep going. Chapter 144. Enemy with Khorasan. Boom boom boom. Come on, destroy the slave ship, the Sun Pirates. Why do you, as pirates, do this? Do you think you are the righteous navy? You bastards, do you know who you offended? Do you know who the boss behind us is? Our boss is the king of the underground world. In a sea area in the New World, the Sun Pirates still stopped a slave ship as usual, but when the Sun Pirates attacked the slave ship to rescue the slaves, the captain of the slave ship is Tiger, who is a fast threat. This is an old captain who is about 40 years old. At this time, his face can be said to be full of ferocious expression. Even in the face of the famous Sun Pirates, he did not have the slightest fear, because the person standing behind him is King Siakai Wilhei Khorasan, the underground king of the entire world, the man who truly reigns over the entire world. He is the real king of the entire world, the king who truly controls the entire world, the king who rules the entire underground world, a monster whose strength and power are extremely terrifying. He is one of the top monsters in the whole world. King Siakai Wilhei Khorasan, the king of the entire underground world. Looking at the captain in front of him, Tiger's eyes can be said to be full of dignified expressions. It must be known that Khorasan is a spell warrior just like him, and Khorasan has been a spell warrior longer than him. His strength is simply not an existence that Tiger can match. Tell me, Khorasan, where are you now? Even though he was a little afraid of Khorasan's power, Tiger didn't hesitate or flinch. He quickly came to the captain and said angrily, "Haha, are you trying to challenge the majesty of Lord Khorasan?" With mockery in his eyes, the captain mocked Tiger without showing weakness. Khorasan's strength can be said to be incomparably terrifying, enough to rival the top masters of the 4 emperors of pirates. Coupled with his identity at this time and the power he possesses, this can be said to be a real monster that is invincible and terrifying. Also, as a spell warrior, do you think I would fear his power? The fighting intent in his eyes can be said to have not flinched in the slightest. Tiger's eyes were filled with astonishing fighting intent, which was a powerful fighting intent enough to destroy everything. Spell warrior, I forgot that you are also a spell warrior, but what if you are also a spell warrior? Do you really think you can defeat Lord Khorasan, who is also a spell warrior? You must know that Lord Khorasan is 12, the strongest rabbit spell warrior among the spell warriors. His eyes were full of admiration, and in the hearts of these Don Quixote family members, Khorasan was an invincible existence. The world's top powerhouse, he represents the invincible combat power, the world's invincible top power, the strongest spell warrior, the rabbit spell. Tiger's face suddenly showed a disdainful smile after hearing what the captain said. There is no strongest spell, there are only spell users. The power of a spell depends on the use of a spell warrior by a spell warrior. There is no most powerful spell, only the most powerful spell warrior. I don't know if Khorasan is the strongest spell warrior, but his behavior is something I can't bear. Even if he is also a spell warrior, I will definitely defeat him and end the entire slave trade. His eyes were full of strong domineering, and Tiger looked at the captain with a domineering look. Defeat Lord Khorasan? Haha, do you think you can do it? Do you think you have this ability? The captain's face was filled with a disdainful smile. He had seen Khorasan's power, a power as great as a god. It is an existence that no one can resist. In the blink of an eye, a blood stain was left on the bodies of thousands of people. What a powerful force this is, as irresistible as a god. The captain, who had seen Khorasan's strength once, he didn't think that anyone in the world could defeat Khorasan. Khorasan was the invincible god in his heart, a terrifying being with such powerful strength. Haha, the so-called invincible god of war in your mind. I will definitely defeat him. I will end all the slave trade in his hands, and I will let the whole world know that my fishman Tiger will end the slaves of the whole world trading. I will make this world no longer have slaves. The words are full of infinite domineering. This is a domineering that sweeps the whole world. At the same time, this is also his determination. Even if he is an enemy of heaven and earth, he must be resolute, because this is his Tiger's mission, the mission of ending the dark history, and the mission of ending this dark slave trade. End the whole slave trade. You are going to be the enemy of the whole world. His eyes were full of disdain. The captain looked at Tiger with disdain. This was just a dream talk. Chapter 145. Khorasan's intent to fight. In the center of a huge island full of peace and tranquility in the New World, he here is a magnificent palace, and in this palace's incomparably luxurious room, Khorasan was sitting there leisurely, while the previous pirate captain knelt in front of Khorasan with a worried expression. He really said that? He really intends to be my enemy? With a smile in his eyes, Khorasan looked at the captain in front of him with a smile on his face. Lord Khorasan, that guy is trying to challenge your majesty. Lord Khorasan, he is courting death. With an angry look on his face, the captain, who was released by Tiger, looked at Khorasan with an indignant expression, as if he was full of indignity at Tiger's over-the-top challenge. Chicken charm warrior Tiger, I don't know what ability you have, but even so, how do you know that the power of my rabbit charm has been completely unsealed? At this moment, Khorasan disappeared from his seat at an unknown time. He came to the captain's back, and at the same time, the dagger in his hand was dripping blood continuously. Tick-tock, drops of bright red blood continued to drip down the dagger. Lord Khorasan, the captain looked at the wound in his heart. His eyes were full of confusion and confusion. Why? Bump. As the last question came out, he closed his eyes and instantly fell into this pool of blood. Because I kind of hate you, and I hate losers. With a grim look on his face, he shook his head with disdain when he saw the captain, who was lying in a pool of blood. Someone will pull this guy down for me and clean this place for me. Casually playing with the dagger in his hand, Khorasan's words can be said to be full of indifference. This is a look of indifference, and there is no emotion in his eyes. Come here, my esteemed Lord Khorasan. With Khorasan's call, Tory Bolton ran over quickly. Dear Lord Khorasan, someone disturbed your interest again. This bastard is really a goddamn fellow. With a respectful smile on his face, Toripol looked at Khorasan respectfully. Get ready for the battle. Next, the object of battle we face is another spell warrior, the chicken spell warrior Tiger, the man who liberated the Holy Land Marijoa. There was a trace of solemnity in Khorasan's eyes, and it was also full of fighting intent. After all, he was also a spell warrior. He once lost to Nico Robin, and this time he won't lose again. He wants to defeat that spell warrior and then target Nicole Robin, keep following her footsteps and defeat her. In today's world, Khorasan's goal is only one person, and that is Nico Robin, the spell warrior who once defeated him. He wants to defeat Nico Robin to become the strongest spell warrior. As long as it's a spell warrior, which one doesn't want to be the strongest spell warrior, and which one doesn't want to be the strongest? They all have the same ambition to become the strongest warriors under the Holy Master. Tiger, the chicken charm warrior, let me defeat you with my own hands and let you see the power of my rabbit charm warrior. His eyes were full of boiling fighting intent. Khorasan raised his head and looked at the distant sky. This is a never-ending battle for the benefit of both. The benefits of the slave trade are simply too rich, and even as the king of the underground world, he couldn't say that he was in control of this interest. He is almost related to the entire world, whether it is the naval world government or the pirate merchants. They are inseparable from this trade. Although the world government has explicitly banned the slave trade, the interests here make all of them willing to take risks, and the interests are so heartwarming that everyone is heartbroken. 0-0. No one can stop the ambition of these people with infinite greed. Greed is the biggest culprit in the slave trade. The market price of a mermaid beauty is hundreds of millions of Baileys, which is enough for many families to live in prosperity and wealth for several lifetimes. These benefits are enough for them to take risks to kidnap mermaids. After all, what people pursue in this world is money. Although money is not omnipotent, it is absolutely impossible to have no money. At this time, Khorasan was also deeply touched because the money needed for such a large site he ran was simply too huge. To become the king of the underground world and control the entire underground world, the amount of money he needs is incomparably huge. The expenses of countless people and the construction of countless underground bases all require money, and the money spent is not a small amount. Chicken charm warrior, I just want to see with my own eyes whether you can break the slave trade and challenge the interests of the whole world. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes, and Khorasan's eyes were filled with a firm look. Chapter 146. The Plan of the Navy Headquarters. A war between spell warriors. I'll be here waiting for your arrival. Chicken charm warrior Tiger, playing with the dagger in his hand gently. Khorasan's face can be said to be full of smiles. He is willing to accept this challenge. This challenge belongs to the spell warriors. The challenge is the dignity among the spell warriors. The war between the rabbit charm warrior and the chicken charm warrior. At this time, in the office of the Admiral of the Navy, Marshal Waring States of the Navy Headquarters, 3 generals of the Navy Headquarters, Vice Admiral Lieutenant General Crane, Navy Hero Carp, and Navy Instructors EPUB. These represent the high-level executives with the highest combat power and the most 303 in the Navy. They can determine the future of the entire Navy. They can be said to be the highest management and authority of the entire Navy. I didn't expect that there would be so much excitement among the Talisman Warriors. Fortunately, the Talisman Warriors are not on the same front, otherwise who would be their opponents in this world? Zifa shook his head helplessly. Now there are 3 spell warriors, and each of them can even defeat the 4th emperor. If all the spell warriors all joined forces, who would be their opponents in the world today? How terrifying is this? 12 warriors surpassing the strength of the 4 emperors. This is the power to overturn the entire world. This can be said to be the only thing we are fortunate about. Although we don't know what the Holy Master, who is behind the scenes, thinks, the talisman warriors who are in charge of their own affairs are our ideal state. The warring states marshal also nodded with satisfaction, and what satisfies him most is that his adopted son Khorasan is also a spell warrior, and he is also a powerful spell warrior. The dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters Kizaru is not even his opponent. This world can be said to be getting more and more terrifying. Now there are only 3 spell warriors. You must know that there are 12 spell warriors. If all these 12 spell warriors appear in the future, then the force with the most spell warriors will be the overlord of the world. See. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head solemnly. He could even imagine the scene where the talisman warriors would dominate the world in the future. There are only 2 things we have to do now. The supervisor of the current spell warriors to find the future spell warriors. Lieutenant General Crane expressed his opinion. In the future, they will. If the army wants to be strong, there must be more spell warriors. After all, in the future, only spell warriors can be said to represent the future of this world. If they are still the Navy and want to maintain their dominant position, they must have enough spell warriors in the future. They can even imagine the decisive role that spell warriors will play in the future. The talisman warrior will replace the admiral of the Navy headquarters and become an important combat force to deter the whole world. If the Navy wants to gain dominance over the entire sea, they must have enough spell warriors. If you want to arrange 3 spell warriors in the Navy, you can provide a list of candidates. What we are discussing now is the impact of the war of 2 spell warriors on us. The rabbit spell warrior Kola Grouse spell warrior Tiger, who are enemies of our Navy and the world government. His eyes were full of boiling killing intent, and Akainu stood up with murderous intent on his face. Although Akainu knew that Khorasan's identity was their Navy undercover agent, in Akainu's eyes Khorasan was also a traitor without the slightest justice. If he could kill Khorasan, he would kill Khorasan without hesitation. Akainu, remember your words for me. You should know the task that Khorasan is carrying. Looking at Akainu with murderous intent in his eyes, the warring states marshal rebuked him unceremoniously. Khorasan is his adopted son, and his current mission is given by the warring states marshal. How could he tolerate Akainu beheading Khorasan? Although this is impossible, the idea should not exist. What we should think about now is how to deal with the chicken charm warrior. You must know that since the last day of the fall of the gods, his threat to the entire world government is too great. In addition to the last time there was a riot in the Holy Land Marijoa, the fact that he escaped from the hands of your 3 generals has already aroused the anger of the 5 old stars. The warring states marshal shook his head with a serious look on his face. This matter can be said to be urgent, and there is nothing that can be slowed down. Whether it is Tianlonggren or Wu Laoxing, they can be said to be full of hatred and killing intent towards the chicken charm warrior. But more is the fear of the chicken charm warrior Tiger. After all, there are dozens of Tianlong people who died in the hands of the chicken charm warriors. This is such a huge number. You must know that in order to maintain the bloodline of pure Tianlong people, they will not easily have children with ordinary people. The number of Tianlong people has been maintaining an awkward position. Saying more is not much, and saying less is not much. Chapter 147. The 3 generals attack. Master Wu Laoxing is a little impatient, and the Tianlong people are constantly oppressing us, and we need us to capture Tiger as soon as possible. We cannot afford to miss this war between the 2 spell warriors. We must take this opportunity to capture Tiger. His eyes were full of seriousness. The warring states marshal looked at the 3 generals of the Navy with a serious face. Does this matter still require them to come out together? Otherwise, with the powerful power of the talisman warrior, any general in the past may end in a dead end. Whether it's the super-fast Kizaru, the extremely powerful Akainu, or the chilling Aokiji facing this talisman warrior, it can be said that they have no chance of winning. The talisman warrior is really too powerful, and the 19 powerful ones make people in the whole world feel terrified. The 3 generals who are enough to deter the pirates in the whole world. At this time, they don't even dare to stand alone with the spell warrior. You can rest assured, Marshal of the Warring States period, I will not disappoint you. I will definitely take off the head of the spell warrior. His eyes were full of astonishing killing intent. Akainu looked at Marshal of the Warring States with a serious and arrogant face. In Akainu's heart, the heads of the spell warriors he took down were not only Tiger, even Khorasan will easily let go. You bastard! The Warring States Marshal did not know what General Akainu had in mind, but in the face of Akainu, who had the support of the world government and the 5 old stars. The warring states marshal was powerless. After all, even he had to obey the world. The government also has 5 old stars. He couldn't refuse the orders of the 5 old stars, and he couldn't refuse the orders of the world government, because these are the existences that he cannot provoke. Marshal of the warring states period. Don't worry, I will know how to deal with this matter. King Z also stood up leisurely, but his eyes were full of seriousness. Aokiji, who is the complete opposite of Akainu, not only won't trouble Khorasan but will protect him because he knows that Khorasan is a member of their navy. Khorasan was the adopted son of the warring states marshal, and their navy arranged for the biggest spy in the world. No one would have thought that Khorasan, who ruled the entire world's underworld King Syashi Sabukai, would actually be a member of the navy. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing when I first came to work. Kizaru's face was full of laziness, and he shook his head helplessly. After all, he has all experienced the power of spell warriors. The 3 of you must never capsize me in the gutter, and even if you can't kill the spell warrior, don't give me any accident there. Looking at the 3 admirals of the navy in front of him, the warring states marshal gave an uneasy command. You must know that in the face of battles between spell warriors, even a general level might be compromised by this. Marshal of the warring states period. Don't worry, we don't want to die there. I'm still young, we know how to do it. I can give up everything for justice, even my life. The answers of the 3 generals can be said to be different, but they all represent their respective attitudes. Among them, Akainu can sacrifice everything for justice, even his own life. This can be the justice in his heart, representing the only justice in his heart. He can give up everything for the world government and the navy. Akainu is a man known as absolute justice. His heart can be said to be full of iron blood but without the slightest tenderness. Bring the chicken spell warrior tiger to me and bring him to justice. I want to live to see people die or see corpses. Sengoku looked at the 3 people in front of him seriously. He didn't want anything to happen to any of the 3 people in front of him, but he also hoped that the 3 people in front of him could get Tiger back. The persecution of the 5 old stars and the heavenly dragons of the world government has long been unbearable for the warring states marshal, but is he an existence that is so easy to capture as a spell warrior with 307 strength? Even if the 3 generals shot together, they may not be able to capture a spell warrior. They just went over to see if there was a chance for Tiger to kill and capture. It's the best thing to be able to capture Tiger, but if they can't, then they can only see if there is a chance to kill him. This can also be said to be a gamble, betting that this time Tiger will be defeated by Khorasan and be defeated by him, and then the 3 admirals of the navy will take the opportunity to kill Tiger. But this matter is only as easy as it says, but it is extremely difficult to go on. Whether Khorasan can defeat Tiger is also a question. Even if Tiger is really defeated by Khorasan, with Tiger's power, it is still a question whether he can escape from the hands of the 3 naval admirals. All of this is just a reason to have a hope, and to explain to the 5 old stars of the Tianlong people and the world government. Chapter 148. The Encounter of the Spell Warriors. Lord Toripole, why are we standing here like this? At this time on the island where the Don Quixote family is located, on the island's pier, Baby 5 looked at Khorasan, who was standing in front of her with a puzzled expression. She had doubts in her heart and asked Toripole about her doubts. Lord Khorasan is here waiting for a person, an incomparably distinguished guest. With a serious look on his face, Toripole looked at Baby 5 with a serious face. What Khorasan is waiting for here today is not someone else but Tiger, who came to challenge him. He is also a spell warrior. Facing the challenge of the spell warrior, Khorasan would not choose to avoid it, because the spell warrior has the dignity that belongs to the spell warrior. Even if he knew that he was defeated, he would still choose to accept the challenge of the spell warrior, and this battle Khorasan can be said to be full of certainty of victory. Khorasan did not think that the power of the completely unsealed rabbit charm would still be suppressed by the power of the chicken charm. Khorasan can be said to be full of confidence in winning this battle, and the power of the completely unsealed spell can be said to be incredibly powerful. At this time, Khorasan even has the power to reverse the future. Of course, this is only a small-scale time reversal. It does not mean that a large-scale time can be twisted, and the time of the time-space being reversed will not be too long, but the power to reverse the time-space is really too powerful. Powerful makes Khorasan invincible. It's the chicken charm warrior Tiger who has been making a lot of noise recently. Baby 5 looked at Toripole with a look of surprise, knowing that Tiger's reputation has recently resounded throughout the sea. He became the object of discussion throughout the sea. The chicken charm warrior, who killed countless villains of the world's noble Tianlong people, attacked the Holy Land Marijoa. These things are enough to make Tiger the object of discussion in the entire sea. Why did he come to my Don Quixote family when he has nothing to do? Baby 5 looked at Toripole with a puzzled expression. She didn't know the reason reason for this. Why did Tiger come here? Slave trade battle between spell warriors. With a helpless look on his face, Toripol shook his head helplessly. The spells in this world can be said to represent the strongest combat power, especially the spell warriors who have completely unsealed all power. If it is said that above the general's combat power are the 4 emperors, then the 4 emperors representing the strongest combat power in the One Piece world are these spell warriors who have completely unlocked the power of the spell. Their strength is above the 4 emperors, and they are the top powerhouses that surpass the 4 emperors. This is the talisman warrior who has completely unlocked the power of the talisman seal. They have a powerful force that surpasses the 4 emperors. This is where the spell warrior is truly powerful, an existence that surpasses the combat power of the 4 emperors. In the future, they will be the most terrifying monsters in the world. Slave trade. Isn't this a trade that Lord Khorasan secretly decided to end? But because there are too many people involved, Lord Khorasan intends to slowly implement it step by step. With a hint of surprise on his face, Baby 5 looked at Toripol with a surprised look on his face. You must know that Khorasan had planned to try to end the slave trade, but because the resistance was too great, it was like this, was put on hold. No, wrong. The Murloc tiger who attacked the Holy Land Marijoa and freed countless slaves was trying to challenge the slave trade, which was enough to cause turmoil in the entire world with his own power. Toripol's eyes can also be said to be filled with admiration. After all, how many men can have such a mind to rescue all the slaves in the world, even at the expense of the whole world? What kind of courage and mind is this? Is this a mind that ordinary people can have? No, no ordinary person can possess such audacity. Here, just when all the members of the Don Quixote family had worried expressions on their faces, Khorasan, who was standing there, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sea not far away. It was a huge pirate ship on which the flag of the Sun Pirates fluttered in the wind. Looking at the pirate ship that was about to arrive in front of him, Gujao pulled the corner of his mouth slightly upward with a hint of a smile. Lord Khorasan, why don't I test the strength of that chicken charm warrior for you first? Logo said respectfully in front of Khorasan. Since eating the superhuman surgery fruit, Logo's disease can be said to be completely eliminated, but Logo has become stronger because of Khorasan's training. Although your strength has increased a lot through my training these days, the power of the spell warrior is not comparable to you. In today's world, only the spell warrior can match the spell warrior. Khorasan looked at Logo with a smile on his face. In this world, only spell warriors can match spell warriors. Chapter 149 Battle of the Spell Warriors. Charm Warrior Tiger. The pirate ship docked far away from the island, and at this moment a figure quickly flew from the pirate ship at that time. Although he didn't see this face and figure, Khorasan could already confirm that he was the chicken spell warrior Tiger, a powerful man who was a spell warrior just like him. Rabbit Charm Warrior Khorasan. Tiger used the power of psychic power to quickly come to Khorasan and other members of the Don Quixote family. Looking at Khorasan, Tiger's eyes can be said to be full of war, meaning chicken charm warrior Tiger. Facing the fighting-minded Tiger, Khorasan's face was filled with a trace of ease and a smile. Although Tiger is also a spell warrior, he possesses the power of a completely unlocked rabbit spell. Isn't a complete spell an opponent of the power of a sealed spell? The rabbit charm was originally a powerful charm, and its power can be said to be extremely powerful. Good lord. Lord Khorasan knelt down on one knee and fell in front of Tiger, but both Tiger and Khorasan understood that it was not Tiger but Utai who was kneeling down by Khorasan. The Holy Lord in the mind of the grid. The rabbit spell warrior Khorasan, I will grant you peace in the name of the Holy Lord. Tiger's words are full of divinity and arrogance. At this time, his identity is not the chicken spell warrior. He represents the Supreme Sane Host, the Supreme Holy Master who controls the life and death of the world. Tiag, the chicken spell warrior, are you going to challenge me today? Challenge me for the position of the spell warrior. Khorasan, who stood up with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looked at Tiger in front of him with a smile on his face. Today I'm not challenging your position as a spell warrior. I want you to do only one thing, and that is to end the entire slave trade. His eyes were full of seriousness and determination, and Tiger looked at Khorasan seriously. What he doesn't care about is not the ranking of the spell warriors. What he cares about is only the slave trade. All he had in his heart was his disgust for the slaves of this world. What he hates is only the slaves in this world and the slave trade in this world. It can be said that he has no interest in the things between the spell warriors. Do you know the consequences of ending the entire slave trade? Do you know what you are trying to challenge? You are trying to challenge the whole world and the interests of the whole world. His eyes were full of seriousness, and Khorasan looked at Tiger seriously. The slave trade can be said to be related to the interests of the whole world, and the interests here are too huge. The hugeness makes almost everyone's heart move. Even if you challenge challenge the whole world. Do you still have any fear in your heart as a spell warrior? A spell warrior is an existence that cannot be feared. The powerful aura erupted in an instant. At this time, it can be said that Tiger broke out completely. He burst out with his powerful aura. But JD is that these words are full of domineering. So what if they challenge the whole world? Tiger will not be afraid, even if he is the enemy of the whole world. This is his belief and mission in Tiger's heart. He will definitely end the slave trade in the whole world. He will let everyone in the world know that the slave trade in this world will end because of them. Challenge the whole world for the belief in your heart. Tiger, you really deserve to be our spell warrior. After hearing Tiger's domineering declaration, Khorasan nodded in satisfaction. It should be said that this is the courage and domineering that a spell warrior should have. Domineering, the courage to face any challenge head on. The choice that Khorasan told me is whether you are willing to end what you have in your hands. Slave trade. His eyes were full of seriousness, and Tiger was domineering and forced Khorasan to make his own choice. Whether I am willing to end the slave trade in my hands depends on your personal strength. If you defeat me, I will tell you my choice. Otherwise all this is empty talk. Gently took out a dagger. Khorasan looked at Tiger with a smile on his face. He was also a spell warrior, and he was a completely unsealed spell warrior. Khorasan can be said to have no fear at all, but was still full of confidence to win. He will definitely defeat Tiger and become the strongest spell warrior. Let me experience the power of your rabbit charm warrior today. Let me see your mighty power. A mighty aura swept through everything around. The powerful psychic power bombarded Khorasan like a destructive force. It's good. I'll show you the power of my rabbit charm. Feeling the powerful psychic power that was overwhelming, Khorasan tightly held the dagger in his hand. His eyes were full of endless fighting intent. Chapter 150. Breaking the Mind Power Cover. Whoosh! Khorasan's figure instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Touch! Sparks bloomed less than a meter in front of Tiger. Khorasan's figure appeared there, and the dagger in his hand stopped there quietly. Is this the power of your chicken charm? After seeing himself stop less than a meter in front of Tiger, feeling the materialized obstruction of the dagger in his hand, Khorasan raised his head and looked at Tiger with a smile on his face. My power is psychic power. This is my psychic power cover. If you can't break through my defense, then all your attacks will be in vain for me. Facing Khorasan's question, Tiger looked at him with a smile. Nicole Robin, the bull spell warrior, represents strength. My rabbit spell represents speed. Your chicken talisman represents the power of mind. I didn't expect your spell power to restrain me a little, but what if it was? My speed is something you can't match. Khorasan's figure flickered quickly, and with his domineering capture, he could feel the trajectory of Tiger's psychic power. With the speed of the rabbit charm, how could Tiger catch up with him? This is Khorasan's absolute speed advantage, and at this time, Khorasan has not fully invoked the power of the rabbit charm. Bang bang bang. Khorasan's figure in the sky kept appearing in various places. Kakaka. The dagger in Khorasan's hand kept slashing down. However, with Khorasan's strength at this time, he couldn't break through Tiger's psychic shield at all. If it was Nico Robin who was fighting at this time, Tiger would have been lying there long ago. With the so-called invincible power of Nico Robin and her bull charm, Tiger's psychic shield could not withstand the bombardment of his power at all. Nico Robin can shatter Tiger's psychic shield with a single punch. Bang bang bang. Using the power of the fruit of silence to eliminate his own voice, the speed that surpassed the speed of seeing and hearing, domineering capture constantly flashed. If Tiger didn't have the 360-degree psychic shield of absolute defense, he would have died on the dagger in Khorasan's hands. Kakaka. The dagger in his hand was covered with a powerful arm. Domineering. At this time, in front of Tiger's 360-degree absolute defense, the dagger in Tiger's hand was constantly waving down and attacking a place. Bang bang bang. Attack after attack, pierce again and again. The speed of the rabbit charm was something Tiger couldn't capture at all. At this time, Tiger can only rely on the defense of the psychic mask to passively defend there, and then activate the psychic force to try to capture Khorasan. When Tiger was trying to capture Khorasan with his mind power, a dagger just appeared in front of him. Psychic shield. At this critical moment, a huge psychic shield composed of psychic appeared in front of Tiger. Crack. The dagger in Khorasan's hand snapped. Psychic hood. The shattered psychic hood instantly recovered again, but this time Tiger fluttered back a few steps with a dignified face. I almost killed you. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Khorasan looked at Tiger with a smile, as if he really only almost killed him before. No. Ludo, who was standing on the pier of the island, had a trace of doubt on his face. With Khorasan's speed, he could completely bypass Tiger's psychic shield and pierce Tiger's heart directly. But why did he stab the dagger into Tiger's psychic shield so foolishly? Khorasan has the speed to bypass that psychic shield. Lord Khorasan, seems that even you are not satisfied with the slavery system. You are all just acting. 0. His eyes were full of solemnity, and Lugo looked at Khorasan, who was floating in the air with admiration. With the speed of the rabbit charm and the moon step of the Navy's 6th form, Khorasan could completely float in the air. Is this thing really that simple? Looking at Khorasan Tiger, his heart was full of solemnity. He felt that this matter was not that simple at all, because she also discovered it's unusual. With Khorasan's speed, he can pierce Tiger's head as long as the psychic shield is broken. It can be said that once the psychic shield shatters Tiger's life, it cannot be guaranteed. Damn it, now I can only put down a psychic mask. Tiger's eyes were full of solemn expressions. He had already noticed that Khorasan was showing mercy, otherwise he would have died here long ago. As expected, you are a chicken charm warrior. I almost killed you just now, but I didn't expect your psychic shield's defense to be so powerful. Khorasan shook his head admiringly, as if he was very satisfied with the power of the chicken charm. Chapter 151 The Snooping of the Three Generals. Tell me what you think. The powerful psychic mask instantly covered all angles of his body 360 degrees, and Tiger's eyes were filled with a solemn look. The power of the rabbit charm is simply too powerful. Even if one blow can't destroy Tiger's psychic shield, it will be 1,000 hits with 10 hits. In that short moment he slashed out 1,000 blows, and this was the power of the rabbit charm. This is also the power that makes Tiger feel extremely fearful. Defeat me, beat me, let me see your true power. Khorasan's eyes were full of intense fighting intent. At this time he was like a madman who had fallen into a madness. Powerful domineering swept everything. This damn bastard. Feeling this strong, domineering and confident Khorasan, Tiger's heart can be said to be full of dignity, knowing that Khorasan already has the power to kill him. Am I going to do this kind of thing? If I do this kind of thing, am I still Tiger? Tiger lowered his head and looked at the pirate members of the Don Quixote family on this island. He really couldn't capture Khorasan's existence and couldn't defeat Khorasan, but the members of the Don Quixote family on this island do not have the speed of Khorasan. With Tiger's power, he was enough to instantly defeat these members, and then use the safety of these members to threaten Khorasan. But does this threat really work? Did Tiger really stop because of them? Will he really end the entire slave trade? And the most important thing is that Tiger, who can threaten others with their lives, is still the Tiger he used to be. To do such a thing, Tiger is no longer who he used to be, because he has gone against the will in his heart. Even if I die in battle, I will definitely defeat your rabbit charm warrior Khorasan. After quickly denying the idea in his heart, his eyes were full of strong fighting intent. At this time, he could say that he gave up everything just for a battle. In this battle, there is only one victory, no defeat, and he will definitely end Kayla. Loosen the hands of the slave trade. Give me death, Khorasan. Countless thoughts turned into ropes and waved towards Khorasan. At this time, he looked hideous and terrifying, like a monster with countless tentacles. The rope, transformed by the power of thought, not only has a powerful attack power, but also is extremely strange. Is this the battle between the two spell warriors? Super fast speed and that weird psychic power. At this time, on the sea not far from this island, a naval warship came here at some point. On top of this warship, the three generals of the Navy were standing on the deck of the Navy warship with serious faces, watching the battle in the distance. This can be said to be a thrilling battle, a battle full of countless thrills. Khorasan hasn't used his real power yet, and his speed is more than that. Kizaru, who once fought Khorasan, had a solemn expression on his face. He had experienced Khorasan's unparalleled speed. This speed even exceeds the speed of light. However, the speed that Khorasan showed at this time was fast, but it was not as fast as in the previous battle. In other words, the current Khorasan is keeping his hand. In other words, Khorasan doesn't want to really defeat Tiger. I've already said that the spell warriors are all raccoon dogs. None of them are good. They all violate justice and are damned people. His eyes were full of dignified expressions, and Akainu turned his head to look at Kizaru and Aokiji. At this time, in his heart, Khorasan and Tiger were the same kind of people, one that needed to be removed by their justice. People. He wanted to kill Khorasan and Tiger. You should know that with our strength at this time, it is impossible to kill both of them. Killing a spell warrior is already full of endless crisis. Once the two of them join forces, the three of us may stay in here. Aokiji looked at them with a smile on their face. The talisman warriors represented mighty power, and the power that each of them possessed even surpassed that of generals and powerhouses. To deal with a spell warrior, they all have to be extremely vigilant. Once the two spell warriors join forces, the three of them might die here. This can be said to be a battle full of endless crises. Akainu snorted after Aokiji's words, although he also knew the seriousness of this matter and knew that defeating the two spell warriors would undoubtedly be a fool's dream. But in Akainu's heart, what he wants to do is to kill all the talisman warriors who disobey the Navy and the world government. To him, all those who disobey the Navy and the world world government are evil and they are all damned beings. Khorasan and Tiger are the people who go against the world government and the navy, and those who go against the justice in his heart. Chapter 152 The Moment of Victory and Defeat. Psychic power mask. Powerful mind power instantly enveloped Tiger's whole body, enough to be known as absolute defense to protect Tiger once again. Your ability is really troublesome. Khorasan looked helplessly at Tiger and shook his head. This ability can be said to be particularly tricky. Although Khorasan's speed can indeed break Tiger's psychic shield under countless attacks, but what's the point of such an attack? And I should say that you are stupid or kind. Lowered his head and glanced at the members of his own family on the pier. Khorasan shook his head with a mocking look on his face. This is a chip he specially arranged for Tiger, but Tiger actually chose to ignore it, ignoring the existence of this chip. This made Khorasan feel both admiration and helplessness. He admired Tiger for not being that kind of villain, but also helpless. But why is he so pedantic? If Tiger is willing to threaten the lives of his family members, then he can naturally accept this forced threat. Hey! Khorasan shook his head helplessly. His heart could be said to be full of helplessness. Tiger is really too pedantic. So pedantic makes him not know how to do it at all. After all, with his strength, he can't be defeated by Tiger at all. I don't know how to evaluate a person like you, but there is only one thing I want to say. You want to end the entire slave trade. This is not such a simple thing. The water in it is deeper than you think. Gently put away the dagger in his hand. Khorasan shook his head. The battle was decided the moment the protective cover was broken. The protective cover just covered shattered instantly. A gleam of blood instantly erupted from Tiger's chest. When is this? As the protective shield shattered in an instant, and looking down to see the scar on his chest, Tiger looked at Khorasan in disbelief. At that moment, Khorasan's mouth rose slightly, and his face was filled with a smug smile. As long as he had the power to shatter the protective shield, Tiger would no longer be his opponent, because without the absolute defense of Tiger, how could he be Khorasan's opponent? At this time, Tiger was not Khorasan's opponent because he could not have the power to match Khorasan at all. But don't forget that Khorasan has completely unlocked the power of the rabbit spell at this time. Are you interested in talking with me? Putting away the dagger in his hand gently, Khorasan looked at Tiger with a smile. After all, the scar was just a warning. Warning, Tiger, you are not my opponent at all. I want to take your head off your neck. It can be said to be a piece of cake. Although I don't know what you are thinking, at this time I am not your opponent at all. It is easy for you to kill me. I just want to see what your plan is. His eyes were full of dignified expressions. Faced with Khorasan's invitation, Tiger did not refuse. He fell from the sky and came to the pier of the island. Lord Khorasan. With the arrival of Khorasan, countless pirates from the Don Quixote family quickly gathered around, and they looked at Khorasan excitedly. The battle just now can be said to be a momentary effort, but in that short moment they saw the tragicness of this battle. Khorasan relied on his powerful strength to suppress Ka. He let everyone know the powerful power of the rabbit charm. Everyone should withdraw. Looking at the family members in front of him, Khorasan shook his head. This matter requires him and Tiger to spies. What do we do now? The two of them fought only until the point was reached. On the warship not far from here, the three naval admirals looked at each other, not knowing how to make a choice. With the strength of the three of them, they could indeed defeat Tai 310, but their hearts were full of vigilance against the rabbit charm warrior Khorasan, whose attitude was unknown. After all, Khorasan's strength is really too terrifying, and the horror makes everyone feel fear. Let's wait and see what happens. We can't handle the situation here. The eyes are full of solemn expressions, and the three generals are full of solemn expressions. Although the three of them had the strength to defeat Tiger, they were unable to defeat Khorasan. Khorasan's speed is something they will never be able to catch up with, and they can't even catch up with Khorasan's footsteps. So how can they talk about defeating him unless they can limit the power of the rabbit charm? But the rabbit charm is not a devil fruit. He is not afraid of sea water and sea towers. Khorasan, who has absolute speed, is invincible in a certain way, and the world's martial arts can only be fast and unbreakable. When the speed reaches the extreme, it can become that undefeated existence. Chapter 153 Transactions. The rabbit charm warrior Khorasan told me what you think. You obviously have the power to kill me. Why do you do this? Following Khorasan to the rooms on the island, Tiger looked at Khorasan in front of him with a serious expression. I don't understand why Khorasan showed mercy and brought him here. Don't you want to end the slave trade in the whole world? You think you can end the slave trade in the whole world by defeating me? So I can only tell you that what you think is too simplistic. The slave trade is about the fact that the whole world is not an existence that I can decide by myself. I am just a middleman. With a slight sarcasm on his face, Khorasan looked at Tiger with a mocking expression. This matter was not as simple as he thought. The power he was implicated was really too huge. Khorasan was was just a middleman. In the face of these strengths, even the spell warrior Khorasan, who completely unsealed the spell, would not dare to say it was an easy challenge. The power that exists here is simply an existence that Khorasan cannot match. It is almost an enemy of the entire world. Although the talisman warrior has this confidence, at this time Khorasan has been implicated in the Navy, and the situation of the Navy needs to be taken into account in this matter, because this is not something that Khorasan can solve alone. He also needs to care about the attitude of the Navy, even if it is an enemy of the whole world. My mission is to end the slave trade in this world, and I want to end the trade in this world where this Bengay should not exist. There was a serious look in his eyes. Tiger looked at Khorasan with a serious look on his face. This can be said to be his mission, his lifelong mission, his lifelong mission. For this mission, he can give up everything, including his own life. You said so. Then I won't stop you. Since that's the case, then I will give you a chance to create a chance for you. As I also hate the existence of the slave trade, I can create a chance for you to recreate this time slave trade. But are you sure you have the guts? The corners of Khorasan's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes were full of seriousness and seriousness. Khorasan also hates the slave trade, so he is willing to create an opportunity for Tiger, an opportunity that can make the whole world slave trade be hit hard. What opportunities do I need to pay for? Tiger looked at Khorasan solemnly. He didn't believe Khorasan would help him so easily. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to harvest, you must pay. I will treat you as a slave in the slave trade to attract the bosses of slavery trade in the whole world. The Holy Master 12 Spell Warrior Tiger is a slave, a terrifying man with a bounty of more than 2 billion Baileys. He will attract all the top slave traders in the world to come here, and then as long as you catch them all in one go, the whole world will be enslaved. Trade will be hit hard. Why would you like to join hands with me? I will assist you in destroying all these big bosses who have blackened into the world's slave trade. Khorasan looked at Tiger with a smile on his face. In the final analysis, all of this is just mutual use of the two sides. Khorasan assisted Tiger in destroying the bosses of the slave trade in the entire underworld world. At the same time, once these bosses were all destroyed, Khorasan would quickly annex the power they possessed and instantly increase his own power. This is a mutual use of the two parties, and the two parties borrowed the reputation and strength of the two parties to complete the transaction. Use me as a bait to attract all the slave trade bosses in the world, and then take the opportunity to capture them all. I will severely damage the slave trade and you will instantly swallow up these powers. Tiger's eyes were full of solemn expressions, and he looked at Khorasan solemnly. That's right, this is a win-win opportunity, so it depends on whether you are willing to cooperate or not and reach this cooperation with me. Khorasan looked at Tiger with a smile on his face, and his words could be said to be full of smiles. If Tiger is really willing, then this matter can be said to be without the slightest damage to him. In the name of Tiger, he brought together all the bosses of the slave trade in the world. When the time comes, they will be wiped out, and the slave trade in the whole world will be hit hard. How can I good enough believe you? Tiger raised his head and asked Khorasan, you should know that it is easy to kill you with my strength. This is my greatest sincerity. With a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, Khorasan looked at Tiger with disdain. With Khorasan's strength, he was enough to defeat Tiger, and his mercy just now was the greatest sincerity. Yes, with your strength at this time, I am not your opponent at all. This transaction is not in an unfair position. Tiger nodded mockingly. This was an unfair deal because their strengths were not equal. Chapter 154 News that shocked the world. The chicken spell warrior Tiger was captured alive. The king's Shichibukai Khorasan captured Tiger alive. A terrifying existence with a bounty of more than 2 billion Baileys. 10 days later, it will be auctioned as a slave in the Don Quixote family. The patriarch of the Don Quixote family, Khorasan, invited all the forces in the world to join this auction. As news of this person continued to spread, the entire sea could be said to be boiling in an instant. The reward amounted to more than 2 billion Baileys, which is enough to be called a terrifying chicken charm warrior Tiger. He actually lost to the 7th king in the hands of Wuhei Khorasan, although they are all spell warriors, but they didn't expect this war to end like this. The chicken spell warrior Tiger was defeated by Khorasan and became his prisoner. Something has happened. The admiral commander ordered us to go back quickly. At this time, on the warship not far from the island, Aokiji looked helplessly at Akainu Kizaru 310. The three admirals of the navy were dispatched together and didn't even do anything. What kind of grievance is this? How embarrassed was the three admirals of the navy? You must know that even attacking the 4 emperor pirates can be done with the strength of the 3 of them. What happened? Do you need to urgently call us back? Akainu's face was full of anger. When did the 3 generals become so worthless and called to and fro? Urgent summons from the navy headquarters. Aokiji looked at Akainu and Kizaru with a serious look on his face. Although he didn't know what the matter was and the warring states marshal did not elaborate, he could also hear the urgency of the warring states marshal from this phone call. What happened again? Akainu's heart can be said to be full of anger. The battle between the two spell warriors is just around the corner. Why should they, JD, go back? At this time, Tiger and Khorasan have disappeared and no one knows what they are conspiring. This is in his heart. The spell warriors are the damned people, the real damned people. Is this true? That damn bastard has finally been caught. I'll give you 3 billion Baileys and you auction off that bastard for me. The so-called Godslayer. I'll make him look good today. We Tianlong people are a family of gods aloof. How could we say about the day when the gods fall? Anyone who offends the majesty of God deserves to die. You put it up for auction for me and I want to torture him and make him suffer. After the news reached the ears of the heavenly dragon people in the Holy Land Marijoa, these heavenly dragon people could be said to be completely boiling and their hearts were full of anger. As an aloof Tianlong people, they were slaughtered like a mad dog. What kind of humiliation is this? This is the hatred that can never be erased in their hearts. They will use the most severe punishment to punish him. He wants Tiger to know what life is better than death. They will torture Tiger fiercely and have a 12-curse warrior of the Holy Master as a slave. What kind of honor is this? You must know that it is a spell warrior who is enough to defeat the general. Owning this slave can be said to be the strongest slave without hesitation. Don't worry, my lords, I will definitely take pictures of that slave for you. A general level master of the CP organization. They looked at these heavenly dragon people in front of them respectfully. Although they are masters at the level of generals in front of this group of Tianlong people, they are just their lackeys. Because this is the power possessed by the Tianlong people. The world nobles are not joking, they are saying a fact. They control the greatest power in the world and enjoy the support of all the people of all countries in the whole world. They are the biggest worms in the world. They eat away everything in this world. You must get that guy at all costs or you won't have to come back. The words were full of seriousness and these heavenly dragon people spoke sternly to the general level powerhouse in front of him. Lord Tianlong, I will definitely not disappoint you. I will definitely bring that sinful villain to many. Lord Tianlong. After hearing the reprimands from these celestial dragons, the general level powerhouse was also a little uneasy. After all, even if they were strong generals, they couldn't refute the will of the celestial dragons because they represent the gods of this world, the supreme god who controls the supreme power. They represent the will of the world. Taiyag, the chicken spell warrior, is one of the legendary 12 spell warriors. I didn't expect that he would actually be defeated by the king's Shisuwahe Khorasan. As expected, he is another legendary talisman warrior, the rabbit talisman warrior Khorasan. As the news continued to spread, countless forces were aware of the news, especially the boss of the slave trade underground underworld world. They could be said to have rushed towards the place where Khorasan was located. Chapter 155 Preparations for the forces of all parties. What did you say about the chicken spell warrior Tiger being auctioned off? At this time, in the cake island of this new world, the ant looked at her eldest son Pero with a face full of surprise. She didn't expect to hear the news from her eldest son. You must know that it is a chicken charm warrior, a spell warrior representing a powerful chicken charm. The ant who was once defeated by the bull spell warrior Nico Robin and the rabbit spell warrior Khorasan knew the power of the spell warrior, and each one represented an absolute power. I didn't expect that the spell warrior would actually be defeated by the spell warrior, but that's fine. I must get the chicken spell warrior Tiger, and I must get his spell power. Her eyes are full of seriousness and determination. Her ant will definitely get the power of the chicken charm. Yes, he will also become a spell warrior to wash away the humiliation he once suffered. But mom, this time Khorasan only invited those slave trading bosses in the underground underworld world. He didn't invite other forces. With a trace of fear on his face, Pero looked at his mother with a look of fear. You must know that the ant is a woman who can kill even her own children. In his eyes, everything is just interests. If his interests cannot be satisfied, then his child is just a dead end. Can't you go and find those bosses who have hacked the world underground? Tell them that this chicken charm was taken care of by my anti-pirates, and ask him to honor me obediently. With a stern look in her eyes, the ant looked sternly at her eldest son Pero. For her, what she pays attention to is only the result, not the process. She only cares about the result no matter what the process looks like. He just needs to get the chicken charm Tiger and then find a way to get the power of the chicken charm that Tiger has. But what Auntie didn't expect was that in the end, all of this was just a transaction between two spell warriors for the sake of nothing more than a slave trade that severely damaged the whole world. But how can people who don't know all of this know the transaction here? In their opinion, it is a terrifying existence with chicken charm warrior Tiger offering a reward of 2 billion. The value he has can be said to be incomparable. After After all, at this time, the charm represents it is a powerful force. Every spell warrior represents that powerful force. Although I don't know why Tiger lost to Khorasan, this is just a war between spell warriors. No one would think that the spell warrior was weak in the hands of the spell warrior. In their opinion, it was just that Khorasan was too powerful. As a veteran spell warrior, Khorasan's strength is far superior to that of Tiger. His strength is far more than Tiger, so he will defeat Tiger. Everyone goes to the Don Quixote family in the New World. I must get that spell warrior, and I must become a new spell warrior. I will definitely know the secrets of the spell warrior. Unlocking the secrets of all spell warriors, I will surpass the Lord and become an invincible existence in the world. Becoming all the warriors among the 12 spell warriors, I must be invincible. Countless people gallop quickly towards the island where Khorasan was located, and in their hearts there was hope and yearning for the spell warrior. I hope that I can also have that kind of power. Yearning for himself to be a 12 spell warrior, a being whose strength surpasses everyone's imagination. In order to obtain the secret of the spell warrior, in order to obtain the power of Tiger, it can be said that the bosses of countless slave trades in the underworld world are constantly gathering towards the island brought by Khorasan. In this short period of less than 10 days, it can be said that there are countless slave trade bosses gathered on this island, and their strength and status are all extremely noble existences. It belongs to the top of the slave trade market in the whole world. After all, Tiger's bounty was 2 billion baileys, and his auction price was auctioned with the 2 billion baileys as the reserve price. This time, each of them can be said to have brought countless gold and silver treasures to this island. All the treasures in these things, the value of these treasures even exceeds tens of billions of baileys. This can be said to be an incomparably huge number, but this is the background of these underworld bosses, or rather the support given by the people behind them. In order to obtain the power of the chicken charm, these people can be said to have given up countless capital. If it wasn't for the fact that Khorasan's power was enough to deter the whole world, then there would be countless people who robbed it. After all, who doesn't want to use the white wolf with empty gloves and get the power of the chicken charm without spending a penny? But this kind of thing doesn't need to be thought about, and what they don't know at all is that Khorasan will not only want their money but also their lives because of their small power. Chapter 156 Mutual Planning. How many forces have come here? Are all the bosses who carry out the slave trade here? Time passed by, and there was only one day left until the time required by Khorasan. At this time, the entire island where the Don Quixote family was located could be said to be overcrowded. Countless underworld bosses came here with their entourage. With the continuous arrival of these bosses, countless forces probed everywhere on this island. There is only one piece of information they want to know, that is, where is the chicken charm warrior Tiger being held? If they were able to wear white wolves with empty gloves, and if they could get 32 to the legendary chicken talisman warrior without spending a penny, then they would be more willing to do this kind of thing. Countless forces are secretly searching for the whereabouts of the chicken charm warrior. You must know that it is the legendary charm warrior. If it wasn't for Khorasan, an old-fashioned spell warrior, no one in the world today would be able to defeat this new spell warrior. Crack. I'm a little embarrassed you have to wear these handcuffs these days, but I think it's easy to undo these handcuffs with your strength. Right. In the room belonging to Khorasan on this island, Khorasan smiled. A pair of halustone handcuffs were handcuffed to Tiger's hands. Although halashi handcuffs have no effect on Tiger, in this world, Shanghai Lushi handcuffs can be said to be the strongest gloves. In the eyes of everyone, once someone is bound by halashi's handcuffs, he can't break free. This can be said to be recognized by everyone in this world. This is also to reassure those underworld bosses. After all, in their opinion, if Tiger hadn't really been captured by Khorasan, how could he be willing to bring Shanghai Lushi handcuffs? I was already captured by you. This is just mutual use between you and me. Tiger's face was full of dignified expressions. At this time, he was not Khorasan's opponent at all. Logically speaking, he was actually Khorasan's prisoner. Be merciful, he had already died at the hands of Khorasan. Tomorrow, under the watchful eyes of all the people, I will gather all the bosses of the slave trade together, remembering that you only have a moment of effort, and at this moment you need to kill them all. His eyes were full of dignified expressions, and Khorasan looked at Tiger with a dignified look. The forces involved were too huge. Once all these bosses died, then Khorasan would also face them. The impact of the forces behind Khorasan must have a reason, and a perfect reason. As long as he has this reason, he will be fearless. After all, he is also a strong man and the world's top strong man. If the forces behind these big men dare to rebel, then Khorasan will not have the slightest politeness. Khorasan's ultimate goal is to annex all these forces without hesitation. As long as there is a perfect reason, the whole world will feel the horror of his Khorasan. Is it only a moment's effort? But I think it's enough. enough. With a confident smile on his face, Tiger looked at Khorasan confidently. As a talisman warrior, he has the confidence to kill all those underworld bosses in an instant because he has the strength. He has the strength to kill all the underworld bosses in an instant. I will kill all the underworld bosses in an instant, making the entire underworld slave trade into a slump. At that time, I will take the opportunity to conquer all the forces and end the entire slave trade. Khorasan looked at Tiger with a smile on his face. His eyes could be said to be full of sincerity, as if he did all this just to end the entire slave trade. I hope all this is as you said. Tiger looked at Khorasan with disdain. Is it really as simple as he said? And the power of his chicken charm warrior didn't really come into play. This is a matter of you taking advantage of me and I taking advantage of you. Khorasan and Tiger both use each other. One simply wanted to end the entire slave trade. The other is to annex the power of these underworld bosses, but the two are still full of intrigue. The two of them can be said to be sympathetic, and neither of them would truly believe in the other. They are all taking advantage of each other, using the strength and momentum of each other, and they all have their own plans in their hearts, planning their future. Tiger and Khorasan never really believed in each other. Quietly wait for tomorrow's feast. Tiger and Khorasan looked at each other silently. Although they were peaceful on the surface, their hearts were full of calculations for each other, because the two of them are not real partners, they are just using each other. Chapter 157. The Fear of All Underworld Big Brothers. Dong dong dong. Bright lights, dance, and wine sounded in this lively banquet. At this time, in the palace of the island where the Don Quixote family is located, countless bosses of underworld trade transactions all gathered together. They sat in the left and right rows of the main hall. Although there were delicious wine and food in front of them, there was a peerless beauty in the center of the hall singing a dance here. But at this moment they don't have the slightest nostalgia in their hearts, because what they represent at this moment is not themselves, but the power behind them. Whether it is the naval world government CP9 or the four emperors, although these people are clearly the bosses of the underworld world, they only have one business, that is the slave trade, but behind them they occupy this world, the major forces above. After all, they are just the pawns of these forces, controlling the slave trade for those huge forces. Everyone in the underground world, it's been a long time. Just when these big bosses had their own plans in their hearts, Khorasan's figure appeared on the main seat at an unknown time. Lord Khorasan. Lord Khorasan is really long time no see. I'm waiting to see Lord Khorasan. With the appearance of Khorasan, the big bosses of the underworld who were still sitting there before stood up respectfully, because Khorasan is the real emperor of this underworld world, and Khorasan is the real emperor of this world. He controls the entire underground black world. If it weren't for the forces standing behind these underworld bosses, it would be Khorasan. Song does not want to provoke existence for the time being. They may have already devoured by Khorasan, but what they couldn't imagine was that all of this today was prepared by Khorasan in order to annex them. Although the forces behind these underworld bosses are powerful, Khorasan doesn't feel any fear. He just doesn't want to be so troublesome. Today he will have a good reason and a good excuse, a very good reason for them to be unable to refute the forces behind them. Even if these forces want to resist Khorasan, with this smooth reason, Khorasan can completely absorb all the forces controlled by these underworld bosses. I didn't expect that all of you would come today. It seems that the temptation of that chicken spell warrior Tiger is incomparably huge, and he was able to make you all come. You must know that when I invited you last time, none of you came. Looking at the more than 20 underworld bosses in front of him, Khorasan's face could be said to be full of smiles, but there was also a trace of questioning in his words. Everyone knows that it was a hangman banquet. This is a hangman banquet belonging to Khorasan. The bosses of the underground world who participated in the invitation last time were all recovered by Khorasan. Khorasan wants to rule the entire underground black world. These more than 20 big bosses in the underground world have the courage to resist because of the protection of the forces behind them. But today, under the temptation of the chicken charm warrior Tiger, the forces behind these underworld bosses even forced them to come. What if you give up those powers? It's all worth it as long as you have access to the chicken charm warrior's secret. In front of those real forces, these underworld bosses can be abandoned at any time. For them to abandon these forces but get the power of the chicken charm, then it's all worth it. After all, they have truly experienced the power of spell warriors. Lord Khorasan, please calm down. We didn't come here because we had some things to deal with. With a look of panic and anxiety on their faces, these underworld bosses looked at Khorasan with a worried expression. Their bosses had already explained them to them when they came here. What if they gave up their lives? In front of these real behind-the-scenes forces, the lives of these bosses can be said to be insignificant. In order to gain the power of the chicken charm, these behind-the-scenes bosses can give give up everything because they know that in the future the spell warrior will be everything. Stop your anger. If it wasn't for Tiger the warrior, this time because of the chicken charm, would you come here? A powerful aura burst out instantly. This is the aura belonging to a spell warrior. This is an aura that belongs to a powerhouse that surpasses the level of the four emperors. The sky and the earth changed color, and the powerful momentum swept over everything. Boom boom boom. The invisible momentum instantly overwhelmed the bodies of these underworld bosses. A mighty aura weighed on their bodies. Lord Khorasan, please spare your life. Lord Khorasan can't blame us for what happened last time. We really have something we can't come over. All the underworld bosses fell to their knees in fear. At this time, their hearts can be said to be full of fear and worry. Chapter 158 Unprecedented Huge Auction. Okay, stop joking with you. What is our main purpose this time? I think you should all know. Shock the Holy Land. Mary Joa, the hero who freed countless slaves. The 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master. Chicken spell warriors. Tell me what his name is. Khorasan's words are full of domineering. He constantly tells about Tiger's reputation and his past deeds. In the final analysis, it is to excite people and create atmosphere and push the whole banquet to a climax in an instant. Tiger the Murloc. More than 20 big bosses of the underground world stood up instantly, and they called out Tiger's name. Today he is our protagonist, a terrifying existence with a bounty of more than 2 billion berries. Today he is my auction target, the first spell warrior to be auctioned. As Khorasan's words just fell, the gates of the underworld bosses present all turned their attention to the gate, because here a figure appeared here. This is a Murloc with his hands in handcuffs. The Murloc Tiger with a bounty of more than 2 billion baileys. At this time, he was wearing a seafloor stone handcuff on his hands. Even though he has become a disciple at this time, his steps are still full of firmness. Just like the victorious general, he walked towards the hall step by step with firm steps. Boom. This is the legendary talisman warrior Tiger, the terrifying existence with a bounty of more than 2 billion berries. This is completely beyond the general level of combat power. How powerful is Lord Khorasan to be able to capture him? Everyone's eyes were full of firmness and horror. They were shocked by Tiger's aura. Even if he became a subordinate, he was still arrogant like a king who never fails to surrender. The reward is over 2 billion bailey. The Fishman Tiger with the chicken charm warrior. He is the auction item of this feast. The reserve price is 3 billion baileys. Under everyone's unbelievable gaze, Khorasan said an astonishingly large number. The reward of 3 billion baileys. What a terrifying number is this? You must know that even the 4 emperors of pirates and the others don't have a reward of 3 billion baileys. The most important thing is the reserve price, not the final transaction price. 3 billion bailey. Why is it so expensive? I only prepared 3 billion bailey. If you don't have any money, don't hold an auction. I'll give you 3.1 billion bailey. 3.2 billion baileys. Although everyone exclaimed why Tiger's auction price was so expensive, but thinking of Tiger's strength and identity, they couldn't help but bid. After all, Tiger's original reward was 2 billion bailey, but the most important thing was Tiger's identity as a chicken charm warrior. 3.3 billion bailey. The number is getting bigger and bigger. 4 billion baileys. The people standing behind these people are none other than the world government, the Tianlong people, and the 4 emperors. For them, wealth is just a number. The world government and the Tianlong people just want revenge, but they also want to know the secrets of the spell warriors. What the 4 emperors pursued was the powerful power of the spell warrior, his unparalleled power, the power of the talisman warriors. The 4 emperors have all experienced it, especially for the 4 emperor Ents and the 4 emperor Kaido. It is the existence of personal experience, because they were all defeated by the spell warriors. 4.5 billion bailey. The amount of Tiger's auction can be said to be getting higher and higher over time. From the initial 3 billion bailey to the current 4.5 billion bailey, these are just a set of numbers. But once this set of numbers is spread out, it will be enough to cause the whole world to be in a storm. For ordinary people, 4.5 billion bailey is a huge number. Of course, for those who are really rich and powerful, this is just a set of numbers for them. What they are after is not money anymore, but great power. 5 billion baileys. An underworld boss shouted out the figure of 5 billion baileys. Well, after the number reached 5 billion bailey, the whole banquet instantly became quiet. 51. Okay, but the silence was broken again before half a minute, and a higher number appeared again. 52. 53 gong. 54. One after another the numbers keep appearing. I didn't expect your worth to be so high. Khorasan looked at Tiger standing beside him with a smile on his face, doubting that even he didn't expect his worth to be so high. If you dare to auction yourself, I think your worth will be higher. Tiger looked at Khorasan with a mocking expression. Khorasan was only above Tiger in terms of worth, and there was no doubt about it. Chapter 159 Instant Kill. Forget it. I think even if I really want to go out to auction, no one will dare to buy me. With a sarcastic look on his face, Khorasan shook his head with a smile on his face. Remember, you only have a moment's time. Khorasan's face was full of smiles. He approached Tiger slightly and said this. Don't worry, with my strength I can kill them all in an instant. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Tiger looked at Khorasan with a smile on his face. 6 billion Baileys, the group of underworld gangsters who were auctioning Tiger. How did they know that they were just a clown trick in front of Khorasan's eyes? In Khorasan's eyes, these people belonged to clowns who had no role but to play with. Which force does this guy with 6 billion Bailey belong to? How could he be able to spend so much money? Tianlong. If you guessed correctly, the guy standing behind him must be a Tianlong. Only Tianlong people can give out so much money at will in the world today. 323. 6 billion Bailey is a hurdle. He will PK almost all the underworld bosses present. After all, those present who can have 6 billion Bailey are only a small number. After all, 6 billion Bailey is not a small number. Countless underworld bosses were talking about the underworld boss who offered 6 billion Baileys. In today's world, only Tianlong people can easily give 6 billion Baileys, because what they enjoy is the worship of the whole world. What they have can be said to be the wealth of the whole world, and they are the biggest cancer in the world. A bit of 6 billion berry. You guy is so valuable. Khorasan sneered at Tiger, looking at the guy in front of him whose hands were handcuffed with halostone. If you don't suggest it, I can hold an auction for you. I think your price is even enough to exceed 10 billion. Facing Khorasan's teasing gaze, Tiger also retorted without fear, because what he said can be said to be a fact. If Khorasan is really auctioned, his price is enough to exceed 10 billion. But who in the world can auction Khorasan? Auction the world's top powerhouses. Who can capture Khorasan alive and auction him like a slave? This is simply impossible. The 6 billion berry first time. The 6 billion berry second time. It doesn't look like anyone's price will exceed 6 billion berry, he said. Looking at the underworld bigwigs in front of him, Khorasan said 6 billion Baileys again and again. This is a number that makes everyone feel greedy. After all, it was a huge number of 6 billion Baileys, a number enough to cause everyone to be greedy. In that case, Tiger will auction it to you at a price of 6 billion Bailey. Looking at the big gangsters in the silent banquet venue in front of him, Khorasan looked at them with a smile, and looked at all of them present. Thank you, Lord Khorasan. JD, with a respectful look on his face, the underworld tycoon looked at Khorasan respectfully. This is what you deserve. Who makes them less wealthy than you? Khorasan shook his head with a smile on his face. He didn't say much, but quickly brought Tiger to the front of the underworld boss. Thank you, Lord Khorasan. I hope to invite Lord Khorasan next time. Looking at Tiger in front of him and Khorasan standing there, although the face of the underworld boss was full of excitement, he still held back the excitement in his heart and looked serious and respectful. Said to Khorasan, in that case, let's start this transaction. There was a trace of bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes, and Khorasan slowly handed Tiger over to the underworld boss. Thank you, Lord Khorasan. Looking at Tiger, who represents the power of the chicken spell warrior, the big eyes of the underworld boss can be said to be full of excitement. After all, this represents that powerful force, powerful enough to shock the entire world. Kaka. Just when the big hand of the underworld gangster just put his hand on Tiger, when his face was full of excitement and smug eyes, a voice that made everyone feel a biting chill sounded in this silent banquet hall, and the Halashi handcuffs in Tiger's hands were actually untied. Crack, click, click. The sound of countless heads being twisted and broken instantly sounded. It can be said that this happened in an instant. The heads of dozens of underworld bosses present were instantly twisted off. Their bodies instantly fell to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. You did a good job. The power of your chicken charm is really strong. Khorasan's face can be said to be full of proud smiles when he saw these underworld gangsters who all died in an instant. Chapter 160. Tiger's whole card. Touch. Khorasan's figure disappeared instantly, and a group of sparks rang out in this silent banquet venue. I knew you would do this for a long time. The corner of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of a smile, and Tiger's smiling Khorasan. Khorasan's ambition is more than what he said. In addition to the power of these underworld bosses, he also wants Tiger's head and even the power of his chicken charm. After all, as a rabbit spell warrior, he already knew how powerful a spell warrior was. If he was able to obtain the power of the chicken blessing charm, to what extent would its power be enhanced? It would be an incredible power. With two spell powers, how much will his Khorasan's power be strengthened? With the power of the rabbit charm and the power of the chicken charm, Khorasan will have the strength to defeat Nico Robin at that time. With the power of the two spells, who would be his opponent of Khorasan in today's world? Khorasan will become the strongest man in the world. I didn't expect that you have developed the power of spells to such a point that you can actually block my sense of arrogance. It seems that in the past you should have hidden your strength. I didn't expect you to have have developed the power of mind to this stage. With an unbelievable look on his face, Khorasan looked at Tiger in disbelief. He didn't expect Tiger to hide so deeply. There is still this hand left. With a serious look on his face, Khorasan looked at Tiger with a serious look. He didn't expect that Tiger's psychic mask could actually avoid his domineering sense of knowledge. This was impossible in the past. Although Tiger's psychic power was powerful, it was enough to be captured by the domineering. But this time, Khorasan's arrogance was concealed. In other words, Tiger's strength is not as simple as what he showed before. He can be said to be a real powerhouse. Before Tiger, he concealed his strength, and what he concealed was not even a single star. Didn't you also hide your true power? Don't you think I don't know the ultimate meaning of the spell warriors? Because I once had that kind of power, I know how powerful the ultimate meaning of the spell warrior is. With a serious look on his face, Tiger looked at Khorasan seriously. Since this is the case, then you should also know that with your strength at this time, you are not my opponent at all. Since you know what I think in my heart, then you should also know what the consequences of doing this are. I'm using you to gather all the underworld bigwigs in the world, and I'm also very interested in the chicken charm in your body. If I can become a double charm warrior, then it will even be a fight with the cow charm warrior Nico Robin. I can beat her too. The expression on his face is full of seriousness, and there is a trace of greed in Khorasan's eyes, which is full of greed for everything. Greed for the chicken charm. As a spell warrior, Khorasan, of course, also truly understands the power of a spell warrior. Because of this, his greed for spell power will be even stronger, because the power of spells can only be known by understanding. Khorasan's pursuit of the power of spell warriors is even more intense. Touch! An invisible force instantly bombarded Khorasan's front, and the table and chair behind Khorasan exploded instantly. Khorasan's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Even if your psychic power is beyond my grasp at this time, my speed is something you can't match. Do you think you can still catch me? With a face full of seriousness, Khorasan appeared behind Tiger. Bang! Sparks scattered, and a burst of fire suddenly erupted behind Tiger. Having a mind power that I can't catch, your power of mind's defense is also instantly increased countless times. Raising his hand to look at the dagger in his hand, Khorasan looked at Tiger and the man in front of him with a smile. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Don't forget that I have the protection of the Lord behind me. Tiger looked at Khorasan with a smile on his face. This was his biggest trump card, because the Lord of the Lord was living in his mind now. This is the boss of all of them, the true master of their spell warriors. You guy! A dignified look flashed in Khorasan's eyes. He didn't know how to answer Tiger's question at all. This is a question he cannot answer. Although I am not your opponent at this time, it is impossible for you to defeat me. With a confident smile on his face, Tiger looked at Khorasan confidently. This was his biggest trump card, because in his mind at this time, the Lord lived.